There we go. We are now recording for our YouTube viewers who will be seeing this later. I think we're in a good position over here. Got the chat over there. Got the game right here. Get your popcorn. Go, man. Go. I've got so much to talk about. Literally from the moment I hit start, I'm going to be talking. I don't even know. Okay, so I'll start with this. I'll give you a few factoids really quick. Hang on, I got to look it up because I wrote it down. I was originally going to go ahead and do a written walkthrough of this thing that was going to be released with the TAS. But as I was doing it, I realized that, well, something that I'll talk about in a moment, but also it would be easier if I just commentated on it like I'm about to do. So I ended up not actually writing it, but I did get a few statistics. Would you like to hear them? Yes, you would, of course. This TAS, from start to finish, from the moment that the game starts, which is how TASs work, to the moment that the movie complete is, which is also known as the last moment of input, is 7 hours, 15 minutes, and 21 seconds, or 1,567,244 frames. I mentioned the frame count because TASs are almost always recorded at the frame level. In case you're wondering, one of the reasons why this game took me a year and a half to create, it's because of the fact that, you know what, here, I can actually demonstrate this, if you'll give me one moment, please. I can demonstrate, I'm actually thinking about something in the future where I will be TASing live to show people, because I know a lot of my viewers don't really know how TASing works, or how to do this kind of thing. Whoops, hang on. Up, left, down, right. B-A-Y-X. This is start. This is select L-R. So, let me just demonstrate really quick, okay? This is how you TAS. We're going to have to actually get to some gameplay here. There we go. Okay, this is how you TAS. So I need to make sure that I am getting through this room as quickly as possible because speed is always relevant. So we need to be holding down B, that's D here, and this, and we do it like this. Now we're going to want to go down in a few frames here, like this, and then down a little bit more. Then we're going to do down and right. Now, I know Chrono Trigger inside and out, so I already know all this stuff. But all this stuff I'm doing right now, you have to figure out for yourself the first time you TAS. And this is how you TAS. And I only mention this to emphasize why I mention the frame count. Every time I hit this button, I'm advancing the game one frame. Chrono Trigger and all other SNES RPGs are 60 frames per second. That's 60 FPS. And so we're going to do... Now, you got to do two A-puts. Yep, there we go. You have to hit A twice. Once in a one frame, and then not, and then once in a second frame, which is the fastest possible way to actually talk to someone. Obviously, you don't have that problem when you're playing live because you just hit the button. But, yeah. Now, I don't want to go too much into explaining things that I'll be explaining during the TAS, but this right here, every button push, that's a frame. 1,567,244 times I pressed this button. Except that's a total lie, isn't it? Because then there's the other thing that's called re-records. This TAS has 4,132 re-records. What's a re-record? Now I'm not going to demonstrate this live because I don't want to overwrite my save states. But anyone who's emulated this kind of a thing knows what a save state is, right? So anytime you reload a save state in order to do something over, or because you messed up, or because there's a billion reasons to do it, especially during a task. Anytime you reload a save state, that is a re-record. 4,132 re-records for this task. Believe it or not, that's actually kind of low. But that's because I did a huge amount of time and prep work before I even played the game. And I also did an entire playthrough of the game before actually starting to record. So I had a lot of notes, and I kind of knew what I was doing before I started, which is why that re-record count is so low. Yeah. So that's how that works. Now, you'd be surprised how many things function differently in a... Yes, I have backups of all my saves. In fact, actually, I'm going to make another backup right now, which is the next little thing we'll start talking about on before I answer Samurai's questions. I actually have backups named Black Toronto backup, Lavos 2 backup, Masamune backup, Magus's Lair backup, Undersea Palace backup. In other words, I would actually make a backup of my backups at certain points in the game and put them over here just to make sure I didn't lose my progress. I also have one that I'm not going to say out loud because it's a profanity, but it's basically the holy crap backup, which is, well, let's just say that I didn't think that was possible, and we'll leave it at that. But yeah, let's go ahead and copy this stuff, put that in my backups here, Bzz. And copy our save states, which is here, and back up all of those as well. When you're doing a game like this, you don't want to lose your backups. There is no possible way to explain how bad that would be. Imagine you've been working on a TAS for, I don't know, a year and a half, and it's all gone because you didn't back things up properly and you screwed up. Really, do I need to explain why I have so many backups? Now, I do that for normal tasks anyways, because, you know, tasking is a long and complicated process. But I definitely did that with this one. There's a reason I have so many trillions of them. One other thing to talk about before we really get started here is okay, for those of you who are not aware, a TAS refers to a time attack, or excuse me, I'm saying it wrong, tool-assisted superplay, okay? Tool-assisted is the emulator. This frame advancement and the save states and all that stuff, that is the tool that is assisting me in this play. I have been asked more than once in the past, and so have a lot of other speedrunners, what is the difference between a speedrun and a tool, and a TAS? Obviously, the literal difference is a TAS is made and recorded in advance, frame at a time, right? But, and a speedrun, you actually play live, okay? That's the big difference. However, that isn't really getting across the point, because some people... Actually, I already do, Zeiss. Some people would look at this and say, well, then a TAS is just cheating. Those people don't understand what tassing is. So I'm going to explain this the best analogy I've ever heard and come up with. Speedrunning is someone who paints a beautiful picture on the fly about some place, right? And I mean, paint it right then and there. A TAS is someone who goes and designs an entire, like a cathedral or a temple or some kind of amazing architectural work, right? That's really the difference. The speedrunner is doing it live. The speedrunning is performance art. Tassing is constructive art. It is engineering, but it is still, let me make this absolutely clear for those I doubt any of my viewers are detractors, but I know a lot of people who say tassing is not art, and they are wrong and stupid. Tassing is definitely art. Tassing is something that you really put your heart and soul into, to creating you're basically making a movie for all intents and purposes. You're just doing it by yourself, inch by inch, Imagine making a movie frame by frame, except that movie's 7 hours long and you basically got the idea. So I've always been I actually got into tassing from speedrunning. That's probably not a huge surprise because I've been speedrunning since I was a kid. But I've always found the idea fascinating because, again, of that more constructive perspective of art. The idea of crafting something which then, when it is finished, forms this beautiful picture as opposed to, painting it live. And I agree with that, Samurai, by the way. I genuinely do. You asked earlier about the average re-record length. So, okay, again, I don't want to actually do any live, but to give you an example, any given combat I enter usually has an average of 3 to 8 re-records in it. And on average, how long I go back depends on how the fight goes. I'm going to go ahead and kind of describe how this works in a very generic sense. Imagine I'm fighting, I don't know, the dragon thing. The dragon tank, excuse me. I'm fighting the dragon tank, and I'm like, wah! And so I do a save state. Now, this is important because most people don't realize this. Let's say I do a save state, and then I do a few moves, and then things don't work out, right? So I reload that save, going back, maybe like 5, 6 seconds, that kind of a thing, and then try to do a different series of actions to try and manipulate the RNG, like Samurai's talking about. that actually doesn't work as well as you'd think. It can affect a few variables, but it only affects a few in the immediate sense. Usually what I would do, and I recommend this for anyone who's getting into tasing that has combats like an RPG, anytime you enter combat, no. Anytime you leave combat, you do a save state. Okay? That's your backup save state. That's the one you sit over there if everything goes wrong. Then when you enter the next combat, do a more immediate save state. That's so that you can rewind the entire fight if things go badly. Then you do one after you believe you have finally gotten the layering of attacks, and I'll talk about this more later, in an optimal situation. So that's what I like to call a medium save state. That's a point where it's like, okay, I feel like the last 6 actions have gone optimally, but I may have to undo them in order to make the next 6 go optimally. In a TAS, you're never thinking about the now. You're thinking about the last 20 things you did, the thing you're doing now, and the next 100 things you're going to do. You are always planning for everything basically at the same time in a task, because every action you do has such a ripple effect on the entire rest of the entire run that you always have to be planning all that stuff in advance, especially in an RPG, where the experience you get and the HP that you have at the end of the fight and the MP you have at the end of the fight can affect not just the next fight, but the next fight and the next fight, etc., etc., etc. Lava Dude, he was designed to be separate. Really quick note, I'm not really going to be taking questions that are not related to the TAS, basically, unless I'm at a dead point. So just a heads up. I know you probably didn't know Lava, but FYI. So an average re-record length, rewind length is only a few seconds of what I like to call live time. This is live time. You know, this is live time right here. This is real time. The amount of time I'm spending in real life while I'm going frame by frame through this is real time. And then, of course, there's movie time, which is the end result that is portrayed after the end of it. It's not a big deal, Samurai, like I said. But yeah, a tasking in any RPG is very much the butterfly effect, in excess, ad infinitum almost. In fact, I will talk about how that affected the final Lavos fight when we get closer to it. Yeah. So before I actually start, does anyone else have any other questions about tassing or Chrono Trigger or tassing Chrono Trigger? I will go ahead and take questions now before we really get started, because I'm going to start yammering and explaining all the crap that went into this freaking game. Although one other thing I'll mention while I wait for that 30 seconds to catch up. One thing I've heard a lot is you never speedrun a game you don't love, because you'll learn to hate a game speedrunning it. That is like triply true for tassing. And it's a good thing that Chrono Trigger is my second favorite game of all time, because I'm not actually done. Thank you. Drunken Draconian asks a wonderful question. I should have mentioned that earlier. But first, I want to say hello to Jay Melching. What's up? Welcome to the stream. I hope I don't bore you, because this is one of my more technical streams I've done. But completion goal, that is a great question. Here's how this works. Whenever you do a task, there are 2 categories of tasks. There's a normal task, okay? A normal task is getting to the point where the game is completed, which is how that's defined, as quickly as possible. And that's flung out the window, because most people don't even do those anymore. And then there's a completion goal task. In other words, what I'm doing within this run to make it more entertaining, right? I have a lot of goals for Chrono Trigger. One of them is, and this is the most important one, and the one I struck to the most, Chrono ends the game at level 1. I'm going to go ahead and pause for anybody out there who would like to react to that or isn't aware of the fact that you can beat Chrono Trigger with Chrono at level 1. The second goal, which actually is... Well, okay, second goal is completely attached to that. The second goal is Chrono Trigger... not Chrono Trigger. So Chrono has to always be in the party at any point in time at which he... is capable of being in the party. In other words, the only times Chrono is not in the party is when he's dead. Spoiler alert. So, every other point in the entire game, Chrono's in the party. Third goal, lowest average party level that is possible. Now, there was a lot of people have done some work on this kind of thing before, and I freely admit that I used them as a grounding point. But I actually sat down, and you'll see me do a few things. I'll talk about them as we go through. Pretty much, I do a lot of things in Chrono Trigger specifically to make it so that the experience is split up and spread out as much as possible, specifically to make the average, make people level as little as possible. It's the same concept behind a low level run. The idea, though, is there is a lot you can do in Chrono Trigger that you can't do in most RPGs. I'll be talking about a few of those things as we go, but let's just say that I honestly feel that when they were making Chrono Trigger, they actually were thinking about this being being possible for low level play when they made it, because there's so much that makes it more possible and easier to do than in like every other RPG I've ever played ever. I guess with the possible exception of Bravely Default. So yeah, this is that's the third goal, is lowest average party level possible. When I say possible, by the way, do stress that unless my math was wrong, it is not possible to be lower level than I am in this task when I beat the game. Fourth comment here, obviously to be as entertaining as possible. That's usually something that I try to add to my runs. A lot of times when I've got just dead time or whatever, I'll try and do things that are entertaining. You may or may not see some of that because Chrono Trigger is a 60 FPS game, and I am streaming at 30 FPS because Twitch, so, shrug. But I'll do a lot of silly stuff. I actually did something early on that I ended up stopping doing because it was affecting people's vision, for lack of a better way to put it. You'll see what I mean. Fifth goal, whatever we're up to, next goal, further on, is there's, how do I put this? Efficiency, okay? Trying to be super efficient. You'll never actually see this. I've mentioned before that I believe... Yeah, I know it's weird, right, Samurai? I believe that if you really care about something when you're making it, you'll bother to put the work into little details, right? Little tiny stuff that most people won't notice. They'll just take it in as background, and it'll help accent the flavor. Pretty much up until a certain point in this game, at which point things got a little rougher, I have 100% efficiency on the items I use and the gold I use. I have exactly the amount of gold for this kind, or I have the exact amount of items I'm going to use in this battle that I'm fighting in 40 minutes, There's so much prep time and so much work time. I'll be pointing a few of them out as we go, and most people probably would not ever notice it, but the idea is just to kind of add to that little bit of a flavor there. I guess that's actually it for the goals. The big one is the Chrono ends at level 1 thing. There's one last caveat, but I'm going to kind of save that for the end. We'll get to that. So let's answer Zeiss's question. How is my task compared to most others? That is a great question, because I actually task differently than the tasking community does now. Thing is, I task how the tasking community used to task. Then, Adelicat and... I suddenly can't think of his name. The other big tasking guy, the guy who basically founded TAS Videos, went out and said, hey, why don't we start making custom software and programs that will basically do the tasks, all the programming for the tasks for us. That was a line for me. It's still a task. It still deserves all the credit of, the engineering work, like I mentioned. But in my opinion, it took away the enjoyment of actually making the task for me. No, Krenzler. He's actually going to be very useful for longer than you'd think, despite being level 1. All the way up until, I believe, the Masamune fight is the last one where he's actually useful in. Anyways, or maybe it's Flea. We'll get there. So, most taskers nowadays, when they make a task like this, they will make a program that, they used to do scripting, basically. They used to do custom scripts. Nowadays, actually, they use a completely different emulator, which they made for the SNES and the NES and all that other stuff, that then basically writes algorithms and scripts which predict how things should go, and then does it basically perfectly. And you'll see, Krenzler. And... yeah, that's kind of how it works, Murray. That's kind of my thoughts on it. Again, they still deserve credit. They still do some good work. But I felt like that was a line. So that's what tasking does nowadays. I do manually tasking. To explain what I mean by that, let's say, let's use a prediction here situation, okay? Let's say that I am playing a game live here, right? And I'm doing a run of FF4 is actually a great example of this. So let's say I do a save state, right? Cecil's turn comes up. I hit A and then A again, have him attack the character, and he hits at the character for, just off the top of my head, 400 damage, right? It would be more variable than that, but 400 damage, and then the enemy hits him back, and it crits for 600. Now let's say I reload that save, and I hit A again, And then I hit him for 385 damage, and then he hits me and doesn't crit me, so it does much less damage to me. Same input, completely different result, right? That is RNG manipulation. Now, in a TAS level, you can do RNG manipulation in an RPG. The way RNG works... let's explain RNG really quick. RNG stands for random number generation, but when speedrunners and TASers both refer to RNG, the word we are actually saying is randomness. It just sounds better to say RNG than randomness. We are manipulating the randomness. We are manipulating the randomness table, however you want to say that. We just shorten it to RNG. So that's what that means. Most games from the SNES era all the way up to the PlayStation 2 era have a table somewhere of 256 values. And certain actions, it varies based on the game, but it's usually the frame at which you input something and the buttons you push will advance this value down this table by a certain amount, right? Whenever anything that calls to the RNG, to randomness, it has to determine a random element of damage, or if it hits, or if it crits, or if it has a special effect, anything that is a percentile chance or a random chance, it will look at that table and its current value and extrapolate a result based on this value. Now this is actually how pretty much all gaming RNG works in general. Hi, Rosilia. There we go. And so you can have all these different things that are all different types of RNG, but each of them, there is no such thing as true RNG in computing, by the way, Raskor. Spoiler alert. There never has been. But all of these different variables can kind of pull this in here. And the reason I say they extrapolate is, let's say the value is 5, okay? On the list of 255 or 256, there's a 5. Now that 5 over here could mean 5 times 8 divided by 3 is actually a pretty common one I see in the FF series. So that can result in a different number to add to the damage. Or 5 times 20 divided by 0.15 or something like that, which could determine whether or not it hits. In other words, that 5 can mean several different things based on how you extrapolate it. Now, Chrono Trigger is actually a little different because Chrono Trigger is uniquely 100% predictable. But I will be talking about that more when we get through it. I don't want to get too much into that. But the reason I'm mentioning all of this is when you do what TASers do nowadays in answer to Zeiss's questions, they have a program that predicts all of that. We want the RNG value to be at this value for this thing, and then this, and then this, and then this. And then they just run it through and actually do it. I do that manually. Here's the difference with manual, because manually basically does not actually involve RNG manipulation in the strictest sense of the word. Most of my TASs would not have the label of manipulates RNG like virtually every other TAS would, because I kind of don't. I will, in certain circumstances, try to manipulate the RNG by working the scenario into a more appropriate circumstance, right? But I don't actually have access to that table. I don't know what value it's on. I don't know what buttons I'm pressing or advancing it by what. I don't have a memory reader going on in the background watching that table and watching the inputs. I just have the game. So in other words, using that FF4 example, let's say I hit A on an exact frame, and then I fast forward. I already have Samurai. I even streamed it. Raise my eyebrow. So on the exact frame I hit A, for 1 frame, and then it advances, and then they hit me. In other words, if I do that frame perfect every time, it will actually be the exact same result because the table is always going to be the same because I always did the exact same input. You follow? The exact same input to the frame to the input. That's how you manipulate RNG at a TAS level. That's why speedrunning generally doesn't manipulate RNG. That's why FF6 Kafka Run screwed me over so many times, because how long I held down the A button or what frames I hit the A button on would advance that table and would change how the results would happen. Make sense? So, I'm doing this whole thing. Now, manually doing that basically involves a lot more re-records than scripted TASs would involve, and also kind of is a lot more involved and involves a lot more trial and error and a lot more work. But I prefer that. I genuinely do. I know this is just a preference thing, and I'm not saying it, but again, I would rather type the words on the page myself than develop a program that types them for me, as the analogy was given earlier. Now, if you go to tasvideos.org You will look for Archie and Gaia, and you will not find a single task that I have done, and I've done several on that site. Two big reasons why. Number one, everything I just talked about basically means that they kind of snub lesser tasks. There's actually a lot of politics that go into the tasking community, believe it or not, and I'll get to that more in the second reason. But basically, they'd look at my task and they'd say that's amateur, because I don't manipulate the RNG with a script, because I don't have everything predicted by a program designed to do so and read the memory, because everything I do manually, and that's amateur by their standards. So my tasks would not be accepted, and have not been accepted, by the tasking community. In case you're ever wondering why you will never see me on task videos. There is a second reason which is also related, and that's the fact that Twitch is like cutting out of me. Come back, Twitch. Come back. There you go. What the hell? I'm just losing connection all of a sudden on Twitch. Is something else happening? Let's make sure Steam's closed. Bzz. There we go. Even though I actually wasn't doing anything on Steam. What the hell, Twitch? I'm like at 0 frames right now. This is ridiculous. Hey, Noel. Anyways, I guess I'll keep talking for my YouTube viewers at least. Like I said, it's kind of a difference of opinion thing. What the hell are you doing, Twitch? But let's get to my second reason. The second reason is the most tasks on task videos are designed purely and specifically for the sake of beating the game as quickly as possible, right? Now, there was actually a huge thing on the community of tasks, which I was actually a part of, that was basically speed running versus entertainment running, which is why I call my tasks time... Okay, I'm just going to wait for this to catch up a little bit here. There we go. Okay, which is why I call my tasks time attack super play rather than... tool-assisted, I keep on saying time back, tool-assisted super play rather than tool-assisted speedrun. The two definitions of tasks are actually different things, and I can explain this very simply. Go to YouTube, or go to task videos, pull up the Boyna's Blob task. I always use this as an example. It's from, it's an NES game, it's a task of, it's about 1 minute and 41 seconds, something like that. And as you're going through that task is a tool-assisted speed run. It is not entertaining. It is not fun. It's not interesting. It's actually really, really boring to watch. It's just him him going as fast as possible to beat the game as fast as possible. People like me wanted to do tasks to be more entertaining, even if it's slower. Especially if it's slower, because the point is to make a work of art and a movie that is entertaining to watch and entertaining to make. And so there was a huge versus between these two camps of thought amongst task videos for years. Nowadays, it's kind of switching back and forth a little bit. For those of you who are watching AGDQ 2014, there were several people from task videos who were actually there live on the stream on the marathon, and they actually kind of helped sway that politically speaking, because they talked about how all task videos are more interested in entertainment than speed, which was not true, because again, that whole politics situation was still going on, but that kind of really pushed a lot of people into the camp of more entertainment than speed run, and which is the first time that's ever been true. But the point here is my Chrono Trigger run is 7 freaking hours long. I could pare that down a bit by, auto manipulation, but the point is, it is not as fast as possible. And for that reason alone, it would be rejected on task videos, which is why it is not on task videos, nor indeed are any of my other tasks, because I've never actually done a task for the sole purpose of making something... Yeah, thank you, Lurker. I've never done something for the purpose of making something the mathematically best. I have never made a task for that purpose. And I've made like 8 tasks, and I have done background and coding work for like 50 tasks. None of those have ever been just, let's make it as fast as possible. It's not my thing. So that is why I don't really release my tasks on task videos, for those who are curious. I think that's... I hope that answers your questions. Sorry for rambling. Let's go ahead and get this started, because I got a lot to talk about. I'm not even sure where to start with. Samurai, I can actually... Hang on, I'll answer that real quick, because I can tell you exactly how fast it is, and it's gonna... really highlight my point well. So give me just a moment. There it is. The fastest TAS of Chrono Trigger to date is 2 minutes and 24 seconds. Now, of course, that's the one that glitches the unholy crap out of the game. And then there's the one that... Oh, I'm sorry, there's also this one that's 3 minutes and 28 seconds. My bad. 3 minutes and 28 seconds is actually what I'm talking about. I was reading that wrong. So, yeah, 3 minutes 28.06 is actually the time for that TAS. That is the fastest TAS of Chrono Trigger. Now, the fastest 100% TAS of Chrono Trigger, which is a common category for TASing, is 5 hours, 44 minutes, 58.18 seconds. To give you a little bit more of an idea. Now, my run, for those who are curious, my run is not 100%. Because it's actually kind of impossible to do a 100% run while still being a Chrono at level 1 and everyone at minimum level run. It's basically impossible to do all the content in the game while maintaining that low level requirement. So, yeah. Mine is 7 hours, 15 minutes, 21 seconds. And admittedly, a lot of that time is lost in boss fights. You'll see what I mean. There we go. I don't know, Chemic. I'm sure we'll come up with something somewhere along the line. Excuse me. The reason I kind of call mine TASs, and for those of you not familiar with this fact, the original definition of TAS was, in fact, Time Attack Superplay. I can't think of his name, and I'm an idiot for this, but the original gentleman who did the very first TAS ever, which was actually Super Mario Brothers, way back when TASing was first becoming a thing, did it to show off, amazing, crazy, fun stunts you can do. And then he did one for Super Mario Brothers 3, and the first one was like 8 minutes, and the second one was like 13 minutes. And in all honesty, that's basically what launched TASing as a thing, because so many people saw those videos and had no idea what the word TAS meant. They had no idea it was a possibility. They all assumed he was actually playing the game that well. Obviously, he was not. He was doing it with the tool assisted. But the point is, the original intent behind TASing was the superplay. It was the entertainment. It wasn't until later, yes, that's exactly it, Samurai. It wasn't until much later that the speedrun aspect really started taking over and people started getting super competitive. To give you an example, look at the history, if you feel interested, look at the history of Super Mario Brothers 2 on the NES. That TAS history is insane. People have been TASing and retasing that one over and over and over, solely for the purpose of pushing that time down as far as they possibly can. And it got to the point where someone would produce a phenomenal, and this is why I don't like this, by the way, someone would produce a phenomenal new strategy that completely overdid the way the entire TAS worked, which, it completely changed everything and pulled the time down by like 15 frames. Okay, that's not what I don't like about it. The thing I don't like about it is that then someone else would come along and refine it and optimize it better and save 1 frame off of that previous run. And then that 1 frame one would then be the fastest and would be the one that would be hosted on the site, because they only host the most immediate one, the one that they just beat with that most immediate one, and then anything that's historically significant. That's it. Just those first 2 are really the only significance. So it kind of sucked for the guy that did all that work and effort to completely rebuild how Mario Brothers 2 worked as a TAS, to then be ousted by one guy because he beat him by a single frame. And then someone beat him by a frame, and someone beat him by a frame. Most games do not actually have records that are static, even now, even amongst TASing. It's insane. I mean, I mentioned Boy and His Blob. Someone actually did a faster version of his Boy and His Blob as recently as, that would have been about 8 days ago. 8 days ago, someone actually improved the time of Boy and His Blob. That's how often things... Here, I got actually a better example. Let's see when Mega Man just got redid. Mega Man 1 on the NES is another game that has been... very... it changed. People have been working on it, and it has more iterations than almost anything else in the tasing community. Because Mega Man 1 actually, at a code level, most people don't know this, Mega Man 1 actually functions differently than every other game in the entire Mega Man series at a code level. And so you can kind of do some really screwed up stuff with it. Here we go. The most recent Mega Man time was most updated. Wow, that's actually pretty recent. That was back in May, was the last time they updated. They got a new record on that, which, for those of you curious, is 32.11 seconds. Mega Man 1 beaten in 32.11 seconds. Now, one thing I do like, just so that people don't think I'm bashing my fellow tassers, one thing that that shift that happened recently and that's been happening the last couple of years is that nowadays they usually make it a point of sharing. Here's the fastest run, the tool assisted speed run. Here is the fastest run with a separate category. If you look up Super Metroid, for example, you'll see there's actually like 8 Super Metroid TASs that currently hold the record in their particular category. This is the show-off run. This is the this is the 100% run. This is the low percent run. This is the minimum percent run. And then there's just the plain old fastest run. So props to my fellow tassers that they finally started splitting it up so that the people doing more entertainment runs, the super plays, can still have their time in the spotlight as opposed to just the speedrunners. So yeah, another good example of this, by the way, there's a run out there by Baxter and Angerfist. I actually highly recommend this run if you're interested in that thing. He tasses, it's actually a Chimera run. He tasses Mega Man 3, 4, 5, and 6 simultaneously. The thing is, I shouldn't say I highly recommend this one. I actually only kind of recommend this one because he completely cheats. And I'm sorry, I'm saying this wrong. My point is, this is what I'm trying to get across. The Mega Man 3, 4, 5, and 6 run is a speed run. It is not actually all that entertaining to watch, really, because it's not... He cheats, and I can explain it if you want, but I don't want to get too much off topic. I'm already getting way off topic here in general. But basically, like, he will do tricks where he's holding right on the controller, but because he's doing this in a TAS, he can hold right and left at the same time. So if he's holding right and he hits, like, for example, slide, then all he has to do is hold right and left at the same time. Follow? So that the slide will make a character that's going, Mega Man 3 is going to the right and then slides. He will keep going right because the slide has interrupted the left, and then the Mega Man 4 can go left. So he can, it doesn't actually look that interesting because, for all intents and purposes, you could literally just smash 4 completely separate TASs together and get the same effect visually. Not to dismiss the amount of work they put into it, because it was extensive, but the point is, from an entertainment perspective, it's not interesting. So that's a speedrun. By contrast, let's see if I can find it here. Oh wow, there's a new one. It's not actually under their main category. They actually have a whole other category of just for fun stuff, and I'm trying to figure out where it is. They've reorganized the site here. Oh, here we go. Special categories. This is it. Wait, no, this isn't it. Well, whatever. There's another one where it's Mega Man X1 and Mega Man X2 at the same time, right? By contrast, this one is a true Chimera run. He is using the same input, and it's obvious when he hits left on one screen, he's hitting left on the other. And so it is obviously synced between the two sides, which makes it much more entertaining to watch. And in fact, there's certain times where in Mega Man X1, he's just kind of hanging out in a room because he's waiting for Mega Man X2 to get to a point where he can actually advance, It is not nearly as fast. It is not a speedrun, but it is a super play. You get the difference here? Oh, excuse me. Apparently there is now a Mega Man X and X2 and X3 at the same time, TAS. I was not aware of that. I'll look into that later. So, without further ado... Yeah, I know, Omni. I know exactly what you're talking about. I like speedrunning, and I like gaming. I do not like the attitude that goes behind the term filthy casuals. I've heard some people say filthy casuals and totally be joking about it. That's fine. I've heard some people say filthy casuals and totally mean it. And that ain't cool. But let's move on, shall we? So let's reload the ROM here. Now, we will not be showing you the input or the frames, because I doubt you care. Let's make sure we have read-only mode. Here we go. Here we go. Just to make this clear, for anybody still not familiar, here's my hands. I'm obviously not playing the game. This is a pre-recorded thing, okay? So, right off the bat, Chrono Trigger actually works differently than any other game I have ever tasked, okay? Most games, especially in the SNES era, have a specific thing where they can only accept the actual processability of the game, of the ROM, can only accept... Ah, crap, hang on, we're having audio problems. Can only accept input every so often. For those of you who don't know what I mean by that, if you, one frame you hit a button, and then you don't hit anything a second frame, and then you hit something a third frame. I guess I could show input. Where's input? No, that's frames. There we go. There's my input down there at the bottom. Actually, I'm over it. Shoot, I'm covering it. Hang on. Let's get out of the way here. There we go. Now, you'll notice there's kind of a pattern to it. Like I said, I was about to get into this. Audio. There's going to be audio problems the whole game. Chrono Trigger has never actually been emulated properly, audio speaking. So, okay, you see what I just did there? This is really important. All of that I could do perfectly because during the menus, and only during the menus in the entire game, it can accept perfectly, which is to say, every other frame. Frame on, frame off, frame on, frame off. That's a perfect input. That's as fast as you can input anything, right? The thing is, Chrono Trigger has what I like to call a variable input randomizer, okay? The way it works is, let's say I hit, let's look at 5 frames of input, okay? Now, sometimes, and it depends on what's happening, what's being processed by the game, how many enemies are being there, how many AIs are being tracked at the same time, you know, it varies, is my point. So sometimes you'll be able to put input on 1, and then you can't do anything all the way until the 5th frame, which you can put your next input. Sometimes it does it on this frame, and sometimes it does it on this frame. I started referring to this as weaving. And after a while of getting used to this game, you get to the point where you actually kind of get used to the flow of the weave, of how often you can put input into this game, because it's variable, like I said. So it was really hard to actually... Yeah, go ahead, Rosalia. It was really hard to actually have 100% perfect input at any given point in time, because what perfect input is possible actually changes based on the moment. This is another example of me just kind of messing around to get something correct. By the way, one other tiny little goal I had for myself, even though it is slower, I wanted to get 100% innocent during the court scene, because even as recently as the DS version, it is actually bugged whether or not you will get 100% innocent on the court scene, and so I wanted to show off how to do that, which is this. Next thing to talk about is the fact that you'd be amazed how often you actually can't... like, you can skip input. You can skip things that you would otherwise think to be required by the game in order to function. I'm going to show off one of those in a second here. But another thing I want to talk about, because I'm going to be talking about this for the next few minutes here, is prep work. Okay, like I said, I did an entire prep playthrough of this entire game and started writing down notes. How many items... Okay, the way I would do it is I would extrapolate mathematically the minimum amount of damage I would take based on a certain circumstance, and then the maximum amount of damage I would take, and then I would estimate how many items would require in order to heal up the maximum amount of damage I could take, so that when I actually did the playthrough... This is a good example. You can completely skip using the telepod right there. You can just go ahead and pop into the telepod. And they all talk about it like you've just used the telepod. It's hilarious. Anyways, so yeah, I predicted it so that I would always have the amount of items I would need. Now the thing is, like I said, I predicted that to the maximum. That was a good thing, as I will show off later. In several of the early boss fights, I literally had exactly enough items to complete it, and if I did not, I would be reloading not a save from like the previous fight or the beginning of the fight. I would be restarting, like going back several hours of real-time work in order to try and make that work, in order to try and actually do that. So, as I mentioned, Chrono is going to end this game at level 1. Now, a lot of people are not aware of this. You can 100% predict every encounter you will have in this entire game, and you can predict whether or not you will actually fight that encounter. Now, the thing I mean by this is some encounters you can actually dodge, and most people aren't even actually aware of that fact. Some encounters you can run from, and most people actually aren't aware of that fact. Yeah, I'm playing with my mind here. Some people, you can run from more encounters than most people would think. I've shown this off in my Kefka race often by the ghost you have to fight with Sabin and Cyan. That's actually a scripted fight, but you can run from it because the script wasn't set properly. So you'll be seeing me run from a lot of fights, and you'll be seeing me dodge a lot of fights. I genuinely hope some of you know this game as well as I do, and I don't mean that like as an insult, but because you'll appreciate more a lot of the fights that I ended up skipping that honestly, I didn't even know you could skip some of these fights until I was doing this TAS. So you'll be seeing that in a moment here. The next thing I want to talk about is you can 100% predict the way combat works, kind of. Unlike most Final Fantasies, and unlike most RPGs in general, the way Chrono Trigger uses the RNG table to determine damage is very linear. By which I mean, there's actually no, there's no random damage, is what I actually mean by that. I finished this TAS about a year ago, Maz. Now, okay, I'm going to pause in my explanation for a moment, because this is the most important moment in the entire TAS. This is the one and only fight in the entire game that Chrono is actually going to gain experience. He will never gain any experience for the entire rest of the game, other than from these 3 blue imps right here. So, anyways, 100% predict. If, I mentioned how if I hit A on a different frame, it will change that variable and will change the amount of damage it's done. That's not true with Chrono Trigger. There's only one thing that matters with Chrono Trigger, and that's it's got its own table. It's really weird, and it's kind of hard to explain, but it's basically like this. Every time an action is taken, that table advances. And it's a much more simple table than you'd think, because it's basically... Excuse me, it's like some... put it to you this way. Let's say that in 5 actions, you will have a crit. A crit action will show up on that table, right? So if I attack, and Marl attacks, and Frog attacks, and then the enemy attacks, and then Chrono attacks again, Chrono will crit. Samurai, I actually misunderstood his question. He is actually going to be unconscious here in a bit. Razuli, I don't actually understand your question. So, now you can manipulate this, because in 5 actions, no matter what, a crit will happen, right? Now you can consume this crit. In other words, let's say you do a heal on this thing, or let's say you do an action where you don't actually... by the way, all these shelters are actually flat required for gold. I will need that gold later on. In fact, I will need a certain number of shelters in order to buy revives later on, which will be required for a fight about an hour and a half in the future. You always got to plan ahead. Everything is constantly planned ahead. So... if you heal or do an action that cannot crit, this crit thing is still consumed, and then the table keeps moving on, right? Sometimes you want to do that. Sometimes you want to stagger your attacks. If you ever see me pause in combat, it's because I want the enemy to attack so that my attack lands on that crit table, okay? Now again, this also means you can 100% predict damage. That means you can mathematically map out every single fight in the game as far as what's going to hit, whom, how, and when, pretty much immediately. Now you'll notice I'm doing a couple of things here you might not expect from a TAS. I need that gold and I need that bronze mail. Equipment becomes hugely important to this run, because not just because of the Chrono being level 1, but because of the fact that everyone else is going to be incredibly low level. Again, the requirement was not just that Chrono be level 1, but the average level is lowest as possible, so most people will be ridiculously low level. And yes, Sample, Chrono will always be in the party unless he's dead. Next thing I want to talk about is the prep work aspect of things. It's really screwed up to try and explain this, but basically, okay. I mentioned the revives thing. I'm just going to give you one example. I need Chrono alive for the Nizbel fight, okay? That means I need a bare minimum of, I forget the exact number, but I believe it was like 15 revives, because that's the minimum number of revives necessary with the minimum amount of damage Isla can do per lightning in order to bring Nizbel down to the point where Isla can then solo Nizbel and finish him off, right? That means I need to spend the entire point of the game up until I hit the future preparing for having enough gold in order to purchase those 15 revives for when I fight Nizbel in like 2 hours or whatever. So, just about all these times you see me going out of my way to get 100 gold or to get those shelters that I'll be doing those in a few in a few bits here. All of that is in preparation for buying those revives. A lot of the early part of the game is preparing for the Nizbel fight, believe it or not. But again, it's preparing for all of the boss fights, because all the boss fights are ridiculously complicated and convoluted when you're this low level. Even the dragon tank actually gave me a huge amount of problems, and when I very first was tasking this, I actually put the task down for a while because of the dragon tank fight. I'll talk about that more when we get there. So, one of the other things I want to talk about here... Excuse me. Well, see, it's more complicated than that, Mega Mike, because I mentioned earlier... Okay, this is a good time to talk about that. I mentioned that you can 100% predict the whether or not a crit will happen and the damage that is done. What you cannot predict is who will be targeted. Now, some enemies have a specific AI where they will target a character under certain circumstances. I'll be talking about that more during the... oh, God, what's the Zombor fight on the bridge, right? So, God, my throat hurts. So, the thing is, I always need, every fight in the game where experience is gained, one person is alive at the end of that fight, and only one. If two people were alive, it would screw it up. I'll talk about why in a moment. But one person is alive. That means those other two people need to die, but they can't die too early because those other two people are also required to beat the boss, because bosses give exp in this game. Another shelter. So... you have to actually layer it out so that the right people stay alive long enough, and then the right people die at the right time. The first time this really became a pain for me was actually during the Guardian fight in the future. A little bit of inventory manipulation here. Now, this fight is actually going to be really boring, so this will give me a chance to talk. The reason that it's so important to make sure only one person is alive at the end of a fight is because this is one of the only RPGs of this era that works this way, in the sense that the experience is spread out evenly. To explain what I mean more clearly, in FF4 and FF6 and FF5 and like everything else, if you get 500 exp at the end of a fight and you have let's make this easy, 400 exp at the end of a fight and you have 4 party members, each party member gets 100 exp. Pretty simple, right? That's the standard, that's the norm. In Chrono Trigger, you have 400 exp, and you have 3 party members, obviously. Each party member gets 400 exp. So anytime, to meet that goal of minimum level for the party, you have to have someone who... It's called a soak, I believe. That's what I started calling it anyways. I don't know what other people call it. You have to have someone who's designed to soak that experience and can therefore dispose of it properly. Now, there's another catch, though, to this. This is kind of screwed up, and this is one of the reasons, though, that Chrono Trigger is uniquely suited to a low-level run. That is because of the fact that, because one of the goals was to beat all the bosses. Ottavino? I'm not sure how to say that. Also, I thought about showing off the glitch on Zombor, but it was an infinite glitch, so it would have screwed with the game. Anyways, I'll talk about that when we get there. So, where the hell was I? Right. So in Chrono Trigger, if, let's say, I've got my 3 party members and I've got, Robo or whoever, off in the works. Now, Robo will get half or 2/3, I actually forget, but he'll get a portion of the exp that is gotten from the combat as if he was there, right? Here's the cool part. He will, let's say that, again, use really simple math, let's say Robo needs 5 experience to level, okay? And let's say that I specifically layer it so that he is pushed out of the party, into the side party, and use someone else to explode the sponge, and I get 600 exp from the next fight. Robo then gets 5 exp, because if they're out of the party, all the spillover exp from leveling gets destroyed, and it goes into the aether. So that's another way that you keep the average party level down, is by ensuring that the right people who are about to level are pushed out of the party so that their experience, their total experience level is as low as possible. This becomes less important when I get an item called the wallet. Now, the wallet it's an item that's awesome, and again, is kind of uniquely suited in Chrono Trigger for the idea of specifically... By the way, that was another good example of me pausing to make sure that the right person was dead at the end of the fight. The wallet turns all experience into gold. that completely changes the dynamic of how this run works. And as soon as I get the wallet, and it's pretty much one of the first things I do once I gain the epoch, is the fact that, you know, because then I don't have to kill anyone at the end of a fight. I can just leave people alive or let them die, it doesn't matter. At that point, that factor of the equation goes away because there's no more experience gained from that point on, which is awesome. And someone will always have the wallet equipped from that point on. So, another reason why this game is uniquely suited towards a low-level run. So now we have Frog. Now, Frog is interesting because Frog is not the only way this. Isla's this way too. I mentioned the out-of-party thing. Several characters, when they leave the party, and, you know, leave the party in such a sense that they're not even in your non-active party member, they will still be qualified, technically speaking, as being out of the party for the terms of experience gain. So you kind of have to factor that in several ways, Frog being the big example there as well. Now, one of the other things that I was debating doing a 100%, or rather a 90% loot run. I decided against that because it would have added too many enemies that I would have had to either dodge or have exp absorbed. But in order to actually be able to progress, I still make a point of getting a fairly large amount of loot in this game, notably equipment, because again, you rely on equipment more than you otherwise would, and of course, tabs, which are hugely important. Now, as I'm going through this area, this is really easy stuff to dodge. I mean, you can do this live, anybody knows this stuff. But one of the things that I found really irritating when tasking this, you can't actually hit A to interact with something until whatever text dialog box is on the screen, like that one right there, has gone away. Now, there's two ways to get rid of a text dialog box. One is to hit A, and the other is to go ahead and move the screen such that whatever was generating the dialog box, in this case the chest, is now off the screen. That actually slows me down more than a few times. You actually saw that if you were paying attention, where I had to slow down to, you know, acknowledge that I got the heal in order to open the chest, in order to get the next item. I don't even remember what it was. I think it was the steel saber. Now this battle was actually really freaking annoying because, well, for reasons we'll get into in a moment. One other thing, though. That's what I'm here for, Sam. But one other thing that you don't really think about until you're playing this game at this kind of level is the amount of manipulation you have to do on certain bosses, and also, and this is going to sound kind of weird, how difficult a lot of the bosses actually are, especially when you're doing them at a fairly low level, because, well, you'll see what I mean when we get later on, but even early on, there was a lot of, okay, this guy can one-shot me with this guy's going to constantly hit me with these things and two things. The Dragon Tank battle is probably one of the most irritating, yeah, tell me about it, Samurai, one of the most irritating boss fights in the early part of the game, specifically because of the fact that, for those of you who probably don't even know this, each piece of the Dragon Tank that you defeat adds more damage or a different type of move, or both, to the remaining pieces, to the point where when it gets to the point where it's just the body left, it will just start beating the crap out of you and counterattacking every attack you do every round, which is one of the reasons why the Dragon Tank battle was so difficult. Now you notice I'm just sitting here. This is fully deliberate. This is full manipulation. You'll notice I'm not actually doing anything input-wise because I'm just waiting for certain people to die. This kind of thing will happen semi-frequently, waiting for the right people to die at the right times. And you'll notice the times at which I attack are defined as well as the enemies I'm attacking. That's because based on one of the things that can determine what enemies will be attacked, what enemies can be attacked, or what enemies can target, at any given time, is determined by their position, their literal physical position, and their relative position at their point in their script, right? For example, earlier when I was fighting those 4 Naga-ettes, and Luca's over here, and Chrono's over here, these 2 Naga-ettes will never hit her, and these 2 will never hit her. So I had to stagger this out such that these ones were the last ones alive, so they could beat up Chrono, so Luca can then defeat them. Now, of course, if Chrono's dead, then they can attack Luca. Like I said, you can sort of predict what enemies will be attacking whom and when. I think Mega Mike is making fun of me, I'm not really sure. Now, a good example of that is this fight. Now, I had my party set up in this way specifically so that Frog would actually be the one who was attacked the most. I'm not sure if that was actually the best strategy. I'm pretty sure I could have actually sped this up a bit if I had switched Luca and Frog's positions. But the idea here is that Frog has the most HP and is basically the tank, basically, which is another concept I'll talk about in a moment. A little over 2 years ago, Gannon. Sorry, I'm not really paying attention to chat as much as I usually am. So, for example, the idea here is, you notice, this is another thing I actually do a lot, by the way. I go out of my way to not heal people out of battles if I can predict whether or not they will be attacked. And this is another reason why I left Frog over there in the tank position. Because this way, it is much more likely that Yacker will attack Frog, who can take the hits, and if he attacks the other ones, it's okay that they die, if you follow me. Now again, this resulted in Luca dying early, maybe I could have sped this up, blah blah blah. In all honesty, I am very satisfied with a lot of this run, but from the early part of the run up until about 5 minutes from now, actually, was all done several months in advance of me doing the rest of the run. In other words, I did up to this point of the TAS, and then I put it down and did other things in life for a while. And then I came back and decided I was going to go ahead and tackle the TAS again and really try and push through it, at which point I started doing the rest of it. So there's a pretty big gap there, and it's probably not obvious to anyone else, but to me the difference in quality is pretty noticeable from this early stuff to the later stuff, especially given the way that I got a lot better at the weaving of the input and predicting what enemies would do at certain points. By the way, you notice I had to heal Chrono there from the 1. It's because of the fact that he was going to get hit, and I had to deal with that, blah blah blah. And positioning is another thing that you really have to think about in Chrono, because whether or not an enemy can be attacked or counterattacked sometimes depends on their distance from someone. There's a lot of different variables you have to keep in mind. My poor throat. So, I was going to talk about something. Shoot. Prep work, that, predictability, combat. Oh, right. So, sometimes in combat, how do I put this? Sometimes certain battles turn out basically perfectly, and I'll probably point them out as they go. And then sometimes battles turn out poorly. You notice I waited on the attack there. You'll notice he also didn't counterattack there. Again, another circumstance in which attacking at the right time produces the correct results. It's also worth noting that Chrono Trigger is interesting because you can actually input, depending on the frame, depending on where the weave of the input is at the moment in time, you can actually attack prior to someone actually, how do I put this? Prior to the menu showing up at all, basically. And it's only possible when you have maxed out speed, and I'll be doing it a lot later on. But if you do it that quickly, you can actually influence how many attacks you get total. That turned out to be absolutely fundamentally required for several fights later on. The most notable one being the Magus fight. Because the Magus fight, well, let's just say, is the second hardest game, or second hardest fight in this entire game at this level. By the way, yay, we beat Yacker. Because, well, I'll talk about it more when we get there, but yeah, I had to do that input before the thing showed up, manipulation, specifically because if I didn't, I would not get enough attacks in before I would lose the fight. In all honesty, I actually thought I was going to be stuck at the Magus fight for a long time, and thought it was actually impossible to beat based on the way I was set up. I was wrong, thankfully, but, oops. Another thing you'll notice I keep doing is I keep grabbing these mid-ethers. That is also for gold purposes, for anybody who's curious. That is also something I'm going to fling at the vendors in order to recover stuff. Now, pop my neck for a second. Now, this next section is pretty much all just cutscenes. What the heck is S and Q? Remind me. No, actually, Danon, after I get the wallet, I tend to get several, tend to get several specific fights for the purpose of raising techs. And in fact, the timing is great because I actually get the wallet right before I go to Mount Woe, which is perfect for fighting the Rubbles. And you'll notice every Rubble I fight, I defeat. duh, I suppose, because it's a TAS. But the point is, that way I can get tons of tech points at a time when I really needed them, because, yeah, I needed to really boost my techs. Another interesting fact, though, while we're talking about it. Oh, save and quit. Yeah, there's no save and quit in this one. That is correct, Draconian. And if there's any glitch I used, I'm not actually aware of it. I'm not going to put a stamp on that, but there was no glitches that I was aware of when I was making this run that were worthy of use, basically. Other than the only glitch I knew of when I was making this run was the ability to do subframe input in order to rewrite the RAM and force yourself to the ending early, which obviously I do not do. So, right, I guess we could talk about subframe input, because some people probably think, what the heck is the point of that? How do you do subframe input? You actually need special tools to do that. Subframe is actually similar to subpixel. Subpixels and subframes are basically mathematical byproducts of the way the game can produce itself in certain circumstances, which is a very generalized answer, but hopefully that'll suit. The idea, though, is, and if this is true even in games like Sonic the Hedgehog for Genesis, for example, the idea is in between a frame, you actually manage to get an input in, and the game basically will register that input, but it will not register it normally. And if you do that properly and sufficiently, and with sufficient save and quits, as Draconian points out, you will be able to get through and basically, like I said, rewrite the RAM as the game is playing and force completely unique results. Now, you're probably wondering what the hell I'm doing here. This is absolutely required. I literally flat out require the speed belt from this treasure. This is one of the most important items in the game for an extremely long time, because speed tabs are very rare to come by, and speed literally will make or break this run, given some of the things I'll be fighting. So, obviously, I couldn't... there was no way to run from most of the things that I was fighting in that area, and there was no way to dodge most of the things that I would be fighting in that area in order to get the equipment, which is why I came back after the fact in order to get them, and I picked up a revive there, because extra revive for the Nizbel fight. But yeah, the speedrun, it's so, I cannot overestimate how important the speed belt was to this run. The addition of that speed to someone's ability to function basically meant the difference between life or death on a lot of these fights. And just a tiny note, I didn't even know you could run from fights like this one until I started doing this task. Because every time I went through here, when I'm playing normally, it's like, it's a frickin' fight again. And it's even when you're like level 50 billion on a New Game Plus, it's like, die, go away. Okay, so coming up, we're going to be doing the court scene. Now, again, I kind of went a little bit slower than I would have, specifically because I wanted to show off the 100% innocent thing. I actually did a few tests in which would be faster, whether or not I should escape from prison myself or be taken in. However, being taken in was without question faster by quite a bit. The only downside is you don't get the certain amounts of items that you would otherwise get, but you do have to fight more enemies if you escape yourself. Enemies you can't... In other words, let's put this more correctly. You have to absorb more exp if you escape yourself. And remember, you're just Chrono. So there would be certain circumstances where I would lose the level 1 requirement. So I basically had to allow them to take me in. Lilu, it's hard to explain if you don't really understand the programming behind it. Basically, anytime a frame is advanced, what is happening is a mathematical calculation is happening. But that calculation is not a even division. So on certain frames, or rather in between certain frames, there's another period of time at which the game is aware of input, right? That's how you do subframe input. You can, like I said, you can only do it under certain circumstances. So, now feel better, Crownzler. I hope you're doing good in soonish. Now you notice I go way out of my way to get every tab I can. I'm not 100% sure if they were all required in hindsight, but I felt like the additional power was very helpful, especially towards endgame, and I know the speed tabs were literally 100% required because of the reason I mentioned with regards to the speed belt. Oh my god, this is a good time for questions, because I don't have much to talk about until we get to the escape, and then we start working on the dragon tank, which we've been prepping for some time. we have acquired a decent amount of mid-tonics. We're actually going to be acquiring a few more. All of those mid-tonics are required for the Dragon Tank fight. In fact, obviously you won't see it because I won't be pulling up the inventory. But when I defeat Dragon Tank, I will have done so having used 100% of my mid-tonics. And I think I actually use all my tonics, too. We'll see. But, yeah. Now, you notice every now and again there's just like this A, which is just kind of working in rhythm, even though there's nothing going on. That's just for the sake of my own boredom, basically, when I was creating the thing. I know some people, some TASers get a little bit elitist about whether or not you should have excess inputs as opposed to proper inputs. In other words, there's a difference between... Yes, there is, Hylisk. I'll talk about that in a moment. There are some people who believe that you should only use inputs that are 100% required, and there's some people that believe that you should do whatever inputs you want to because you're just having fun making the thing. I am in the latter category. So the way you glitch scenes out, this is brilliant. If you haven't seen this, I recommend trying to find it. It's actually been replaced since then. Yes, it is Sample, and it's a pain. But we'll get to that in a moment. So, I'll answer Hercules' question real quick. My favorite Elder Scrolls is actually Oblivion. Morrowind might someday replace that, depending on if it ever gets a proper remake. The way you glitch scenes out is you can do it during this, right? Now, if you do some subframe resets prior to this and stagger the RAM in such a way that you have certain items equipped, which shouldn't be, that also affects the RAM of the game, so that when it does these flashbacks, you can actually, with subframe input, take control of the flashback. Now, I love that because that's so awesome for a game like Chrono Trigger, isn't it? It's like, wait a minute, what happened in the past? You know, oh, well, this happened. And then all of a sudden, the game just keeps going in the flashback, and it never leaves the flashback. It's hilarious. No, we're in a judge, a jury room, trial room, whatever they call that. But that's one of the ways you can skip cutscenes. It's actually, you can't skip cutscenes 100%. Or to put this more accurately, because of the way subframe input works, you cannot always do it. But there are quite a few you can skip. And it's basically been mapped out at this point. There's a reason the fastest time for this game is like 3 minutes. Because they do the exact same thing very early on. Courtroom, thank you. So yeah, 100% innocent. I only point this out because there's plenty of people who played this game who are frustrated for years at the fact that they could not get 100% innocent. It's because of the glitch. There's a glitch in the game. It's actually kind of weird to explain how it works, because it's not just one glitch, it's more like 3 glitches. But basically, if you talk to the girl before returning her cat, or if you talk to the cat and make it go away, and then make it come back, or something else, I forget the other thing, you will always be counted and flagged as guilty for that last guy. So you'll be like 5 innocent, 1 guilty, which is why most people have 5 innocent, 1 guilty. Danon, I was a network engineer, and I say that even knowing how generic an answer that is, but that's true, because I did basically everything. I was the overnight guy, so I had to deal with everything at that place that I will never talk about again. Yeah, here too, Bragwin. So, okay. Even though, this is funny, speaking as a TASer, I have always found that it is the most mind-numbing, I guess is probably the best way to put that, to TAS cutscenes. Cutscenes where you can actually move. Because cutscenes like this, I mean, if I really wanted to, I could turn on auto-way and just hold it down, rather than doing this pattern thing I'm doing there. But for cutscenes where you can move, which is about to happen, I always feel like I have to do something to make it more entertaining. So we're going to have Chrono do a whole bunch of little maneuvers and patterns here. Believe it or not, this took me a little over an hour and a half to actually do this scene, just because all of this is frame level input for when nothing else is happening. So it was just me playing around trying to make it more entertaining to watch. And that ether is actually very important for later, but we'll get to that in a bit. And, you know, moving in time to the music, figuring out which exact... See, it's funny, too, because most people don't realize this. Let's say you're playing a game like Chrono Trigger. Legend of Zelda Link to the Past is another example of this. Let's say that on frame 20, you hit right. Now, you might want to imagine that on frame 21, you would move right. You would be completely wrong, because there is this input delay that is true in virtually all games on the SNES era. So if the music cues on frame 20, and that's when the first note of the music starts, on frame like 18 or so, I have to hit right so that on frame 20, the character actually starts moving right. Understand? And then I started doing this thing. Now, this is hard to explain what I'm doing here. You can kind of see the input there, but I'm actually kind of messing with the game's physics engines here. I could have kept doing that and actually crashed the game if I kept doing that. So yeah, Chrono got very antsy over the 3 days he was waiting. Go figure. And what happened to my hair? Skyho, apparently you didn't get the message. I basically, I'm just going to summarize. I had to cut it off for health reasons. And it will not be coming back until a certain thing has been fulfilled in real life. By the way, for those of you curious, yes, this is actually the Kefka laugh sample. They'll hear in a second here. That one right there. It's modified a bit, but that is actually the exact same wave sample that was played for Kefka. I mentioned this because Chrono Trigger and FF6 actually shared more art assets. Well, not art assets, more assets in general than you'd actually think. The two games were basically being produced and developed side by side, and virtually everyone that worked on FF6 and Chrono Trigger worked on the other, not counting the Enix team. So there's a lot of shared development going on between the two games, which probably explains why these two are some of my favorite games of all time. And by some of, I mean my favorite games of all time. So now we have to do some very calculated maneuvers here. I actually did an entire playthrough where I decided not to save this guy. But I decided it was... well, okay. I get the mid tonic there, very required. Saving this guy gets you several items later on. Now the thing is, you can't actually get these items until way later, much later in the game. But in preparation for the Masamune fight, it turned out to be basically required. Oh, this is another thing most people don't know you can do. You can move while the text is going, obviously, but that means like if you loot an item, sometimes you can just kind of keep running and can completely ignore it. Speaking of things most people don't know you can do, did you know you can dodge these enemies? You just have to not run. See? There's a lot of things like that. Now, this was another thing that was flat required, not just for the Dragon Tank fight, but for a few other things, but it was required for the Dragon Tank fight, so I had to do this, because otherwise I was just screwing up completely. Get another shelter to sell later. I hated this because this is such a colossal, out-of-my-way thing. Oh, I know, Danon. I can't believe... I mean, granted, at least you got the DS version, but I don't know what the hell they were thinking with their localization. Anyways, getting that load sword was literally, just trust me, it was very required. The amount of increase it did to my damage was insane. But yeah, so, like I said, I think I'll go ahead and explain this a little bit. The reason I say equipment is more important than you think in this game is equipment determines so much of your stats that, to put it as simply as I can, the only thing levels really determine is your defenses and your HP and MP. Everything else is more determined by your equipment. So obviously certain things are going to be screwed up on my... Oh, by the way, I actually had to change the speed for this fight too, because at maximum speed the Dragon Tank was actually impossible. So the Dragon Tank... God, I hated this fight so much! God, I hated this fight! I don't even know how irritating this guy could be until I tasked this at level 1. And level 3, I believe, Luca is right now? I'm not even sure. But yeah, so obviously levels affect your ability to survive. But yeah, equipment pretty much fully determines everything else. And when you get, later on, I go out of my way to get the males, the elemental absorbing armor, because that basically supplants the ability to survive against certain fights. So, okay, every time I attack that damn head... well, okay, I'll talk about this fight in a moment here, or rather, right now. Lilu, the way it works is, while it's checking It's actually more of an... Okay, how do I explain this? The processor on the emulator has the ability to check for in-between frames input if it's specifically designed to. This is where this gets interesting because a few years ago we discovered that a lot of ROMs also had the ability to check for input regardless of frames. In other words, the processor on the actual ROM never took into account frames when it does its input calculations, right? So a lot of the way this works is the emulator forced the game to be in such a way that you could put an input into that point, but because of the fact that it shouldn't be getting input in that point under normal circumstances, even though it could take input there, it wasn't supposed to. Am I making any sense? I'm probably explaining this very poorly here. Anyways, let's talk about this fight. So I have to kill the head first. It's literally 100% required. 100% required to kill the head. Have to do that first, even though he's healing, even though I am spending a huge amount of time wasting my turns and tonics healing myself. I hated this fight so much. You never really understand how tough this fight is until you do this, I swear. Okay, so head's gone. Everything's easier, right? Well, see, here's the funny thing. As I mentioned earlier, the Dragon Tank has additional attacks and counterattacks based on who or what is dead. In a moment here, he's going to run me over. And that's going to suck. You'll notice I'm actually attacking the body. That's kind of because I had to, in order to layer this properly, in order to defeat him without dying horribly. If I attacked the wheel, what would have happened... See, this AoE attack sucks, and you'll see why here right now. 40 damage. You see how much of that my health that is? 13. Look at my health right now. I had to attack the body to a certain point so that Luca could one-shot it, or two-shot or three-shot or whatever, before I started working over the wheel, so that when I kill the wheel, I could then kill the body. Thank you, Leela. I'm sorry. I know I'm terrible at explaining things. So here's the catch. Once the head's down, it's going to start doing the charge attack all the damn time. Once the wheel's down, the body will start doing that missile attack non-stop. It gains an increase in speed for its ATB, and it will counterattack every attack with a laser, which hurts like hell. And it gets to the point where my 70 HP on Luca is not actually enough to survive a 3-point attack, which is basically, I attack it counterattacks, and then it hits me with the missiles. And you notice that Luca is now dead. I had to actually burn a revive on her. That was basically a mistake, and I admit that freely. I just was so frustrated with this fight that I didn't want to deal with it. So Chrono is now dead, and now it's low enough on health that I can defeat it before I die, which is the idea. One other thing that actually was really helpful in tassing this game, there we go, we got this sucker. God, I hate that fight. One other thing that was very helpful in tassing this, for those of you who are not aware, if you're in this works on the DS version too, if you hit X here, in combat, no matter what you have selected, it will do as if you were doing like single melee attack, fight. So in other words, you don't have to actually hit A and select fight and do it. You can just hit X and it will automatically select fight, which is actually really cool and really helps speed things up. It actually removes about 3 frames from input, which is another reason why some of the harder fights were possible, because those 3 frames, believe it or not, can add up, especially over the course of a long fight. So yeah, that fight's just a pain. God, I hated that fight. The Guardian fight was irritating, but much more boring. We'll be opening the forum for questions during the Guardian fight, because there's going to be a lot of just waiting for him to do the right actions. At the right time, excuse me. Oh. Rest my throat for a second here. Ooh. Okay, so I mentioned that I was a mistake doing that revive. I had to actually compensate for that, because again, I had calculated I needed exactly 15, I want to say? I forget exactly how much, but it was basically 15 revives for the Nesbill fight. And if I didn't have that many, I would be screwed. Danon, I'm using SNES 9X 143 15.4 is the exact version I used for this one. It's the version I prefer for tasing personally. I know that they've got more modern versions and more Lua-compatible versions, and I know they've got that brand new SNES emulator which does, you know, the subframe thing I described earlier and subpixel input and stuff like that. I don't care for that. I'm a SNES 9X guy. Yeah, I know, Zeiss. Oh, so another thing. This is actually another thing worth talking about here. This actually turned out to be... at first I thought this would be really annoying, but it turned out to be awesome. Anytime you end a battle in Chrono Trigger, this game is so unique from FFs when you really think about it from a mechanics and gameplay perspective. Anytime you run from a battle, or not run from a battle, anytime you complete a battle, anybody who was dead is now alive, but at 1 HP. I've already used that extensively up to the at this point in time, and I will be using it further in the future, because there are several fights where having one person at 1 HP is really helpful, and because it means they'll die, you know, in one shot no matter what happens, so all I need to do is provoke like a counterattack, for example, and then swoosh, they're gone. And it also means that I don't have to bother with reviving my characters after battle, which is especially useful because, again, keep in mind, I need a very specific group of people to be alive at the end of each fight to be the X-Sponge, as Bregwin put it. So, you know, it's not always going to be the same person, in other words. Now, you'll notice I'm just perfectly dodging everything. This is me showing off more than anything, but admittedly, this is not that hard to do. You can dodge all of this stuff live. You don't really need TAS input to dodge all these enemies. It's just, you know, I'm just showing off some fun stuff here. That fight right there is one of the hardest ones to dodge, those 3 slimes. You have to actually get closer to the car than you'd think, and then take this arc down. To explain a little bit here, the reason that the way the way encounters work in this game is if you could picture this area being like kind of flattened out like this, or not flattened out, colored out. Like imagine you've got an area, you know, here's the screen, here's the spot you're at the end of the screen, and this area over here and this area over here is all colored red. If you touch in that red as you're moving around, you have an encounter. You have one of the preset counters, because there's no random encounters in this game, right? So, by the way, that was me selling all sorts of stuff and buying revives. This is the last time I have a chance to buy revives, actually for quite a while. So, you know, I was getting that out of the way. And I keep talking about the revives thing. I actually had to sell another thing. I think it's an FF game, but then again, obviously I do, because I did it for the FF Marathon. Anyways, so if you know exactly where those colored areas are, you can just dodge them completely. Now, it was pointed out earlier, you can actually dodge the Guardian fight here by that exact same process, and by tricking the game in doing some stuff with the text box and whatnot. I decided not to do that because one of the goals of this run was to defeat all the bosses, which I knew there was something I was forgetting earlier. So, even though several bosses took a while and were kind of boring, this is a very boring fight, so like I said, Q&A is basically open. I had to go ahead and defeat him. So, the reason this is a boring fight can be best explained by the fact that I need certain people to die, and they just... Guardian refused to target them. Now, you can sort of manipulate him because he has pretty predictable counterattacks, and the attacks that he does always vary depending on which, you know, what he has up at a time. Excuse me. Yeah, I agree, Sample. This is actually a pretty boring fight, even playing this normally. Ugh. But yeah, so this is just me. I just held down X. And did X input here. As you can see, I'm just hitting X at the input times here. Because this is just dull. There's nothing here. I've got nothing else to share. This fight was frustrating solely because of the fact that I needed the right people to die. And that's it. There was, like, no strategy involved in this fight at all. I mean, I'm kind of... Let's go ahead and talk about the way the AI scripts work in Chrono Trigger. Most people who play this game normally, you know, casually, but I mean this seriously, most people who don't actually bother to analyze or go in depth in a game, or do challenge runs or speed runs of this game, don't know that virtually every enemy in this entire game, bosses and normal enemies combined, have counterattacks. Now, for those of you not aware, counterattack as a script thing goes back to the early days of the FF. FF4 is probably the first time where they really started using that prolifically. But a lot of the... well, okay, it really became a thing in this era, during this thing, because there's so much you can actually do with counterattacks. To go into a segue here for a moment, in FF4, when you're fighting the 4 fiends at once in the Giant of Babel, if you defeat one of the Guardians, or defeat the first guy, the first elemental fiend, he actually has a counterattack, which then makes a script happen, which makes the next one show up and resets his health and so forth. Zeromus actually has a similar thing. Zeromus actually has 65,000, whatever the number is, it's 256 times 256, the largest single variable the SNES could hold, right? But he actually has double that health because the first time you broke it down, a one-time trigger is set that resets his health to max. So you actually have to go through that HP twice. So there's a lots of cool stuff you can do with counterattacks as a gameplay mechanic under the hood that most people aren't even supposed to notice. Thing is, Chrono Trigger does a lot of that, and it's all over the place, and it completely determined a lot of my strategies for how I dealt with a lot of the bosses in this game. Because, to put it as bluntly as I could, a lot of those counterattacks can be downright lethal, because if you paid attention earlier, the only thing levels give you is health, mana, and defenses. In case anyone's ever wondered why it is that when you fight Lavos at the Ocean Palace and he does that Destruction Rains from the Heavens attack, it does ridiculously huge amounts of damage to it. And you'll see it. By the way, you're going to see technically the second highest amount of damage it is possible to do during this run, because my defenses are so low, because so many of the attacks in this game determine everything of their damage based on your defenses. Which brings me to my next point here. I didn't realize I'd have this much to talk about during this fight. I mentioned earlier the predictability and the lack of randomization in Chrono Trigger, but that was not a detractment. Quite the contrary, I feel that's one of the greater strengths of it. By the way, I'm waiting because Guardian has basically no health left, and I need Marl to die. This is just literally just waiting for him to target her. In case you're wondering what the hell I was waiting on doing there. Anyways, so this game, more than virtually any other game I know, makes your defensive stats really matter. And what I mean by that is most games, defensive stats matter, but it's a minor thing. By the way, that's what I mean. I made it so he only had an FHP for one more shot, and then one-shot him. Didn't even matter if the bits were still up. But in this game, 1 point of magic defense can be the difference between the amount of damage an attack is going to do to you in the matter of tens or even hundreds. It matters so much in this game, and it's actually one of the reasons why, kind of a spoiling the later part of the game, I actually thought this run was impossible with the way I was doing it. Because Lavos has 2 attacks that have the highest damage stat that exists in the SNES version. He has the ultimate magic attack he uses in 2300 AD, and he has the ultimate physical attack he uses in 65 million BC. And I had to basically very specifically set up my characters to survive the magic attack, and it was actually impossible to survive the physical attack because it would do 4-digit damage. Let me say that again. 4-digit damage. Now, you'll see what I do when I get there, but the point is, that's the difference defense makes. For those of you who are not aware, regardless of how you set this up, you notice how long it took me to get that damn rat, by the way, even tassing. Regardless of what equipment you have set up, your magic defense on every character will always be star if you're level 99. I think you actually get it earlier than that, but the point is, that alone is one of the reasons why so many people think Chrono Trigger is an easy game. Because if you level up, your defenses go up, and if your defenses go up, even the big attacks that are actually supposed to be doomy, or those counterattacks that I mentioned earlier, don't matter. This is one of the reasons I feel that Chrono Trigger was actually designed for the purpose of being a low-level playing game. They wanted people to play this game low-level. Because, on the one hand, again, the wallet exists. An item that gets rid of X. On the other hand, everything I mentioned about how the experience is divvied up actually suits low-level running very well. On the third hand, it's really, really challenging to play this game at low level because the boss, all the attacks actually matter. For the first, I mean, I can't even begin to explain how weird it was playing Chrono Trigger, a game I knew completely inside and out, and realizing for the first time that attacks that I usually don't even acknowledge as existing, I suddenly had to be wary of because I was level 5. You follow? I need to rest my throat for a second, forgive me. So earlier someone asked which ending I do. It is the normal ending, but to explain what I mean by that, I do actually crash Epoch into Lavos' shell. Which I did specifically because, well, obviously it sped things up tremendously, but also, even regardless of that, I probably would have done that anyways because it skips the entire... I've always felt like the smashing the Epoch into Lavos' shell felt like the true ending to the game, just personally, thematically. First of all, Epoch is gone, so time travel's gone. That's important. It also, and so when the time portals go away, that's the end of that. Second of all, the other ending kind of ended a little bit too tongue-in-cheek. You still have the Epoch, and your mother just raced off through time. Now, the thing is, admittedly, it is less of a... It's more of a downer ending to destroy Epoch, not just because it's gone, but because it means you literally will never see any of your friends again, the other party members. And that does suck. But again, thematically, it does kind of fit with the overall tone of the game, which is as much about living with the past as it is accepting the future without fear and without hesitation. You know, not letting history change how you affect things. And so accepting the fact and moving on, that whole feeling of growing up, basically, the loss of your friends does kind of fit with the theme of the game, in my opinion. It's just my take on it. And I admit it kind of sucks, because, you know, I'd much rather they be able to keep interacting with each other in the future, but shrug. I actually agree with what Hylisk just said. Obviously, everyone can read it right here. But Chrono Trigger was an incredibly optional game when it came to difficulty. I tended to think of Chrono Trigger in the day as a very easy game, because of the fact that it was, if you level, or if you get all the gear, or if you do all the optional stuff. There was no super optional in Chrono Trigger, which was actually unusual because even at the point in time this came out, super optionals were kind of a thing in the development philosophy of what JRPGs in general were doing and what Square Enix was doing in specific. So, yeah, very interesting in the way that difficulty was optional because, again, as I mentioned and as Hylisk is emphasizing, there's actually a lot of things you can do to make Chrono Trigger ridiculously difficult. To be completely blunt, I have said many times that the Sephiroth fight in Kingdom Hearts is one of the hardest single bosses I've ever fought, ever. That is actually not 100% true. Beating Lavos at level 1 with Chrono in the party, with the stipulations I had in this run, which I'll talk about more when we get there, basically is the hardest RPG fight I have ever fought in my life, and I am not exaggerating. I hate to keep hyping up the Lavos fight, but trust me, I'll have a lot to talk about when we get there. It was insane. And again, I didn't actually think it was physically possible with the restriction I had. Yeah, Necron, or Hecarim. Hecarim is actually the first boss in this game that actually was difficult. Every other boss in this thing was a matter of careful timing and planning. For example, when I'm fighting the RX series in a bit here, it was actually, it was pretty damn hard. The Hecarim fight, or not the Hecarim fight, but the RX fight was actually very difficult. But it was fully manipulatable, because, in other words, I knew exactly what my strategy was going into it. The hard part was figuring out that strategy. Once I did, I was good. You know, the Hecarim fight, holy crap! And then we get to the Zombor fight, which was stupidly easy. In fact, I'll talk about more when we get there. So again, this is another example of manipulating the terrain and the positioning such that the two people who need to die, and the person who needs to be alive and expunge is right there. Pro, I don't actually understand your question. What do you mean, how was this frame by frame? I mean, I've kind of demonstrated that already, but I'm probably just misunderstanding your question. So here's a fun fact. You can dodge this fight. You have to walk. If you run at any point through there, you will encounter them, period. But if you walk, you will dodge that fight. It's actually funny, because I come back through here a couple of times, and each time, they never despawn. I always have to walk between that area. But even with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times I have to walk through there, I still had to, it was still faster than fighting them. And of course, it was, you know, I didn't want to eat the X, because that would actually leveled Luca, which would have screwed up my layout for the next section. Oh, the race! The race was actually interesting, Pro, because I actually was thinking, haha, I will have revenge on this race, and it will be awesome. But believe it or not, the race was actually still pretty rough to do TAS level, because I discovered in TASing that race that the way that he determines his input, he literally will change which direction he's going the frame you change your input. Now, if you're paying attention, you don't move the frame you do the input. You move 3 frames later. But he moved the frame you do the input. You understand? So you'll notice I kind of got a little bit different there towards the end, and I actually gave up on perfectly doing it. But basically, you do have to be predicting your moves 3 frames in advance every single time in order to constantly stay ahead of him. And it's a lot harder than I thought it would be. It was fascinating doing that. Yes, it does, Rosulia. Many. Exactly, Samurai. It was pretty much right up there with you-know-who in that frickin' fight. Oh. I'm amazed they put that level of difficulty into something that is so optional. You only have to do it once ever. Ever. And then you can do it for fun, of course, and get high times, and Lord knows how it is. We have to walk again. There's a few times where walking somehow skips battles instead of running. I'm not even sure what to think of that. Speaking of which, another reason I think this game was designed around low-level play is the fact that encounters are predictable, basically. In other words, they're not random. It's not you're in an area and then you get a random encounter like in an FF game. Rather, you go over an area and you can dodge enemies, and then you encounter them. So I feel like that's another reason that was true. So Robo is a lifesaver for a low-level run. Robo, you notice his health is an astonishing 235, which is a ton of health for this point in the game. He also has tons of defense, basically more than anyone else will innately. In other words, no gear taken into account. Pardon me. Robo was a lifesaver for so much of this early section of the game. I know this sounds stupid, but if I didn't have Robo, I'm pretty sure I would be incapable of defeating the Hecarim, to name one example of this. Now you'll notice I'm going down, which you may question, because, you know, TAS, and you don't have to go down here at all. There's one piece of loot I really wanted from here, and you can get it without any encounters. And that is this little sucker. The Robin Bow from Marl. Again, damage is almost uniquely determined by equipment, not level. In other words, to really explain this, what I mean by this, if I had the Rainbow Sword right now on level 1 Chrono, he'd be hitting pretty hard. He wouldn't be hitting as hard as he would at max level, but he'd still be doing a decent chunk of damage. And you'll notice he is actually doing enough damage to be contributing to these fights, and will be doing so all the way up to the Nizbel fight and the Masamune fight, just because of the fact that his sword is increasing his damage enough to make it relevant. By the way, you can run from that fight. Which shrugged. And you can dodge that fight by going up. There's also a line you can follow, but it's much more reliable to go up. You can dodge that fight by going down there. There's a lot of fights that you'll be seeing me doing all sorts of weird stuff to dodge. Sample, I can't. I've already played I Want to Be the Guy. Sorry. I've even gotten pretty far into it. Now, this fight was interesting because this was another fight where they could do counterattacks that I wasn't actually aware of. So, I'll kind of show this off in a moment here. I'm going to stop talking a little bit just to rest my throat a bit. Don't worry, I still got tons of stuff to say. Unless you don't want me to say anything. One of the other interesting things... let's talk about one other thing, though, really quick. No, Samurai. I mentioned how useful Robo is. Part of the reason why is because he does not require... He is versatile, and versatility in a low-level run is exceedingly useful. Like, to such an insane degree. I can't even explain how useful it is to have a character who can do magic damage, do physical damage, do AoE damage, and heal. All of those things separately are incredibly useful in a run like this, especially in any low-level run. By the way, the reason I killed the reds instead of the greens is after a bit of time here, it'll reach a point where they'll start doing this counterattack thing every time you hit them, as long as there's one of the other ones set up, and then it'll just hit everyone, and it sucks. But yeah, Robo's versatility is incredible. and incredibly useful. Get that Titan vest. Now, this is gonna... I'm pretty sure I did this... I know I had the plans for doing this. We're going to find out if it's true in a second here. Zabi. Couldn't input that any faster. Couldn't do frame inputs. Yep, I was right. So I would like you guys to guess what I am doing and why. Well, you know what I'm doing, but why am I doing it? I now have to wait 30 seconds for people to catch up to me because of Twitch lag. It should be pretty obvious, in all honesty. And yes, Samurai, Zabi. Walk. Every time. By the way, fun fact, you might be wondering why I bothered to get the bow for Marl since I'm switching her out. The reason is because I needed it for the cave section that's coming up here. That is also true, Final. Alright, I'll just give it away, since nobody's guessing. Or I'm just having that much Twitch lag. It could be a colossal amount of Twitch lag. Marl was on the verge of leveling. Within, you know, just like, I think it was like 30 or 40 exp of leveling or something like that. And so by putting her out of the party, I ensured that her overall exp amount, and therefore her average level, would stay as minimum as possible. So that was very useful. But the other reason is Luca does, on average, about 5 to 18 more damage, depending on circumstances, per attack than Marl does, even with that bow upgrade. And, well, like I said, this next fight, again, it's not actually hard, but it was a pain to set up in the exact proper way. Now, this is basically a perfect fight. I'm actually very proud of how this layered out. But I had to plan this out pretty much completely, 100% predict the fight before I even walked into it, which meant having everyone set up in a very specific manner, with the right equipment, at the right time. You'll notice I actually gave the Berserker to Chrono, too. Which we'll see becoming more relevant in a moment here. Excuse me. There we go. One of the other things that I found fun to do in this game is to push the limits of where the characters can run. You probably haven't even seen it, but a few times the characters are actually like running just a little bit off, you know, the screen, or are stuck in a wall or something like that. Because you can actually do that. You just have to... When you move at a diagonal, the amount of pixels that you move is a variable, and not a static amount. And so if you stop moving at the exact right pixel, you'll actually go further than you should be able to, because it rounds up, to put it simply. And now Chrono is very bored. I mean, just look at him. believe it or not, finding the exact spot to stop on so there was 0 movement in him moving was actually a lot harder to do than you'd think. And that's also because of that 3-frame differential on moving, and the fact that, as I just mentioned, every time you move at a diagonal in this game in general, especially while running, the amount of pixels you're moving per frame is actually different. So finding that exact spot actually took me longer than I probably should have. Unless you're decently leveled, I'm pretty sure this fight would be insane with a solo character challenge, and I'll explain why in a bit. I mentioned earlier, no, talk to me, Lilu. Talk to me. So, okay. This fight starts off really easy, and these guys have, like, no health, right? Like, really, really low health. Oh, right, I'll talk about the Berserker in a moment. But the really relevant part here is they start off just having that attack. All they do is hit you. When a certain number of them dies, they start doing more attacks, basically, based on how many of them are still alive. And that gets to be a colossal pain, because this punch, okay, that's not too bad. It takes a little while, and it does about, 15 or so damage, 14 at the moment. And then, they've got the little ranged punch there, and then there's the melee punch, okay. You'll see what I mean, though, in just a moment, because I'm pretty sure we're about to kill one of them. Yeah, they have like 150 HP, it's pretty little. This is such an easy fight, normally. I'm not even sure it qualifies as a boss. Lavos certainly didn't think it was a boss. I also, you notice there was a little bit of input delay there. That was to make sure that Chrono got that crit to one-shot someone. In case you're wondering what the hell I was doing there. Now you'll notice I also haven't get that guy yet, even though he only needs one more hit to die. So this is when they start... Okay, so now there's only 4 of them left, and now they start doing the counterattack of bouncing people back and forth. Do note that it is a counterattack, not an attack, so that kind of starts to become a pay. Now that guy's dead. So now we're going to have to go and get some heals going, because now they're going to start getting mean. So, counterattack. Notice it does damage to both of them, by the way. And I don't have an AoE heal at this point in time. Nor will I for a long time. And I have to account for being hit and counterattacked and then hit for every action that I take. To explain what I mean by that a little bit, let's say I attack someone, and then my next action is to heal. But in between my attack, they counterattack and then attack me, and then get another attack in while I am doing my next heal. So I have to account for the next 3 sources of damage in every heal that I do. Ah, shoot, that's right, I didn't kill him. Now this is going to kill Chrono. But that's okay, because he's at low health and he's at low health. But this is why I didn't attack this round, because she would have actually died if I didn't, due to the attacks that are coming in. Like I said, planning out this flight was interesting. And now we're going to go ahead and kill him. He's gone. Had to heal again in order to be able to survive the next 4 attacks. Now I think this should kill him. Yep. But now here's the problem. When there's only 1 left... I bet most people don't even know this because, I mean, this is such an easy fight. Normally you never get to the point when there's 1 guy left. When you attack them when there's 1 guy left, that's their counterattack. And that hurts like hell. 29 damage. That, in case you're paying attention, that is an average of 35 damage done every round. Which is why I have to keep my health up so high. Because there's the counterattack, then there's the attack. But it's okay, because like I said, these guys have low health. So, we'll go ahead and take that, take the hit, which does not do 14, it does 12, and he's down. So like I said, that fight was interesting to plan out. See you around, Isaac. You'll notice Luca actually leveled from that one, too. It's one of the first levels that has happened, basically. Ah, neck. Now, one of the cool things that most people also are probably not aware of is when you go to Specchio and he teaches you magic, if you haven't learned any of the techs up to that point, you automatically learn all of them up to that point. This is ridiculously important because Chrono would not have Slash, or whatever it's called, Wind Slash, if that was not true. And this run would actually not be possible if that were not true. Bonus points if anybody can actually figure out why. The other interesting thing about Specchio is Specchio has different appearances based on your level. Everyone knows that. What most people don't know is he has an appearance if you're level, I want to say 13 or under. It's very low. Most people never actually see this form of Specchio that you're about to see, because you have to be really low level to see it. It actually might be lower than 13. It might be lower than 9 and under. I could be wrong about that. But yeah, we'll show that off in a second here. Now that we have a fourth party member, this thing, and we have the ability to switch who it is, we'll start being a little more strategic about who is out of the party in order to ensure that we have optimal X spread and X sponging. So we leave Robo out. Although we'll be switching again in the future. The main reason we leave a Robo out is actually because of Specchio, though. So look at him. Little frog. Admit it. How many of you have actually seen him as a frog? Obviously I have. And I guess everyone has now. What optional boss size? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, Specchio. No, I never actually fight Specchio. I think. I actually don't remember. He's a lot easier when he's level frog. So this is funny in its own way. There's actually another way to do this that involves some very unusual manipulation of the way that you move and taking advantage of that in order to go around that a lot faster. Well, a lot. It's actually like 30 frames faster, but you get the point. I didn't do that. I felt it was more in keeping with the tone of the game to just do the normal thing. And also, it's a pain to do it the other way, so screw it. But yeah, Specchio the Frog! There was also no real point in fighting Specchio. So, the only reason we actually had Marl in the party was to gain the magic. We immediately switched Robo back in. You notice we don't actually have to talk to the old man after that. He's even like, hey, and you just run by and go to the past. Speaking of people you don't have to talk to, you don't have to talk to these guys either. Only if he looks like a new bandit. Nobody's ever... By the way, I mentioned earlier, you know, I'd shown up to about an hour in the game. We are officially at the point where nobody has ever seen this stuff. You are literally the first people to ever see the stuff that you are currently seeing in this TAS. No one has ever previewed any of this. Magic tabs are also pretty useful. I mostly use them for the ability to increase healing, but there's some other benefits to those as well, especially when we start relying on magic damage. Don't have to talk to Melkor. Now this is funny. Hey Nerazes, what's up? The reason this is funny is because these are the same enemies that you fought quite a bit ago in the Minoria Cathedral, right? And it's intended that this place is a tutorial. The idea here is these enemies are very weak to mana, or magic, have low health, and are very strong against defensive attacks. And you've always seen that. You've always noticed that if you were fighting them in the Minoria Cathedral in the past. But the reason it's significant for this run is because of the fact that my levels haven't actually changed since then. Whoops. Stupid Berserker. I should talk about the Berserker here. But yeah, my levels haven't changed, so with the exception of Robo, I'm still pathetically weak, and so these guys are still just as irritating as we're there. By the way, this is one of the harder areas to dodge. You have no idea how hard it is to dodge that enemy encounter that I just dodged there, believe it or not. So, the Berserker, right? Now, the Berserker is interesting because it is impossible to attack faster than the Berserker does. In other words, if you have the Berserker equipped and are berserked, well, you will literally attack several frames before you should be able to. It is absolutely impossible, fundamentally, to actually attack quicker than if you have the Berserker equipped. So it's one of the reasons I rely on it so much during this run. The obvious downside is you can't affect who you target, but, you know, that's a little thing. By the way, another thing that I also tend to use the Berserker for when I'm doing a normal run is I have Marl and Chrono there. Marl hastes Chrono. Chrono has the Berserker and maxed speed and the Rainbow, and he can pretty much demolish anything. Speaking of which, another little fight that was very hard to dodge there. There's quite a few of those. I'll be pointing them out as we go. Feel free to chime in if you know you see a fight that you weren't aware that was possible to dodge. So, this freaking fight. Now, you notice we take off the Berserker for this fight, because I'm not an idiot. We needed the speed belt on Robo. Robo is basically going to carry this fight. And this is not the only time Robo will be doing that. Look at the difference in health. I mean, oh my god. So, for those of you not aware, he has stupidly high physical defense, to the point where it's basically not even worth killing him, attacking him with physical hits, and is vulnerable to magic, which is why my magic is doing as much damage as it is. Now, I gotta wait on input because I want to make sure... There we go. There's a lot of waiting on input in this fight, because if I don't, the table is not going to be stacked up properly for which attacks happen where. I actually eat a lot of crits in this fight to make sure that he doesn't get them. And I also almost always had to keep a character basically in reserve to heal, because if I didn't, then they would be screwed. And between the three of these characters, Chrono is actually the best healer, believe it or not. Because of the fact that he does the least damage with his magic attack. God, I hate this fight. Oh, sorry. Yeah, let's move me back over here. There we go. Wait, now I'm in front of the... Damn it. Yeah, we'll go up here. Screw it. We'll go over the chat. Nobody needs to see the chat, right? We'll make us smaller. Nobody wants to see me anyways, right? There. I'm out of the way. Hopefully. So yeah, this guy, God, he hits like a truck. Now you'll notice I actually burn a revive here. That isn't actually a mistake that was planned for. That's one of the reasons I had to have one additional revive earlier. But the reason I left him dead for so long was because... I don't even know how to explain this properly. The reason I left this guy dead for so long was because Chrono was going to be... basically, I needed him to get up at a point in time when Hecarim was not going to target him for a period of time, and I needed to push a little bit of additional damage through during these turns so that... I don't even know how to explain this properly. It's tactical. I had to tactically make the situation such that Chrono would be able to be up and alive during the DPS push, which is what's happening right now. But if he was alive earlier, he would have just been attacked and wasted my revive. And now he's dead. Well, no, that's not the dead. He's going to be hit again in a moment here. But you'll notice I'm trying to keep him healed here because he is now targeting Chrono, because Hecarim will always prioritize targeting Chrono. Now, I say prioritize. He won't always target Chrono, but he will... Okay, the way Hecarim's targeting actually works, he will have priority on who he targets, which is, I believe, a 2/3 or a 3/4 chance to target whoever has the least amount of health, right? Now, obviously, he can still target others, as you just saw him do, but the point is you can kind of predict who he's going to attack. And under these circumstances, that's basically always going to be Chrono, because he has so much less health than everyone else. Now you'll notice I mentioned earlier that I picked up 1 ether. I've actually picked up a grand total of, I believe, 3 at this point in time. But I remember at least 2. Both of those are very important, and this is the first fight where that really matters in, because we need those ethers to finish this fight. And ethers are either expensive as hell, or basically completely unavailable to pick up, as of this point in the game. And now, poor Chrono is now dead again. And actually, I kind of like that idea. Let's do this instead. Let's put ourselves in the window down here. Oh yeah, and then he starts doing that attack. When he gets low enough on health, he stops being irritating and goes into downright "I hate you and I want you to die" mode. The hardest fight in this run is Lavos, with a huge lead. The 2 hardest fights in this run are Lavos. I'm counting all of Lavos, but the final Lavos fight is the one I really mean, and the Magus fight. Both of those are just stupidly hard, ridiculously difficult fights. There are some other hard fights in this one, but this is actually... Yes, I did, Noel, and I'll be getting those items in a moment. This is definitely a fight I remembered that is much harder than you'd think. I'm actually curious what you guys think, putting onto a not speedrunning mentality. Which do you think was the first boss in this game that you actually felt was difficult? Now, if you asked me that before I tasked this game, my answer would be Slash in Magus' Lair. After tasking this game, my answer is that bastard, who I'm still fighting, by the way, if you notice. Like I said, a lot of boss fights will be pretty long because of how difficult it was to push through these guys. Another thing you can determine with task timing is exactly when you can attack and not be counterattacked, that being a good example right there. I actually attacked before he'd even finished his animation. In fact, he is still stuck in that frame, even though he is not in counterattack phase. Yeah, the Magus fight is another definite, wake-up call fight. I really should say Magus, but whatever, it doesn't matter. God, I hate that attack. Not as much as the Cyclone, but jeez. Now, everything from this point on is going to be prepping for the Masamune fight and the Nizbel fight. Both of those I have to... Well, okay, that's a lie. It's prepping for the Nizbel fight, the Masamune fight, the Slash fight, the Flea fight, and the Mages fight, because all of those are frickin' hard. And I have to do lots and lots of prep work in order to be set up for them. But that being said, a lot of the things you're going to see me specifically doing is to prepare for the Masamune and the Nizbel fight. You notice I haven't really mentioned the Zombor fight at all. There's no easy way to say this. I did the Zombor fight without doing it at a TAS level, or at a frame level. That's how easy it was. I was so blown away after the Nightmare of the Hecarim fight, which took me multiple days to both set up for and then push through, frame by frame, to just do the Zombor fight and just blow through him like he was wet Kleenex. It was just... Oh, okay. And he was gone. He was done. It was ridiculous. I don't even know how to explain that. There is one funny thing about the Zombor fight. Zombor's attacks are 100% predictable. Unlike most of the bosses in this game, Zombor, what he targets is always determined by health values of your targets and their position. In other words, you can always determine who he will hit with an attack. He is actually, he's not unique in that, but he is one of the very few enemies and bosses in this game where you can 100% predict his targeting. So, one of the things you can do with that is if, I think it's Chrono is in the top value and has the least amount of health, then he will try to do, he does that, when he's just the legs, he go up and he goes, crunk, 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 crunk. You know that attack, right? You probably know what I'm talking about. Thing is, Zombor can't reach the top player. Zombor is literally physically incapable, this is a glitch, of reaching the topmost player. You know, because you're lined up like this, right, on the left side of the screen. He can't reach this person. And so if you... And I discovered this while tasking this, and it was hilarious. If he's up there and he's the lowest health, and Zombor is going up there, he will just do this forever. I actually hold down the speed up button and just waited there for like 5 minutes. He would not reach Chrono. It was hilarious to watch. And he was just like, oh, I gotta get him. Gotta get him. The reason I didn't actually use that glitch in the run is because I needed Chrono to die in order to not get Chrono any exp. In case you're wondering why I don't actually show it off. But I wanted to at least tell you about it because I don't know about you, but I found that really funny when that happened. Oh, finally. Finish him off, Robo. God, this fight. This frickin' fight. And yeah, that was enough exp to push Robo up one horrible level. I only mention that because when you're doing a run like this, where you're deliberately keeping your levels as low as possible, you tend to note every level that you gain. And, you know, because it's significant, and you basically can't bypass it. Then again, every level you do gain, that you have to gain, is kind of funny in its own right, because it's like, oh, we have to gain a level, but at the same time there's this wonderful relief of, oh, thank God we got a level. Because, you know, defenses go up. So we're going to get this stuff from Fritz. Very helpful. And some plot exposition. 10 mid-ethers. Now, pretty much all of those are actually going to be sold later on, because, well, until we get the wallet, gold is going to be a huge problem in this game. There's a reason I went out of my way to get so many shelters and get so many pieces of armor to sell in order to be able to buy the items I actually needed. In fact, you probably didn't see it there, but I actually already sold most of those mid-ethers just now. So now it's time to go to the past. Because I'm trying to think of what else I can do to make my throat stop screaming at me. These lights were another weird thing when you were doing task timing. Because again, you have to hit A at the right area, and they're like tricky, because sometimes they'll let you hit A, and you'll be like, aha! But then nope, they won't actually, it won't actually input. Or maybe you hit A for too little period of time, which is another interesting thing about Chrono Trigger. I'll go ahead and talk about this now, I guess. Sometimes, not in combat, because combat actually uses different input processing than everything else does. But when you're not in combat, you have to hold down A for 2 to 5 frames to get it to actually acknowledge that you just hit A. Which can get really, really annoying, by the way. So, you know, you get into the light, and you have to hit A, and you have... And in task time, when doing frame to frame, it feels like you have to just pause there and get it to acknowledge that you want to go into the light. And then it's like, okay, finally. I was so happy when I got the epoch and could stop using those stupid lights. Now, I don't remember... Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay, never mind. This is a good moment for people to chat if they want to. This is a nice big cutscene moment. So I'm being messaged here. Forgive me for resting my throat here. My throat really hurts. I even took a real pain pill, although it hasn't quite kicked in yet. Which is funny. Which 2 birds are you talking about, Draconian? Now, I believe there's a screw-up on this bridge. I could be wrong. Oh, well, other than the screw-up I just did. because I healed them, and I actually shouldn't have. I should have left them at 1 health. That was a screw-up. I should have gone back and fixed that. There were, like, I don't know, like, I think 13. I actually numbered them early on. All the mistakes in this run. And, I don't know, it just makes me cringe thinking about how many mistakes I made during this run. I guess that's kind of normal, both for speedrunners and for TASers, to enumerate the mistakes and how many ways you could have improved it. Canyon. Oh, the ones that I just keep running from. Gotcha. I did not actually know that. There's another one I didn't know about. I have no thoughts, Sean. Literally none. I know they're trying for the whole Skylander thing. I really should have just left them. I can't believe I screwed up that badly. I lost like 30 seconds because I didn't actually, because I did that shelter. Anyways, I guess they're going for that whole Skylander thing, which I don't get at all. I really, really, really don't. I don't understand the appeal of that in any way, shape, or form. Otherwise it looks fun, I guess? Razulia, I plan on playing them all in the next 10 seconds for exactly 1 frame. Now don't blink or you'll miss it. Okay, we're done. Now, I can't believe I screwed up this badly. And you notice they're not attacking Chrono, so I'm just sitting here waiting, because I'm an idiot. Kill Chrono! This is a big screw-up. I have considered it Lilu just because I am, you know, psychotic like that, but I'm not that psychotic. Like, I'm really not that psychotic. See, the thing is, to go back and fix a TAS, I don't know how to better explain this. You have to redo all of the TAS from the point in time at which you fix it. So, like, if I were to go back and fix this, I would have to redo the entire game after this point in time. Exactly, Mega Mike. You know me so well. This is why I should just let them at 1 health. This is probably the biggest mistake in the entire run. There's another... This is one of the only big mistakes in the run. There are only 2, actually. The second one is done later, and it's actually a really minor mistake, technically. Basically, I ended up screwing up when I used certain items, because I should have used them in a different order than I actually did. And then I had to go into the menu a second time, rather than just initially do it. And, yeah, it's a waste of, like, 5 seconds, but... It's still the second biggest mistake in the entire run. This is the biggest mistake. So you've just seen the worst part of the run. We're officially over with that. And now the boss fight that was so stupidly easy. This is literally, I think, the easiest boss in this game at a low-level run. This guy was so predictable. Razulia, I'm actually all-powerful, so... I mean, there's a reason they call me the Lich King. Now, you'll notice I do some delay stuff there. That's actually to remove his ability to move prior to me acting. You notice he only got 1 frame of movement in. Yeah, exactly, Lulu. Although, in all honesty, I did actually consider it, because I am kind of a perfectionist. But, ugh. Fixing this mistake would have taken so much time, and yeah. That's easy, Sample. Who is the reason why the Reptites were so desperate as to summon Lavos down? I mean, think about it. You know what? I'm actually going to use this to bio. Feel free to ask any questions. There's like nothing to talk about in this fight. It's so easy. Oh, that hurts. I decided to go ahead and gargle with some alcohol too. Okay, I did realize though I do actually have one other thing to talk about here. Thing is, I don't know if how many of you guys have the same problem that I do. Razuli, your favorite game of all time is Barbie's Princess Adventures. You don't like to tell people that, though. I don't know if I'm the only one like this, but when I am showing something I have worked on, something I care about, I tend to get so nervous about doing so that... by the way, you see this attack he's doing right now? This is the attack that I needed to make sure he wasn't targeting Chrono with, otherwise he would have killed Chrono with it. No, I mean literally gargle in order to dull the pain. And it's actually not drinking alcohol. It's alcohol that tastes terrible. I'm sorry for being redundant. Anyways, I'm sorry, getting back to point. When you're showcasing something that you've worked on, you tend to be more negative impacted towards it. You tend to talk about how bad it is and whatnot and all that fun stuff. Because, you know, you're so super nervous and hesitant about sharing something that you care about so much, and you're so worried about what other people are going to think about it, right? You know, surely I'm not the only person who feels this way, right? Yeah, it's disgusting, Samurai, but it helps dull the pain. Freaking lesions, I swear. Anyways, the reason I bring this up is I kind of just want to say thank you, guys. I mean, I have never actually been able to showcase this work of love and heart and care, by the way, new, ever. And I spent so much of my life and so much of my effort and time and caring and heart and effort and soul burnt into making this TAS, and it's just actually really awesome to be able to share it with you guys. So I just kind of wanted to say thank you for actually being here and watching this. I mean, speaking from personal experience, I know just how soul-crushing it is to set up an event, you know, even a small-time event, and have no one show up for it, and then just kind of be, you know, discouraged to the point of actual depression over that fact, you know? So, yeah, just wanted to say thanks for showing up and for watching my stupid little show. So, let's go ahead and talk about this place. You'll notice I specifically went out of my way to not bring Luca, and that's why. I specifically didn't bring Luca so that Chrono and Marl, who were already at 1 HP, could then die in these first two fights that we're going to be pushing through here. Now, this means this fight's going to be really annoying, but Fortunately, the Ogans with the maces actually don't have that much HP, so you can push through them. Oh, I'm sorry, Braven. I've been there too. Now, how many of you knew that you could actually do more damage magically to these guys without doing fire than you could physically? I'm just curious, because most people just use the fire attack and push through them. And for obvious reasons. In case you're wondering, the last physical attack was... he had little enough HP that I could just kill him that way. So, Donadoro Mountain is fascinating, because you can skip basically every fight in this entire mountain. A lot of them are very difficult to do. One of them I didn't know was actually possible until I did this TAS, which is... I'll point it out when we get there. It took me a lot of different attempts in order to get the exact pixels and frames to bypass the encounter. Oh, God. I'm so sorry, Kemek. I've been there, too. I've been there more than once. I know exactly what it's like. So... this is the most well-known skip right there. For those of you who know this game, you know that there's 3 scripted battles that you have to do one after another in that one. And that right there, that skip, you see that wonderful little manipulation I had to do? I had to do all that goddamn crap just to actually get through there. By the way, I had to go get this side thing. Getting the silver earring and the silver stud are another things that are genuinely flat required in order to make this run possible. And again, I have to do this skip again! Frame and pixel perfect garbage there in order to make that work. That was another one that was irritating to skip. The birds that show up there. So... how many of you out there had any problems with the Masamune fight the first time you played this game? And I'll raise my hand, because I did. You know, I admittedly had problems with the Masamune fight first time I fought him. How many of you even knew that gold suit was there that I just picked up in the leaves? We need to be max health for this one. This is going to be an irritating fight. It's funny, because the first fight I usually think of as being pathetically easy. But doing it while having some of your people die, and dodging the counterattack crap, and... well, you'll see what I mean. But yeah, the first fight was actually harder than it should have been for this run. The second fight was insane. You'll remember him when you see him, Zeiss, but I'll give you a hint. I'm about to fight him in like a few seconds here. Sample, don't be a troll. Damn it, Roselia, that doesn't count. So yeah, part of the reason this fight is harder than I would think it is both of these guys there's actually 3 ATB bars for this boss fight. There's one for Masa, one for Mune, and one for their joint attack. Now, their joint attack causes chaos, aka confuse. That is really irritating, to say the least. And you only have to defeat one of these guys to win, but as you're noticing, they also have a pretty high dodge rate. I mentioned there was one other thing that levels influenced other than defense and HP. That thing is your accuracy rating. for those of you who aren't aware of this, there is actually an accuracy stat in this game, and it is actually literally your level. So the reason I say that Chrono is useful up to a certain point is because when he's level 1, his accuracy rating, which is 1, is ridiculously pathetic. You'll notice he's missing everything here, and he will basically miss like everything from this point on that is not magic. Now, magic thankfully completely bypasses the accuracy thing, so that's not an issue. Now, this turned out really well, because this layered such that Chrono and Marl died exactly when I wanted them to, without me having to do any special manipulation, and then I could go ahead and just beat up whichever one is the purple scarf. I forget which one that is. And then win! 2 attacks. Very easy, right? I mentioned the speed belt is required. One of the other is really, really flat required, or one of the reasons the speed belt is so flat required is because Robo has such a pathetic speed, and Robo basically carries like 5 bosses by himself in this run, that you need him to be faster. So this is the actual fight I was talking about, Zeiss. Now, this run, this fight would be basically impossible if Chrono was not alive and did not have Slash, which is one of the reasons I mentioned it was so useful that you automatically learn Slash even if you don't have the tech points or never leveled or fought anything, because of the fact that you get the magic from Specchio. This is going to be kind of a long one. I'll just give you guys a heads up, but this was a very controlled fight. I don't remember it as being overly difficult to do so much as an endurance. This felt like an endurance battle, you know? Especially because of the fact that I had to really, really deal with, I'm trying to think how best to put this. Okay, Masamune has, 3 AI scripts, and he will rotate between them. Now that's the second one. Everyone knows the second one. You hit him with Slash, and he pulls out of tornado mode. You have to do that basically immediately, though. You might have wondered why I didn't take some time in order to get some hits in. The thing is, he will have counterattacks, and he'll do, basically his ATB part will still be loading, even while he's in that mode. So if you knock him out of it late, he'll just get a bunch of bonus attacks, and there's no benefit to that. So I always make sure that Chrono has his turn saved from when he's about to enter tornado mode. Now his first AI script is the one you're seeing him do all the time here. Now fortunately, his first AI script is really easy, because basically nothing that he does can one-shot anyone, including Chrono. Despite his ridiculously low health, he still cannot one-shot Chrono, which is great. When he enters his third attack phase, which is third script, then he's going to start hitting a lot harder, and he won't actually do that until he's pretty low on health. And I basically try and stagger his health loss such that I kind of, you know, pick and needle him until the point where he's about to go over that. And then I hit him hard with Robo, who's the only one doing any real damage here. And, yeah, I guess the end. I really wish he hadn't killed Chrono there, because it would have been pretty good timing, other than the fact that I needed to keep knocking him out of tornado mode. Oh, by the way, when he hits his third AI script, he will stop doing tornado mode. He'll stop doing his second AI script. You can also completely bug him out to the point where he doesn't actually function anymore at all, right? He stops, like, you can bug out his script to the point where he doesn't know. He's trying to target someone who's dead is actually what's happening. And so he'll just stand there, like, forever. Unless, you know, you hit him and trigger a counterattack. By the way, Samurai, you don't gotta describe anything to me. Did you watch my Gen Con video, Samurai? And by the way, I'm going out of my way not to talk about my own depression issues, because... end statement. Oh, you'll see, Zeiss. Ugh. You'll see. Okay, so Chrono's dead. But that's okay, for once. So, he has a counterattack when he's in tornado mode, I mentioned that, which is the second reason I wanted to get him out of that quickly. I specifically hit him with Marl there. This is his tornado attack, in case you've never seen it. It hits pretty damn hard, and would have one-shot everyone except for Robo. Of course! But it's okay, because now he's, like, completely bugged. He's in his third AI script. I did that last attack to push him off. He went into his third AI script right after we went into his tornado script. That's why I kept hitting him, even though he was in tornado mode, because I was pushing damage through him in his third AI script, so he never actually did any of his third AI script at all, basically. You saw it for, like, a few seconds, and then I killed him. So that's what I meant by staggering that out. The reason I mentioned it, Samurai, is do you remember me talking about all the people who looked really sad and lonely at the gaming area, at the gaming library, and then someone showed up, and, you know, every one of them, all of them, you know, they'd put up the flag, and it was like, here, I'm looking for, you know, LFG, looking for a group. And then someone would show up, and they'd be so happy and excited to be talking about their game and sharing it with them, and that just made me smile so much. All I gotta say about that is, I understand. And that's basically pretty much all I wanted to add there. So, we did it. We beat Masamune. Anyone remember what's next? Because I hate this next boss. Ugh, I just want to strangle him. We're going to open up the Q&A for this next boss wide open, because I had to do a ridiculous amount of prep work. I had to be frame perfect on every input constantly, and it was very long. This next boss is probably the most irritating boss in the entire game for me. And I mean that sincerely. The most irritating by a huge margin. Not the most difficult, most irritating. Because again, I had to still be frame perfect. I had to still be, you know, I had to still be on it, and it took absolutely forever. And on top of taking forever and being frame perfect, I had to prep for it for the entire game. Every item and everything I keep doing at the stores is all in preparation for the freaking Nizbel fight. God, I hate that fight. Ugh. Ugh. God, I hate that fight. Blah. Anyways, so, let's see, what haven't I talked about yet? Let me think here. I talked about that, I talked about that. We're gonna do that. A lot of prep work, I already talked about that. Okay, so let's talk about Isla a little bit. Isla is actually nowhere near as awesome as you'd think she is for a low-level playthrough. Pretty much explicitly because of the fact that all of her abilities and damage and everything rely on her abilities and her level, basically. She doesn't have the equipment band-aid that everyone else does, right? So Isla was actually kind of a pain to have to deal with. And other than this section, you know, other than the required sections where I had to use her, I basically don't actually use Isla, like, ever. Because she is just completely worthless. And now Chrono and Marl are dead, and Robo runs! There is one nice thing about Isla, though. Two nice things, actually. For those of you not aware, in Chrono Trigger, unlike virtually every other game ever, you don't actually, okay, like in FF6 and FF4 and FF6 and FF4 are the big ones. When you get a new character, their level is dependent on your guys' level. Usually your average level. Sometimes it's dependent on a specific character's level. FF6 is the big example here, but a lot of RPGs do this. In Chrono Trigger, whenever a party member joins the party, they always join at the exact same level. They will always join you at level blah. Now, that's useful in some cases because A, it means that... Awesome song plays. A, it means that their exp will always be at the 0 point of that level, so that's nice for predicting exp sponging, which is one of the reasons why when you get a new party member, they're almost always the exp sponge for several fights. Luca, Robo, Frog will do that later, Isla will of course be doing that. But the other reason it's interesting is because it means that when they join at that higher level, not only then can they then be a tank, because they'll have the HP to live through several boss fights. And again, if I didn't have Robo, Masamune would probably be impossible. But, and this is true with Isla as well. There's several fights that Isla I need her health to live through. But it also means that because she's a higher level, she requires that much more exp to the next level, so they can serve as exp sponges in addition to tanks. Now, of course, no one personifies this more than Magus, who I don't get till the frickin' end of the game. But it's funny that I mention that because if you're paying attention, or Magus, whatever you want to call him, he's basically totally irrelevant for that, because by the time I get him, I already have the wallet. So, yeah. Now this fight, I was expecting to be a lot harder than it was. Not sure why. Yeah. Did you know you could just one-shot them with a low-level Robo? Yeah. Keep in mind, that Robo has only leveled twice ever. Just pointing that out. So yeah, another good example of Robo carrying a fight, functioning as a tank and a damage sponge, and also leaving those other two at level 1 so they can just die. Now, here's the irritating part. Their attacks can actually cause confusion. I don't remember how this laid up. Oh, okay, we're fine, never mind. Oh, no, this was it. Okay, so... he gets slept, right? But it's okay, because you notice how I did that little timed delay on the input. I did that specifically so that one of them would rush up and hit him immediately, pulling him out of sleep as quickly as possible so my ATB would start raising again, so I could one-shot everyone. Now it's time to get our new tank and X-Sponge, which is Isla. Who is a pretty awesome character, admittedly. So, let's talk about the, festival? I don't know what to call it. Basically, for those of you who are not aware, there's actually two... Okay, I mentioned the feast because it's weird from a speedrunning and from a tasking perspective. The things you consider difficult or irritating or frustrating are not the same things you consider when you're, you know, playing the game solo. Or normally, I guess I should say. That festival is usually an experience that I consider to be a positive, because it's awesome, right? But, by the way, it's actually impossible to dodge those to my knowledge. I never was successful at it. But it's okay, because you can actually run from this fight. Anyway, so during that little feast that we're about to do, there's two things that have to be, that are measured as to whether or not the feast actually advances a step to the next scene. One is just plain time, and the other is separate flags that have to be triggered. So you have to talk to people, and you have to talk to them at the right time, and it's a pain in the ass. Now you'll notice I'm going way out of my way here. That's because I absolutely need this piece of armor in order to basically be set up for the, I forget what it's called, the Reptite layer. Not the actual Toronto layer, the one I'm about to do. Bonus points if you even know what I'm going here for. You know, I'd answer to your guys' question, I'd say she was examining Chrono, but there's no way I could say that and mean it just as innocently as I mean it. You know, there's no intimation here. It was just very specific manipulation to dodge those enemies. Probably didn't even notice it there. The other benefit of getting this armor now, because you can run from all of these fights, normally you're not supposed to get this armor because all this stuff is higher level than you are, even if you're playing this game normally, and all this stuff is stuff you're supposed to be fighting when you're about to go to the Toronto lair. Thing is, as you're going through this, you can just run from all these fights and get that right there, the Miso Mail, which is a great piece of gear and increases the hell out of your defense, and I believe gives you some elemental resistance too. I forget exactly off the top of my head. But, yeah, it's very, very useful and basically required for what's coming up here. Really, Siren? No, I'm kidding. So here, while we're talking, let's just ask a general question before we get to the festival thing. What is your favorite time period in this game? I will go ahead and answer for myself. My favorite is actually 600 AD. Not just because of the significance of the events of it, but the characters in it, and the overall setting of just medieval always has kind of appealed to me. Not that I dislike any era in this game, because my next pick would be 12,000 BC. So, we talk to Robo, we talk to Marl, and then we spaz out because we're bored! You can't even see this because I'm actually moving every frame, which is 60 FPS. So I'm not even sure what it looks like on your guys' screen. Now I'm trying to move in time to the music. I'm actually failing at it because I'm doing it live instead of time attacked. Or time tasked, rather. Oh, this was so boring! And then... there we go. In case you're not catching it, I talked to her the frame that I could do so. So now we gotta get some flags going. And then we talk to her again. But it's okay, because again, first frame. The second one's a lot easier than the first one. This is funny with tasing. I doubt you've ever seen anyone drink this much soup or booze, depending on your version, as fast as Chrono is guzzling those. Look at that! One of the things I thought about doing was doing the soda pop thing in the Millennial Fair, just to show off what doing it with TAS timing would be like. I decided against it. I couldn't think of a good reason to do it, but yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Chug, 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 chug. Okay. So now we get to go to the area of intrigue. This next area, it is possible to skip. The 65 million BC is fascinating because all the areas in this time frame, you can dodge basically all of the enemies, and the ones you can't dodge, you can run from. There are extremely few required exp absorb spots in 65 million BC. There we go. Yeah, exactly, Zeiss. He was like, ugh! Quick! Dude! But yeah, this whole area is probably going to look funny to anyone who's never done this kind of thing live, because I'm going to dodge basically every encounter in this entire forest, dungeon, you know, whatever you want to call this thing. That would explain it, Bragwin. They have natural resilience. So another thing to point out here. I feel like I have less to talk about, even though I'm getting to the part of the game where more thought was put into everything I'm doing, if that makes any sense. Because I've already explained the fundamentals of everything I'm doing. I just dodged an encounter there, by the way. Don't even know if you caught that. See, the thing is, at this point in time, as I mentioned earlier, everything I was doing in the early sections was prepping for the next 5 bosses and the next 3 or 4 dungeons, right? Everything I was doing. But that actually gets worse here, because from this point on, I'm not just thinking about the next 5 bosses, I am thinking about the entire rest of the game. Literally, when I mapped this game out, it basically came into 3 chunks. There was the very initial part of the game, and see, no encounters at all. Very initial part of the game. The part of the game up to Masamune is actually when that cutoff point was, and then from the Masamune fight until Lavos. Because from the Masamune fight and on, I have to start being very careful with exactly what abilities they get, or not exactly who absorbs the X, because at this point I have to start being strategic, not just to keep their party low level, but because in some cases it would be equal. You know, I could have this person or this person be the X sponge, but I want this person to be it because blank. You know, there's several different reasons for that. I'll talk about it in a bit. So I would have to start thinking about which one I want to get that exp, because I want to make sure that person gets the tech points, which will then give them the ability to have more abilities later on, which is going to be, again, flat required, blah, blah, blah. You get where I'm going with this. From this point on, the planning and prep work that went into this game, everything I've been talking about up to this point in time, basically tripled. And got kind of insane. Now, we're about to hit a section. I would love it if some of you guys would ask me some Q&A questions and talk to me about my TAS or Chrono Trigger, because, you know, I know I've been talking a lot. Lord knows my throat knows I've been talking a lot. But the Nizbel fight, I'm going to explain the Nizbel fight, and then we're going to be bored for a bit, because the Nizbel fight was the endurance fight from Frustration Hell, as you'll see when we get there. So please, think of some questions. I'd love it. Preferably not Rizulia-style questions, because those suck. By the way, the other reason I hated 65 million BC, especially this section, is they're weak to lightning. You know, lightning reduces their def power, right? That's great. Chrono is the one who does the lightning, and he always has to end a fight dead. That is among the reasons why Nizbel was such a frustrating and irritating fight. I'll talk about that more in a little bit. It is actually possible to dodge that fight. Did you know that? You have to actually do what I did and go by when the monkey was going by. So we run away there. Get that shelter in, mostly for the mana. By the way, the other problem, and this became a huge problem in this fight especially, Chrono has 8 MP. 8 MP. That's it. That will never go higher, because, you know, I don't have the, I have other uses for the silver earring, or the gold stud, or the silver stud, and, or not this, yeah, that's what I meant, the silver stud and the gold stud, and at best, I can reduce it to the point where he has 8 casts of whatever spell he has, so... Yeah, Chrono, like I said, Chrono is useful even at level 1 up to this fight. From this point on, Chrono will basically just be a stone that I carry around. So, why is this fight so hard? Okay, his standard attack is an AoE. Keep in mind, I still don't actually have an AoE heal. And you have to shock him with Chrono. And his counterattack when he comes... Well, I'll point it out here in a second, but there's another thing that will be significant about this fight here, which will be obvious in just a little bit. Just a few seconds. This is another fight where I was... Again, I couldn't just auto-mode this fight. I had to use that trick. I had to use that trick to get in actions before, you know, as quickly as possible, because I had to get as many attacks in as possible before... this happened, which will kill Chrono. There is no way for Chrono to survive that attack. And I can't res until he does his AoE attack, because then he will kill Chrono with the AoE attack. God, I hated this fight, because you have to, very first, the pattern is incredible. You have to do this whole thing. Now, I got lucky here. That only did 49 damage. Look at that. That was actually luck, I'll admit it. So, yeah, I had to get to the point where Chrono is like... Isla has to have enough health to survive 3 hits, Then I have to res Chrono. Then Chrono has to immediately get lightning off before he gets more attacks off. Then I have to get as many hits in as I can, as possible as I can. And then this happens, and I have to repeat it. God, this was such an irritating, frustrating fight. So yeah, I'm just going to repeat that pattern until we get to the final phase, which I'll talk about until we get it. So let's look at Chemic's question here. Except he didn't actually have a question. No! No! This is officially Q&A time, guys. If anybody wants to chat with me about, you know, anything, now would be the time to do it. Now, every now and again, that will happen. But again, I got lucky and it actually didn't kill Chrono by some miracle. Ugh. And again, the reason I call this fight so irritating is because I couldn't just auto-mode it. Even though there was no difficulty in it, I had to... It's something I've talked about a lot before. This happens in work a lot, too. It's a great game, Samurai. The idea that you have to... Like, you're doing something really, really boring, right? But you can't let yourself, you know, mentally or physically... become lax, basically. You have to constantly be on point to do the best job you can at doing something really boring. I mean, I'm sure some of you guys have had jobs where you have that exact same problem, right? Any Q&A, I mean, we got some time here. This is also not the last boss that's really boring, from a perspective of viewing. Chrono is actually not wearing a skirt. What's actually it is his shirt goes down and he's got a belt, right? And then his shirt comes down over his pants. So that's that. I have not played Enchanted Arms, no. I have played Barbie's Small Adventures. Tasing modern games is becoming a thing very quickly, Fat Squeak. There are already PC TASs. There are already Wii game TASs. The Wii is pretty much the most modern console that is currently being tasked, to my knowledge. Oh, much harder, Chemic. Much harder. This is the hardest game I've ever tasked, and I've done a lot of task work. It is definitely more different, but I'm definitely going to say it is harder. That being said, it is also worth noting that the requirements I put down for myself are what made it so difficult, so, you know, grain of salt. I'm not sure what tasking this game normally would be like, and I'd never intend to. I don't really enjoy normal tasks, which is one of the reasons I'm so stuck on the next task I'm going to work on, for reasons that I'll mention later. Yes, you can, Samurai. All you need is a specific program designed for the game you're playing. That's the difference. The tool-assisted in the case of a PC task... Oh, we're up to the final phase. I'll talk about this in a moment. The PC... If you're tasking, you know, Batman Arkham Asylum, you have to make a tool program specifically for your copy and your exact patch version of Batman Arkham Asylum, which then allows you to do frame input for that game. So it's difficult. Now you'll notice we're kind of being weird here. We'll talk about that in a moment. Sample, I don't actually understand your question. Or do you mean like in an Elder Scrolls type game where you just have a chance to make whatever? In which case the answer would be usually I lean more towards heavy melee characters, especially tank types. I've always been a fan of sword and board. I also like two-handed and dual wielding just as much. So, but I definitely lean towards melee types these days. Unless you mean in terms of character personality, in which case I don't actually have a standard. It just runs the gamut, basically. So we're officially in the hardest, and by the hardest I mean the most irritating and hardest part of the fight. I'm not kidding. I actually almost lost this fight. I had to do some very careful input manipulation to survive this fight. Notice I'm doing about 5 damage in attack. He has so little health left. He has about 90 health left, okay? So he has about 90 health left, or 100 health left, something like that. So if, just to give you an example, if I were to hit him with lightning and then attack him, he would die. That's how little health he has left. He is at a point now where he is counterattacking attacks because he's in his third thing, and he's at the point where Chrono has to be dead. And this is why this is the second reason why this fight is so goddamn irritating, is because I had to kill him, his last 100 or so HP solo with Isla while healing myself because I was getting mauled. Every one of those revives was for Chrono, and every one of those mid-tonics I've been picking up was for Isla. Like I said, every item I'd picked up and all the gold I'd gotten up to this point in the game was all planning for this fight. And we finally got him! God, finally. That was such a pain. Anyways, Sample, I don't play evil characters, obviously, but if you mean in the more nuances of what type of character I tend to play, if you probably are aware of this, I usually play a character I've already written, aka a member of the Bastion. But sometimes I will make a character and do what I did for the Skyrim thing. I don't know how much of the Skyrim stream you got to see. But for example... Oh, excuse me. God, that hurts. For example, the idea of portraying a character that is shaped in terms of personality and perspective by the game and the random events that happen in that game. Yeah, by the way, a lot of inventory cleaning up there, because we're going to need to be ready for the next thing, because we're not actually at the hard stuff yet. That was just an irritating fight. A little frustrating to set up properly, but not actually difficult. We're about to fight 4 bosses in a row, 2 of which are difficult, and 1 of which is the second hardest boss in the entire game. Yeah. That's not a joke in any way, shape, or form. The Magus fight, well... I'll be talking about it more when we get there. I'll just save it. You know, I'll save it. Another example of dodging in the wall there, by the way. Oh, hi, Schmeidolf. And hi, Shadow, by the way. Oh, crap. Now the pain pill's starting to kick in. And you know how I know? Because I feel nauseous. I probably should have gotten some food in prep for this. Do I have food? I have taquitos. I could heat up some taquitos. I might have to actually do that. But I'll wait, because we got a lot to talk about during the Magus' Lair section. And I'm actually kind of sad. Nobody's actually asked me any Chrono Trigger TAS questions. I'm all sad. No. I was hoping for... Well, I'll be honest, I was hoping some people would ask because it would demonstrate through a factual realization interest in what I'm doing. This is Chrono being crazy! Again, I'm not even sure how much of this you're seeing because of the 30 frames per second instead of 60. Because he's actually juddering around like crazy. And this is also the best song in the game. This is him. This Chrono's just shaking his head at all this. He doesn't even get all this. This is ridiculous. See, you know how he's moving slower there? That's actually not walking. I can tell you can't see it because I'm looking at the preview pane now. He's actually moving for a frame and then stopping, and then moving for a frame and stopping, and moving for a frame and stopping. So he's actually doing like this. It's just literally faster than the stream is presenting. Kind of like what he's doing right now. Shadow, it was actually really awesome watching everything come together, watching everything, I mean, it was so much work. Years, literally years of work. Literally years of effort, planning and mapping out and the math and the design and the understanding and ripping apart and reverse engineering the very code of the game. But when you actually start working on a task like this and it starts to come together and you look back and you see yourself and you watch your task up to this point, because you have to prep, you have to proof it. You always have to proof the task. So every few hours or so I'd watch the last hour. And by hours, I mean every few hours I'd watch the last, 3 minutes of task time and see, aha! Watching it come together was such a treat and such a joy, and it's one of the reasons I'm so happy with this task. And honestly, if I can be really blunt, the only thing I would change in the entire task is the one major mistake that you already saw, which was at the bridge just prior to the Zombor fight. That's it. Raskar, there are several ways that you can do that, and Fat Squeak actually kind of asked a similar question. Basically, and I fought the birds again. In order to prep for stuff, I have not played Legend of... Oh wait, I played Legend of Gaia. It's been forever. Anyways, in order to prep for how many items I need, there's two ways I do it. One, I did a complete dry playthrough of the game in order to get an idea for certain things, certain variances on damage, that kind of a thing. The other thing I would do is pure math, which is like what Fat Squeak was talking about. Because, again, for example, with the Dragon Tank fight, I knew the maximum amount of damage Dragon Tank would do with an attack, and the minimum, and from that, based on the amount of attacks that can happen, that he gets, versus the amount of attacks I get, I can determine a range of this is how much damage he is going to do to me during this boss fight. And so this in-between part here, I can prep. I don't remember it, to be honest, Hercules. I'm sorry. That's why I had to think about it. I can prep for having enough items to cover this range of damage that I know I'm going to take one way or the other. And so, now, Fat Squeak asked, did I practice this fight? Honestly, I have practiced this game, you know, in order to map things out. But to be 100% honest, I only practiced it up until a certain point, which is, I'll give you a hint, it's in the Black Omen. Again, we'll mention that whole Lavos thing later. Now, if you were to start tassing a game... Man, I don't even know how to explain that. Chrono Trigger was always the TAS I always wanted to make. When I first got into tassing, well before I started working on this one, I always planned to make the Chrono Trigger TAS. I always wanted to. It was always something I was interested in. At the time, it was just going to be a general Chrono Trigger TAS, and then it turned into the level 1 TAS, and then I started adding other variables on top of it. Excuse me, but getting into tassing a game like this, honestly, one of the reasons I refused to make this my first TAS is I wanted to get into the swing of actually tassing in general first. I wanted practice. And it's a good thing, because let's just say that if I ever showed you my very first TAS ever, you'd look at it and say, well, this is garbage, because I didn't really know what I was doing at the time. I had to get used to all of the different things that go into making something like this, you know? No, it is not, Chemic. And there's a reason I've mentioned several bosses as being more difficult than they should have been, because I basically did not have the ability to heal through all the damage they were doing. We'll be talking about that in a moment, actually. Trust me. Anyways, my first task was of a game called, I can't remember the name of it. It's funny, because I actually really like this game, and most people never even heard of it. First game I ever tasked was Evo Search for Eden on the SNES. Which is a good game, if a little bit strange, in my opinion. And it's junk. It's a terrible task. The second game I ever tasked was Super Kaizo World. I've shown that one to you guys. And then I did a few other ones, which I don't really show off because they're not good. And then I did a lot of work for other people's tasks. I've talked about that, mostly code stuff. And then I did this one. Basically, this is actually the last task I have done, or rather, the last task I have completed. I have three other tasks kind of in the works. I haven't fully decided if I'm ever actually going to continue making them or not. Fat Squeak, it's funny you mentioned that, because the difference between tassing, I've played Crystallis, tassing a action game and tassing a non-action game is actually a lot more different than you'd think, and I can explain it very simply. Let's say, and I want to not actually hit the buttons here. In fact, let's pull a controller that's not hooked up or anything. Let's pull up my GameCube controller here, right? Here, let me make myself a little bigger while we got this cutscene going on here. No, you do not, Shadow, although it would help. Now, let's make me a little bit bigger. Let's go, like, right here, so we're not covering the input. And then we'll do this. Behold! Too big, too big. Okay, there we go. So we got the GameCube controller, right? Now, if you're playing, like, Mega Man, right? Or Mario, anything like that, you hold down jump, and you jump. Really simple, right? But the thing is, you know, especially if you've played Mario before, that when you jump, what happens is you hold down the button for the amount of time you want to jump during, okay? And you also are probably going to be holding a direction and probably also run. So all these buttons are being held at the same time, okay? Now imagine you're tasing that. In case you're not aware of the fact, in order to advance a frame, that is actually a button press. So imagine that you're holding down right and run, so that would be like this, and then you have to hold down jump, and then while you're doing this, I'm basically doing this. This is where my hands are on the keyboard, and I'm basically doing this to advance the frames during an action game, right? And this is one of the reasons I haven't done another action game since Kaizo World, consequently. So you're doing this whole thing, and then here's the screwed up part. Every single jump you make in the entire game, you have to figure out how many frames you hold down the jump button for, and it's variable, because you don't always want to jump the same height, do you? So that's one of the reasons. That's one of the biggest differences between tassing an action-type game or a platformer versus tassing any RPG. It's one of the reasons the vast majority of my TASs have been for games that don't have that kind of a problem. Of course, there's the Legend of Zelda TAS, which I should have mentioned earlier, which I'm also really proud of. Well, Zelda's a fun game to TAS, you know, and all that fun stuff. But yeah, Kaizo World, holy crap. Anyways, granted, it's Kaizo World. So I guess I hope that answers your question, Fatsqueak. Yes, but I don't remember them that well, Hercules. Sorry. Loud. Okay. Oh, it was Bandit. I did it. I've streamed it. I've shown it off. Alright, so, let's start talking about Magus's Lair, shall we? This dungeon is actually the hardest dungeon in the game for me. Most of the other dungeons you can dodge most of the enemies and whatnot, and they weren't really an issue, and by the time I reached the Black Omen, I had the wallet and Magus, so encounters were no longer much of an issue. Now, you can run from a lot of fights in this place, but let's just say that I independently invented a lot of techniques for dodging a lot of the enemies that I'll be fighting here that I wasn't actually aware you could do. Which is another fun thing I found out during this task, is how many enemies I could dodge that I wasn't aware you could, having played this game live. Shadow, you misunderstood me, but that's okay. You probably came in the middle of that. What you want to TAS, that is a program, I believe it's called... hang on, I actually have it. Hey, Mugwump. Virtual Boy, or Visual Boy Advance. There's a specific version. Visual Boy Advance capitalize M is the version I use for TASing Game Boy and Game Boy Advance games. It's already got save states and frame advance and all the other tools you need to do a tool assist. So you don't actually need to make your own custom program. So you're fine on that. What I was talking about, Shadow, for a custom program is if you want to TAS any PC game, because PC TASs involve a custom program just for that game. I'd just like to say that this is one of the greatest moments in gaming history. The total lack of sound and the total... This is just such an amazing scene. Anyways, so this is another example of me doing exactly what's required and little else in order to advance. Now, there's one other thing I'm going to have to do here in a moment, and it's absolutely critical. This is not it. Although we finally get that miso mail equipped on Frog, because, again, Frog has become the new tank and X-Sponge character, and he's also basically going to be dragging us through this game. If you're not paying attention, Chrono is at level 1 right now, and Marl is at level 3. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I want you to imagine doing Magus's Lair with Chrono at level 1 and Marl at level 3. Those two are basically dead weights, except for one unique difference. We'll talk about that in just a moment. Although, again, Chrono is still doing surprisingly high damage. I know that's not a lot, but it's more than you'd think for someone who's level 1. Although, As of this point in time, I don't really bother to go out of my way to get him better equipment unless it's directly in my path, specifically because of the fact that it's so difficult to actually keep him alive, and remember I mentioned his ridiculously low accuracy rate? So the only damage he can do from this point on is from his special abilities, and he only has 8 mana. He has 8 MP, so he can't actually do much here. Now this was actually kind of a calculated risk. Walking into this battle with the one character who's supposed to live through it, berserked. But it was a calculated risk, and it worked out pretty well because, well, yeah. I did have to get one heal off on Frog, but then he's going to be able to solo the rest of these without much of an issue. I like this music, too, just kind of as a side note here. It is possible to do this kind of a run live, and I know some people have done it. The catch, if I could even call it that... Well, apparently Marl's level 4, my bad, and Frog is level 11. Anyways, the catch is you have to do a completely different strategy, and when I say strategy, I mean a completely different route through the entire game, especially after you get the Epoch with Wings, in order to do it live. And it requires a lot more reloading because screwed up enough. So you can run from that battle. How many people knew that? But I needed that chest. That barrier is the only reason that's one of 2 barriers that I get in the entire game, actually. That barrier is literally 100% required for the Magus fight. Talk about that when we get there. Skills needed for tasing. Patience. A lot of programming skill would be helpful, but that's only for reverse engineering the game and understanding what you're doing. In addition to that, you also want to be able to have the kind of tactical mind to... By the way, he gives no exp. That's actually... I'm sorry, this is... forgive me for interrupting, Shadow. It's really important that I fought him, and I needed that fight. That fight was so beautifully timed. I needed that fight because I needed those dual techs. Those dual techs are going to make the Magus' lair much, much easier. But in order to actually get a dual tech, the people who are learning it have to have the base abilities to start, and they have to both be alive at the end of a fight. That means I needed a fight that didn't give exp, that the other people could be alive during. And that is actually why Marl is in the party, rather than anybody else. I could have brought a stronger party member, like Robo, for instance, and possibly had an easier time of it. But Marl and Frog's ability to do ice water is going to be invaluable going through this place. And of course, I have X-Strike as well, which will also be helpful. By the way, I also made sure that Chrono got the killing blow, because his mana doesn't matter in this fight. And whenever you kill that guy, the person who kills him gets MP bustered. So anyways, getting back to my answer, Shadow. I've actually kind of forgotten where I left off. The other thing you really need is the ability to not just plan everything out, because there's a ridiculous amount of prep time that goes into a TAS. Before you even pick up the game, there's prep time that goes into it. And then there's prep time in actually planning and setting up the game, and then going back and saying, oh, well, I need to do this instead. The other thing you need to do to do a task, though, this is true for speedruns as well. You need to have the ability, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it, to be able to say, this is the stopping point. What I mean by that is any speedrun and any task can basically always be improved. There's a reason why, I mentioned earlier when I was showing off tasks as a general, that the Mario Bros. 2 and the Mega Man 1 tasks, which are the most tasked games in history, are still being improved as recently as... May, June, July, August. 4 months ago. 4 months ago, they got another improvement on the Mega Man tasks. You can always improve your time. You can always do a better job. So you have to be good at saying, this is my point. This is when I want to go ahead and stop. Otherwise, you're just going to keep doing it basically forever. You're always going to discover new stuff, new ways, new ideas, new concepts. Some stuff other people will discover. Some things you'll figure out pretty much completely by accident, etc., etc. What I mean by reverse engineering is... Lava, I already answered that. Don't make me do that. Reverse engineering is exactly what it sounds like. It's the idea of looking at a car in the 1800s and then pulling it apart and figuring out how a car works. When it comes to something like this, the point is to pry apart a game's code, its formulas, how it works, why things happen the way they happen, through reverse engineering in order to determine how you can control and manipulate that code in order to affect it, both in speedrunning and in tasing. This is another one of those fights that looked kind of like a boring fight and wasn't, because of how specific and careful I had to be in fighting her. Yeah, pretty much, Shadow. The perfection curse. That's a great way to put that. By the way, I'd just like to go on record to say that Flea's a girl, and that's all that matters. But yes, there are two types of TAS as lava. Go watch the YouTube upload that I'll be uploading of this soon, as soon as I'm done, basically. And that is, because at the beginning I talk a lot about TASing in general and answer a lot of questions about what a TAS is, how a TAS is, etc. Now, see, it's funny, because I've always said Flea's a girl, and I even defended this during my marathon run, during the FF marathon when I was playing Chrono Trigger. And the reason why can be very simply explained. Flea identifies as a girl. Honestly, that's all I feel like I have to say there. I could say other stuff, but I don't need to, because Flea identifies as a girl. The end. This frickin' fight. This is the point at which mid-tonics basically became required for my continued existence. Because I have characters who have enough health that they need to be healed that much, and the bosses started doing enough damage that I needed to be healed for, 200 at a time. Love that. And one of the things I actually enjoy about tassing RPG kind of stuff is menu manipulation, because in just about any RPG, and Chrono Trigger is no exception to this, you can actually do basically perfect menu manipulation, by which I mean every other frame you can do an input, as opposed to every frame, or every other, or, I talked about earlier the weave thing. You can do, you can do the whole perfect manipulation every other frame in menus, so it always goes ridiculously fast. This frickin' fight. Anyways. Shadow, you could probably reverse engineer a bunch of it yourself. Rip apart the ROM code, figure out a decompiler that can actually pull it out into something you can view. Or you could look at all the other data that people have already done, because FF6 has actually been ripped apart quite a bit, and a lot of people have already reverse engineered that game to the nth degree. So, yeah, I guess that's basically it. Frog gets one horrible level, and if memory serves, I think that's the only level Frog will actually ever get the entire run. Could be wrong about that. He might get one other, but I'm pretty sure that's his only level. I actually, when I mentioned earlier that I wasn't actually sure if the Magus fight was possible, like possible at all, in other words. What, Hylisk? Yeah, exactly, Shadow. Anyways, I wasn't 100% sure the Magus fight was possible, so I actually, when I just went outside right there, one of the other things I did was I made a backup save. It was like my 8th save slot. And it was there specifically so that if I had to artificially fight some enemies in this place to get Frog one more level, or 2 more levels or whatever, and then actually be capable of defeating Magus. Now, obviously, the way I'm saying this implies that I did actually find a way to defeat Magus without having to level, which was great, but, oh my god! We'll talk about it. We'll talk about how screwed up that situation is when we get there. This fight was irritating, because their attacks are really weak, and I had to make sure that they would kill those 2 guys. Honestly, Shadow, most people who TAS, and I'm no real exception to this, do a lot of work in do a lot of commenting. In other words, explaining what they do and why they do it. So if you're interested in tassing game A, there's about a 90% chance that whatever game you want to task has already been tasked. Now, I don't say this to discourage you. I actually say this because you can go read up on what they did and why they did it, and just use that as a way to determine, you know, well, maybe I should read up on this and do this myself. Now, this is why it was as irritating. Because their AI goes bonkers when there's only one of them. Now, you'll notice I go ahead and kill him even though Marl is still alive. This is because she does not actually... She is at a point now where 60x will not level her, so it was worth speeding that fight up to go ahead and get that 60x on her, just because, you know, she's not going to level. She's not going to get any other additional X, like, ever. So, like I said, this is officially the final... draft, the final stage, final act of the TAS, from this until the end. And my whole mentality kind of shifted into making it possible rather than, you know, optimizing it, because this game started getting really, really, really hard. Speaking of which, this fight was also kind of brutally difficult. Oh yeah, Lilu points out another good thing. If you're gonna do proper RNG manipulation, which I admittedly don't, I've already talked about that, but if you actually want to do proper RNG manipulation, you need to figure out what the game uses to seed its table, you need to figure out what that table is, and you need to figure out what how the game interprets the values of those tables. Yeah, exactly, Shadow. God, my throat hurts. Now, Slash is an interesting fight. He has an unusual AI. Basically, he gets meaner the longer the fight goes on, and the more characters die. That's the kind of the weird part. The thing here is, if you actually get him to the point where, you know, you're in his second phase fight, and you've got all your party members alive, he actually gets weaker. But if you're down to just Frog, which is what I will be doing, of course, then he starts beating the unholy piss out of you. It's very strange the way his AI works. To give you an example of what I mean, though, if you have all your party members alive and you survive his first, I think, 8 rounds of attacks in his second phase, then he will just hover into a corner, and then you can actually hold him there. He will never move from that corner. And every time you switch characters, he'll actually turn as you're switching between your characters, but he'll never actually do anything. Like I said, it's just unique the way his AI works. But of course, for this kind of a run, he's just an insane fight. Also, I mentioned earlier that Chrono is basically no longer useful. This is officially the point at which Chrono is literally just a burden, or a method by which he can use tonics on other people. With the exception of shelters, I usually don't even go out of my way to heal Chrono from this point on, because just virtually anything, and there are some exceptions to this, can one-shot him no matter what his health is, because he's only got 75 health total. There we go, so... Marl's dead, perfectly timed. Shadow, that is actually not true. All TASs are single segment. One run, right? Speedruns are multi-segment and single segment. That's the difference there. So yeah, and Chrono's dead, and I don't care. Like I said, from this point on, Chrono is basically a rock. He is the stone of shame that I am carrying around my neck. He is literally my hard mode. If you want to use the WoW term. He is Chrono's mere existence in my party is what is activating my hard mode from this point on. Anyways, but to finish Shadow's question, in speedrunning, multi-segment speedrun is, for example, let's say I'm doing my Kefka run. You've watched my Kefka run, right? I know you have. Yeah, exactly, Sample. I hadn't actually thought about that. That's a good way to put that. But like in the Kefka run, let's say I would run the Narsh segment, and I would say, well, my time was pretty good on that, and then I would, if it was good, I would save. So, you know, I'd save it, and then I'd stop the timer when I saved. And then and if I didn't like my time for the Narsh segment, I'd go back and replay it. And replay it and replay it. I'd just keep doing the Narsh segment over and over until I had optimal time for the Narsh segment, and then I would use that save and continue forward. Now, there's a couple things that's really different. In general, people prefer tasing SNES version of games to DS versions or other remakes, Chemic. That's true in all games, not just Chrono Trigger. So now this has a huge effect on how speedrunning works, and this is why I prefer doing single segment runs, because you completely edit how the RNG works, and you're actually basically doing a poor man's TAS at that point. It stops being a speedrun, because you can optimize RNG. Imagine if my complaints about the Velt luck, imagine if I had a segment in my multi-segment run of Kefka Run, where I had a save right before the Velt and right after the Velt. And so I just do it, and okay, no, I could do faster, do it again, and just repeat it over just this one segment until just this one segment was flawless, and then I could just save and then move on to do another segment. Now, I don't mean to speak ill of people who do multi-segment runs, it's just I personally do not like multi-segment runs and do not do them, because I feel that is defeating why I like speedrunning. And yeah, Lilu is correct. The only difference between a multi-segment run and a TAS, from a general perspective, is TAS is you're redoing frames, whereas a segment you're redoing an entire segment. But again, it's its own thing. Yeah. So why isn't there a single segment FF7 speedrun? Because basically no one has ever had the actually I think there is a single segment speedrun, but basically that's an insane run to do. Most people don't like doing single segment speedruns of longer games because they're longer games, and let's say you're doing a 5-hour game and you're 4 hours and 30 minutes into it and then you die because of some bad luck, your run is now over. Yep, I guess you are right. There is no single segment speedrun for FF7. So that'd be why. Now I actually pretty much exclusively do single segment runs, so if I did FF7 again, it'd be a single segment run. However, there is no TAS of FF7 last I checked, and the reason why is because we keep improving it. And what I mean by that is, imagine, Lilu asked earlier, why don't I fix the flaws in my TAS? It's because anytime you go to fix a point in the TAS, you then have to manually redo everything from that point till the end of the game, right? So, now, for the FF7 TAS that has been worked on for literally years, they keep discovering brand new ways to manipulate the code and manipulate everything about the game that improves the overall game time by a huge factor. We're talking like 30-minute improvements here on a TAS. That's colossal. So they keep having to go back and redoing the entire TAS over, and then they discover something new, and then they discover something new. For example, last I checked, and this was months ago, they had just discovered another method to perfect running through, basically dodging encounters is the best way to put it. Because it's like this. Yeah, pretty much, Shadow. It's like this, though. There's, you can do stutter stepping in FF7 similar to how you can in FF9, except it only works, God, this is so hard to explain. Basically, it only works under certain types of zones, with certain types of encounter rates, and it only works under certain circumstances. In other circumstances, there's other tricks you can do that are actually quicker than doing the stutter step. And so people actually developed an entire program whose only purpose was to predict at which points in the game it would be faster on a frame level in order to do stutter stepping versus the bypassing thing versus the skipping encounters entirely method. There's like 4 methods of skipping encounters in FF7. And so that's how insane the FF7 TAS is, and they're still working on it to this day. Excuse me. And yes, Chemic, it actually not only would, there are several TASes that are fully macroed. Now, granted, we're talking some pretty complicated macros, but still. Mostly TASes that aren't really record holders anymore. Mostly just stuff that's up there for historical purposes, but yeah. Shadow, I hate to break it to you, but tasing is very difficult and very cumbersome and hugely time-consuming. Hugely. And yes, I'm still fighting Slash. It's funny because this... I don't even know if this is actually entertaining to watch. I really don't. You guys tell me. Honest, I want honest opinions here. But I remember... The reason I mention that is because I remember fighting this bastard. And I remember fighting this guy was incredibly intense. This whole time I'm like, oh god, oh god, oh god. I mean, literally, granted, I'm doing this at the frame-by-frame level, but every single action I took was carefully planned out, and then, okay, no, that doesn't work, and then I have to go back 3 steps, or I have to go back 5 steps, or I have to go back to the beginning of the fight. I fought Slash in real time for 3 days. This battle took me 3 days to get through, of real time. And I remember it, because I remember, you know, doing it basically at work, and then taking my laptop home, and then continuing work on it. It was nuts. No, I will not, Noel. I am not that masochistic. Sorry. Okay, so Shadow hates it. That's good to know, I guess. Okay, apparently... Don't joke with me, man. I am like... I do not have the self-confidence. Okay, so Slash is dead. Holy god, that was rough. We do take the Slasher. You might ask why. It's because, again, I mentioned earlier that Chrono is at the point where his accuracy rating is basically 1%, so he won't be hitting anything unless it's a special move. Thing is, he's still useful in several fights as a, you know, an item flinger, as I call it. So he'll be using items to help heal other people when, you know, needed. In order to keep the people who actually need to do real things in the fight alive. And so, yeah, by the way, did you know you could run from these fights? Hands up, who knew you could run from these fights? You'll notice my hands are not going up. Anyways, but the Slasher increases Chrono's speed, for those of you not aware of that fact. So that speed boost is hugely important for him being able to actually contribute to a lot of this stuff. After I'm done with this, how many of you guys would like to watch my worst TAS ever? The TAS that was literally the first TAS I ever made. It's incredibly amateur and pathetic and terrible, and I hate it. And I know you guys like watching me fail, so I figured I'd give you the option. What do you guys think? You want to see my worst TAS ever after this? Go from my best to my worst, you know? That is correct, Noel, when you fight them in the Mystic Trio fight. Did I say Slasher 2? I meant the Slasher. I apologize. I meant the Slasher that I just got. Yeah, I know, Baronessa. Okay, so apparently you guys... You know what, let's make it a vote. Why not? Okay. Never mind, I can't type. I just remembered. I actually can't type. I'll interfere with the game. Do I have a mod in the chat right now? who can send a command to Nightbot? That's actually a good way to put that, Hylisk. I've done some animation work too. And yeah, it is incredibly time-consuming. You do everything frame by frame. You do every tiny little tidbit. But once you put it together, it's like, that's one of the reasons I love tassing. I like making tasses, don't mistake me. I love the challenge of it. I love the mental engagement. But what I really love is watching that finished product and just being like, wow, I made that, you know? I can't believe I managed to make something like that, you know? I'm sure other people have similar experiences in other things. Yeah, by the way, did you know you can dodge those balls just by standing there? Yeah, please do, Shadow. Please do. Someone make a straw poll, so... Now this is this is tricky. I had to dodge this fight. But you see what I did there? In case you missed it, those enemies treat your party members as collision. So if you set it up so like you've got a couple characters ahead of you, as he's approaching you, he'll go around them, which because it's the linear thing, he'll actually go down off the map and then you can run around him. Like I said, I invented new tricks to dodge some of this stuff. Now, unfortunately, we cannot run from these guys, which actually really sucks. Thank you, Scottish. Never mind, Shadow. Scottish has it. Let's see what we got. I'll pull it up here so I can start monitoring it. So yes, should I show the worst TAS ever? So yeah, these fights are kind of irritating. Can't run from them. Can't do anything else. I don't have, like, any AoEs. See you around, Salamander, even though you can't hear me. I can't vote either, actually. Oh, yeah, the R is on there, because it's just showing the results. There we go. There we go. So how many of you knew those guys even had that attack? Because they only use it when they're the only enemy left. And that usually doesn't happen. Oh, there it is. I knew there was one more level for Frog. Okay, so that should actually be the last level Frog ever gets. So this is funny. We had to fight those last guys, but we don't have to fight these guys. I don't know. Pro Idiot, those are FF4 Solo Run, FF6 Lore Run, or Story Run, and, what was the other one? Shoot. Oh, Secret of Mana, duh. But Secret of Mana didn't have any gimmicks to it, so I kind of abandoned that one. Because it was just going to be a run. Wow, nobody is voting no. Okay. I'm down with that. And yes, Omni, that is definitely a tool-hindered run. So is blinding. Doing a blind run is technically a tool-hindered run. Of course, you're just making stuff up, and therefore, you're wrong! But yes, Pro, that's why there's no true FF6 TAS. Although it is worth noting I have done a TAS of the Kefka race since then. Or, you know, I've done I guess I shouldn't say since then. I've done a TAS of the Kefka race. And honestly, I may actually just call that good, because I'm actually really satisfied with how it turned out. Because I already knew everything, you know, all the prep work was already done for the speedrun, so... I don't know, Hylas. You guys might not want to see me embarrass myself. Hey, I'm not your buddy pal. Greetings, Arch. Wait, too long. Ugh. Itchiness. I've been talking a lot. My throat is dying. So yeah, this fight was incredibly annoying, because Frog actually lacks the ability to one-shot these, even when their magic defense is on. But, yeah. Frame manipulation. Okay. Frame manipulation is something you will never see me do. It's a tool of more modern TASs. Frame manipulation is when you literally manipulate the way the frames stagger in the ROM's processor by affecting how the emulator is doing it, such that it's basically subframe input. I talked about that earlier. Now, if you mean frame-by-frame manipulation, which is actually a completely different thing, then that's frame-by-frame manipulation, which is completely different. Well, you'll notice I actually let Marl live through that one. That is debatably another mistake, but it isn't, actually. That was a very calculated maneuver for reasons that will become obvious later. Another speed belt. Very important. I bet a lot of people knew you could dodge these mobs, because you can do this live without needing frame manipulation. Excuse me, Ozzy, we need to loot your stuff real quick. Yay, Salamander's back. What up, dude? Alright, this is it. The hardest boss in the game! We got this! Frame perfect! Yeah! Oh my god, he's so hard! This is so difficult. This was actually kind of funny. Because this fight was such a break for me. And especially given what's about to happen. I should prep my throat. I'm about to talk a lot. Because we're about to talk about the second hardest fight in this entire game. The Magus fight. So, Magus has 2 phases, and his AI is actually incredibly predictable. If you do nothing, it's okay, I don't want to explain the whole thing. Yeah, maybe I do. Okay, if you do nothing, he will increase his defense, attack, increases, no, he won't increase his defense. He'll do these ghost attack, ghost attack, then cast a spell and cycle around his weakness. He also will, basically, he can only actually be hurt by a certain element, one of the 4 elements at a time. And he will always indicate which element that is, because anytime he casts a major spell, Dark Bomb, Lightning 2, Fire 2, or Ice 2, he is now demonstrating that while he does that, the script changes his weakness to that element type. So, the second way that you can tell what he's going to do and you can predict him is the quote-unquote obvious way, which is how you're supposed to fight this game normally. In other words, he has a weakness. The moment you hit him with a spell, he changes that weakness, by which I mean he also hits you with a spell too. If you're paying attention, in a low-level run, this already has huge problems, because you can't do anything to him without him also damaging you. So this is already a huge problem. Believe it or not, that was not the hardest part of this run, though. We'll talk about the hardest part of this fight when we finish showing off the first part of this fight a little bit. So, holy moly. So the very first thing we do is we hit him with a spell. I mentioned that he changes vulnerabilities when you hit him with a spell regardless. That was a calculated move, again. It was basically to manipulate him into switching to his different AI script there, because he starts off weak to fire, I think, or something like that, which is kind of completely useless. Now you'll notice if you hit him twice with the Masamune, he switches regardless and kills Marl. And then he attacks you. See, this is now the point is, for this first sequence, there's literally, and I mean literally, no way to keep Chrono and Marl alive during his massive AoE spell spam, because he's just hitting your entire party with everything, unless he does Dark Bomb. So he's just nuking the crap out of you across the floor without effort, and dealing with that is a huge problem. Now the good news is Geyser is actually bugged. Geyser is actually supposed to be a sap attack, if you know what that means. If you don't, it's like Poison, but not. FF4 had sap attacks too, so does FF12. Poison, every now and again, you'll take damage, right? Every 30 seconds or so many actions, you'll take damage, right? Sap, your health constantly degenerates at a slow rate, which is what Geyser was supposed to do originally. Okay, I think I need to sneeze. But fortunately, that does not work. Instead, it does a little amount of HP. Otherwise, I don't think this fight would be possible at this level. Now, so yeah, Frog is going to be soloing Magus. I suppose it doesn't get much more appropriate than that. Thematically speaking, does it? He really will, though. He has. This is the point in time at which I specifically set up all that gold and all that menu manipulation I did earlier with regards to getting my inventory set up. All of that was so I had enough money to purchase 99 mid-tonics. I wanted to enter this fight with 99 mid-tonics. In case you think that's excessive, I ended the fight with about 12. I needed them. Yeah. And no, I don't, Razulia. Besides, we all know Magus looks much better than Magus. So yeah, Frog is... I don't have much else to share about this. This is another fight that was similar to the Slash fight, in the sense that it probably looks kind of boring, because I'm basically trying to maintain this very careful balance of keeping my health high and still having a chance to attack him, because I have to do 3,333 damage in order to get him into Phase 2, and then the fight gets hard. Like, brutally, insanely hard. So difficult that, as I mentioned more than once prior to now, I almost gave up on this entire task because I wasn't sure I could beat Magus. I literally did not think it was actually going to be possible. Yeah. Oh, I just thought of something I could do funny here. Hang on. There we go. Ugh! Okay, I'm good. Frost damage! There we go. Ugh! Geyser! They're just knocked out, Shadow. It's actually called downed as a status. Whoa, wait, I can't move the webcam that fast. Okay, I'm done, Let's get me off the screen here. There we go. Anyways, so yeah, again, this is another circumstance of something that probably looked kind of boring and was super intense when I did it. The irony is I keep lowering his magic defense. He actually basically has 0 magic defense at this point in time. But it doesn't matter, because I can't do any significant magic damage to him. And I'm just... oh my god. Okay, so... No, okay, fine, I'll go back. Hang on. I'll go back. Where's his head? There's his head. So let's do it like... that. There we go. I'm a little bit wider than he is, because I actually have muscle mass. There, okay, so... Ugh! Ugh! Oh, crap. Are we at... no, we're not there yet. We're getting close, I can tell. By the way, this is not the longest fight in the game. Nizbel 2 is the longest fight in the game. Seriously. You'll see what I mean when we get there. It'll be funny. Oh, wait, he's down there. Damn it, I like the lightning 2 attack. That's one of my favorite attacks. Actually, I guess I should be going this way, because Frog's over there. I'll get you, Frog! And your little sword, too! Magus apparently talks like that. Wait. Are we there yet? Nope, still not there. Still in Phase 1. I used to actually know all his hand maneuvers for his casting for quite a while, to be honest with you. Because I'm a geek. What do you want from me? Ugh. Shut up. Come on. Now I'm just kind of waiting. I'm actually tense, though. Oh! I think we're almost there. No, I think we are there. Okay, so, hang on. Oh, that's right. That's why I did that. I remember now. So, okay, I did that specifically because that actually, basically gave me a little bit of I needed to do more damage than I was capable of doing. I was actually going to run out of mid-tonics. Seriously, I was actually going to... The initial attack, I didn't res Marl over there, and I didn't do anything like that. So I actually ran out of my 99 mid-tonics in this fight before hitting Phase 2. Or rather, during Phase 2. So I actually... Yeah, I could not do it. So I had to res her for one attack. And I waited until he was going to do a weakness to ice so that I could get some decent damage in there and speed this up a bit. In case you're wondering what the hell I just did, and why. Almost there. Now, it's actually kind of funny because pretty much this entire section of the fight actually only took me a few hours to do. Even though it was very tight, the slash fight kind of taught me how to do this kind of stuff, and I got a lot more experienced at it. So, honestly, going through this again was pretty much just, you know, the same thing I did in the slash fight. No real variance there. Now, the second half of the fight, well, I guess we'll start talking about it now. I had to invent a new strategy for the second half of the fight. I've actually already mentioned it, but I never did it until this point in time. I never actually managed to... here, I'm going to move myself back. That's just bugging me. I never actually managed to... You know, I never thought about it. I never actually did it until we reached the second phase of... Yes, I have, Asherano. Until we reached the second phase of the Magus fight. Which we're still not at. Oh my god. Good news is, Frog, I specifically equipped Frog with the metal so that he would be critting pretty much constantly. I've kind of already given him Basharana, but basically, it's... The gameplay might be interesting. The story looks incredibly boring. I will not buy a PS4 for it. That's for certain. Okay, we're gonna speed this up just a little bit. Still in Phase 1. God, this is a long fight. This is another example of, it was really tense when I was actually making it, and it probably looks really boring in hindsight. Oh, I think we're there. I think we're actually to Phase 2. Could be wrong. Unless this is just me getting in another hit with Marl to speed this up. Ah, it's another hit, never mind. See, the problem is that doing that is really not cost-effective. I can only do that so many times. In fact, I can basically do that only 3 times. So, you know, that's kind of the issue there. And it's okay, Basharano, I'm just kind of... Unless I specifically open up a Q&A session, I usually say, you know, no non-Chrono Trigger questions during this one. Although I'm kind of running low on things to talk about, so I guess that rule is kind of rescinded now, so shrug. Okay. Yep, we're there. We're in Phase 2. Alright, here's how Phase 2 works. His Phase 2 is always exactly the same, okay? He will always improve his magic defense, and then he will take an action which is basically no action, and then he will hit you with dark freaking matter. There is no surviving dark matter for any of these 3 characters unless I have a buff to Frog's magic defense. That is why I had that barrier. You see that green glow? That is Shell. Shell actually makes it possible for him to survive this attack. I want to stress this. It is impossible to survive dark matter without Shell, okay? Flat impossible. Now, he will only ever do dark matter. That is the only attack he will ever do from this point on. He'll increase his magic defense, do nothing, dark matter, repeat. That is his phase 2. But I have to do all the damage. I have to do the same amount of damage in phase 2 that I did in phase 1, and I have to do it on a timer now. This is why this fight was so difficult, and this is one of the reasons I felt it was almost impossible, and why I had to invent a completely new strategy for doing this task in order to make this possible. You'll notice, or maybe you don't notice, but my actions and my inputs are actually faster than normal. They're faster by approximately 3 frames per input, because this is when I discovered and then invented the use of that pre-frame input that I talked about earlier. I had to do that because if I didn't, Shell would wear off before he died. Because Shell is a temporary buff. And that's why that barrier is absolutely required. And you'll see I am just tilting, nuking the hell out of this guy as fast as I am possible to do. But I mentioned, someone asked earlier, do I use math or prep work in order to actually prepare for the bosses? And I said how I did both. You know, it was a lot of prep work and it was a lot of math, and I did some practice runs. My math was off for the Magus fight. I basically had too few revives to keep reviving everyone. So my original strategy involved rezzing both people each time and then going full tilt into them and doing a certain amount of damage each round, which by my original math would have meant I would have killed him before Shell ran out. I didn't have enough revives. In order to get revives, I would have had to rewind the TAS by a matter of almost like 40 minutes of live time, which is literally months of work just being flung out the window. I very much wanted to avoid that, and so that's why I sat down. That's why I invented that brand new technique, because I was trying to find some way to squeeze as many more attacks in here as I could in that last phase. Yeah, and I don't remember when it happens, but at a certain point in time, you'll notice I stop rezzing them. And that's why. Because I have to do this last thing with just Frog. And Frog has to finish off Magus in such a small amount of time, it's insane. And to explain what I mean, well, okay, I'll just tell you in advance. I was going to save it, but put it to you this way. Let's, the final round, when I don't res anybody, when it's just Frog versus Magus, Frog gets in a number of attacks, and then Shell runs out, and then Magus casts Dark Matter, and I die. Because I cannot survive Dark Matter without Shell. Period. So, in that run, all this time, I've been squeezing in more attacks, basically to get in a grand total of 1 more attack. 1 more attack. Because he was at so little, so insignificant amount of health, that one last attack is what finished him off. And that's one of the reasons. That's why I didn't just go back and lose the month of thing, because I was like, there has to be some way to squeeze in that one last hit. I have to get in 1 final attack, and Chrono has to be dead, and Marl has to be dead. How do I do this? How do I do this? Yes, it was an insane DPS race. All the improvements ever since phase 2. I've been using this new method of inputting and saving 3 frames every action, which allowed me to get that 1 additional attack in order to actually beat this guy. And I'm so, forgive me for kind of gushing, but I thought this was not possible. I thought I had to go and completely redo my entire fundamental strategy for this setup in order to make this feasible. I almost gave up on this entire task because of this fight. Oh my god. DPS stands for damage per second, Shadow. You say that, Samurai, but all I gotta say... we're done. This is it. This is our final round. Notice, okay, you see what happened there? He had Shell for that Dark Matter. Because of the way I staggered that out, Frog was able to survive that 1 last Dark Matter. Because Shell ran out, the frame Dark Matter finished casting. And now it's just a pure race to get that last hit in right there and actually beat Magus. That was the hit, that last hit. Oh my god! Even just rewatching this, I can't believe I did this. I don't even know if I'm explaining properly how insane that was to do. Oh my god. And you say it wasn't fun, Samurai. That was a lot of fun, especially because I did it. I succeeded. Oh, and by the way, if you didn't catch it, the very next thing he would have done, and I mean literally, there is no possible way that I would have gotten another attack in before he acted, would have been the dark matter that would have wiped me out. He was frames away from killing me. Nice, Bragwin. Oh my god. So yeah. So there it was. That was the second hardest fight in the entire game. And that's why. The DPS race from hell. I'll give you a hint. The hardest fight in the game is every element about that was insanely difficult from a DPS perspective. And then attack manipulation, for lack of a better way to put it. Which also involved... well, we'll talk about it when we get there. So yeah, after all that insanity, going to the Toronto lair was genuinely a relief. The Black Toronto himself was incredibly manipulatable in his AI script. Honestly, the hard part of the Toronto fight, I guess I shouldn't say this now, but basically the hard part of the Toronto fight was killing Azula. Once she was dead, the Black Toronto was actually really easy. And part of why is because I had a ruby vest for Isla. And by part of why, I mean the only reason why. Because without that ruby vest, it goes from being easy to being impossible. Go figure how that works out. Yeah, by the way, you never have an appreciation for Lavos until you beat him at level 1. Oh my god. But we'll get there. I know I keep hyping it up, but... whew. So yeah, you've already seen me go through one of these zones. Virtually everything in 65 million BC, including in the Toronto lair, is skippable. Is, completely bypassable in terms of either dodging the fight entirely or, just skipping it. So, yeah, I have to go to this guy, and I have to refill my mid-tonics. I just bought 99 mid-tonics. Why? Because I was frickin' out! I had like 5 left, or something like that. Like I said, I burned through my entire stash, keeping Frog alive during Phase 1 of the Magus fight. Shadow, actually, it's funny you say that. I answered that earlier. Obviously, the Sephiroth fight is technically harder, but at the same time, I would actually say the Lavos fight is, overall, generally more difficult. And I'll explain why when we get there. We have a couple cutscenes to go through. Would anyone like to toss some questions out? Go for it. I need a quick bio, but that's only going to take me approximately 45 seconds. So if anyone wants to ask some questions, go for it. Okay, I also gargled with more alcohol to dull the pain a bit more. This task was completed. I actually wrote down the timestamp. Hang on, let me pull it up here. Whew. God, I am so nauseous right now. May 1st, 2013. That can't be right. That isn't right. That is wrong. Hang on. Yeah, I've got some really bad lesions right now, but I've been looking forward to this stream for a while, and it was pretty highly requested, and I already announced it, so I just took a real pain pill, and I'm gargling and living with it. Okay, here we go. December 16th, 2012 is actually when I completed this task. That was the final... that was when I defeated Lavos, and the rest of the ending was, like, completely negligible compared to the Lavos fight, so... Yeah, so, okay, Toronto Lair, right? I love the Toronto Lair. I love the music, I love the style of it, I love the rock punk instead of steampunk, you know? I also love the fact that you can run from or dodge basically every single encounter in this entire place. It's great. Actually, it has been heavily requested for me to do a lore run of World of Warcraft, and I've actually really been thinking about doing it. It'd be a marathon-type thing, because I'd be doing it for weeks, but yeah. Baroness, do you get lesions, too? Or, well, they're not lesions, they're... Yeah, well, I mean, I guess there are lesions, never mind. Rock punk! Seriously, it's like steampunk, it's just, you know... Stone punk? I don't know. But yeah, you can run from like all these required fights. And oh, I was so relieved when I beat Lavos. I'll talk about that later. I need to stop talking about Lavos. I don't want to hype it up anymore. You guys are gonna get to it and be like, this is dumb. Isla's still awesome. So, normally when I'm doing a playthrough, and I actually thought about how I could make this work, I, kinda gave up on this idea, though, because it was incredibly inefficient and totally screwed up my experience spread. But Isla has an ability called Charm, which allows her to steal stuff, right? And, Charm is... Well, let's just say that if you're playing the game, you know, normally or doing a 100% run, Charm is like your favorite skill in the known universe. By the way, I specifically didn't free those guys earlier to show off that Kino will actually free them himself and go out of his way to do so if you didn't notice it. Anyways, yeah, basically all the movement you see me doing here is very carefully calculated to dodge everything. How many of you knew you could get through that room I just went through without getting teleported at all? How many of you knew you could get through these balconies without encountering any enemies, you know? Again, a lot of this was stuff I came up with pretty much on the fly. Yes, Shadow, that is correct. You'll notice I actually got into the encounter there, but I hit the line of the thing quickly enough that I still zoned in before the encounter actually started, so you could dodge that encounter too. Oh, shush, Olivia. So here we go! This is the longest fight in the game, and the most boring. How boring? Well, I'll explain in just a second just how boring this fight really is. Seriously, this fight is so dumb. Like, seriously. I'm sorry. So, Chrono dies. Goes the Stone of Shame. Now, it's funny, because Nizbel 2 attacks really quickly. Okay, so you have now seen all of this fight. I'm not actually kidding. Yeah, this is a great time for Q&A. He'll attack. I'll heal. And then, you know, it'll just, yeah, this is just kind of dull and boring at the end. because both are very widely enjoyed, to the point of both being considered some of the best games of all time, Shadow. So, you know, it's a commonality for people to compare, well, which is your favorite thing, you know, between these two great things. Oh, sorry, excuse me. No, I am not, Lump Nord. I've never actually been into the Shin Megami Tensei series or the Persona series. The only SMT series game I actually kind of liked was Digital Devil Saga, I believe. It was on the PS2, I want to say? It starts off, you're in a school, then the world's destroyed. Spoiler alert. I'm pretty sure it's Digital Devil Saga. Anyways. But even that one I didn't actually care for that much. And yes, Isla heals people by kissing them. Yeah, go ahead, Foulspice. Well, actually, what are you using it for, Foulspice, if you don't mind my asking? I don't actually blame you, Paladin. Apparently the Steam version of FF8 is actually not too bad. I mean, it's basically just the PC port, but they add the Uber cheats as an option in, so you can just skip all the grind and just play the game and enjoy the story, so... Oh, it was Nocturne. It was Nocturne, Mega. You're right. My bad. My bad. I have not played Wasteland 2 because I don't have the money to buy games that aren't for the show, so I have not purchased, like, anything. Excuse me. I am not tempted by Alien Isolation Bug Bump, but then again, I kind of just answered why. By the way, I'd just like to go on record to say that I hope Square Enix comes out with all their stuff properly, and I gotta say that, on the PC in Steam from now on, and I mean this sincerely. How many times over the past several years have people come to me and said, I love what you're talking about FF6, or FF5, or FF4, or FF7, or FF8, how can I play it? And in some cases I can say, well, you can play it on the PSN, but in most cases it's like, well, you can play it on the PSN, but it's the inferior version. FF5 being a really big example of that one, for instance. I would love for all these games to really come out on the PC, if for absolutely no other reason than that all these people who have never had the opportunity to play these games can do so. So the fact that FF4 and FF3 on the DS versions of both came out on the PC is, in my opinion, a good thing, and I really am hoping that we get some, the proper versions, at the GBA version of FF5, the original PSN version of FF7, etc., on PC on the Steam, because that would be amazing. My point stands, Samurai. By the way, are you bored with this fight yet? I don't even have any commentary on this fight. You want to know how boring this fight was? At one point in time, because of the way I had my setup, I wasn't even playing this fight frame by frame. I was playing this fight live. Let me say that again. In a TAS, I was able to fight this fight as optimally as possible without using frame-by-frame timing, because that's how easy it was to manipulate the setup. Now, you notice I'm still doing stuff kind of fast. Every now and again, I'd do some prime stuff, but yeah. Lilu, he's joking. He's not going to buy me a PS4, thank God. Yeah, I know, it's just, this is so, oh my God. It's just this... No, I didn't fall asleep, but like I said, this is the only part of this entire game, except for the ending, that I played at a non-frame-by-frame level. Oh God, I am really dizzy right now. Pain pills, woo! Oh, that'd be awesome, Mega Mike. I mean, I already have the DS, versions of 4, 5, 6, and 9. But it'd be nice to see him on the PC as well. That's unfortunate, Noel. And I don't mean to sound elitist, but I don't like the iOS versions of 5 or 6, personally. Mostly an aesthetic thing. Not my thing. Salamander, the only MOBA I actually like, and have liked for a long time, is Heroes of the Storm, aka Blizzard All-Stars. So, yeah, that's all I got for that. I do recommend it, though. The sprites have never actually bothered me. There may be some, I got used to it. I grew up with that. Well, I was around when they came out kind of a thing. But, yeah. Yeah, I'm not even going to talk about that bandit, other than to spit more bile in Square Enix's direction, because screw them, seriously. God damn, frickin' bastards. Alright, we're gonna speed this up. Because the Toronto fight is a little more interesting than this one. In case you're wondering, because of Chrono's incredibly low level, and because of the unique way his defenses are changed by lightning rather than just being turned off, like the first Nisbil was, there's basically no faster way to do this other than to just bypass the fight entirely, which is possible. Chrono is literally useless in this fight. It's impossible to keep him alive, and he can only vul him so often, and then you'd have to ether him, and then you have to res him constantly. And, yeah, enough said, basically. Maybe Baronessa. I just really... No Skyrim, though, okay? I'm kind of done with Skyrim. I really don't want to play that game anymore. At least not for a while. Actually, I do, Salamander, and I have had a long-standing theory that that's one of the things they've been working on in the background. Blizzard actually has a strong tendency to not really broadcast what they're doing until they're ready to talk about it. So it wouldn't surprise me if they are working on that. That being said, we could be seeing Activision's influence on Blizzard by the fact that they haven't really done something yet. So yeah, this is a really freaking... This is why I say this is the longest fight in the game. Not the easiest, that'd be Zombor, but it's pretty damn easy. I did, Samurai. I tasked it, and it was the perfect gift race. Oh my god! We did it! We killed Nisbil II. Oh my god, that frickin' fight. So anywho, now we have to switch out our characters a bit, because Isla is basically going to solo Black Toronto. Chemic, that's not a bad idea, but without wishing to spoil, let's just say that I don't want to do that, and leave it like that. Now, if a proper remake of Morrowind comes out, that'd be great. So yeah, you can dodge all those fights there, for those of you who have, are wondering what the hell I just did. See you around, Bregvin. So, this fight was much harder while Ozila was alive, which is kind of funny. The only reason, though, is because Toronto is predictable. And that's kind of the thing. Toronto is not easy by any means of or stretch of the imagination. But he is predictable, which means there's no... I know exactly how things are going to happen. All I have to do is perform perfectly, and then I'm fine. You understand? So, that's just kind of how that works. But while Azila's alive, she can do all sorts of messed up stuff, which kind of screws with everything, including how this works out. So, get some awesome... I love the HP difference, by the way, as you can see over there. You know, Chrono's got 70 HP still, because he's still level 1. And Isla's got, you know, 367. Although later we'll be getting one character which has slightly more HP than her. Yes I will, Baronessa, definitely. I've been looking forward to Skywind or Mar Oblivion, when, you know, as it originally was, for quite some time. Now, you'll notice Black Toronto is doing no damage at all to Isla. That's one of the reasons I say that this fight is either easy, or rather I should say predictable, or impossible. She needs the Ruby Vest, and which reduces the fire damage she takes by a colossal amount, and the Ceratopper, and I forget the other thing, but basically her equipment loadout is pretty much full-on tank right now. To the point where even Toronto's ultimate attack, you know, he does that countdown and he does the big attack, that will do basically nothing to her. That is why I say equipment is so important, not just for the run in general, but especially for this fight. Bye, Chrono! Now, I need I need Marl alive at least until Ozila dies. I actually did some test runs through this, because... and this is how another thing you could do, especially when either speedrunning or super playing, when it comes to tasking. You'll do like a run of the boss, and then you'll notate the frame at which you beat the boss, right? Wrote it down, and then make a backup save, and then you'll do the entire fight again using a completely different strategy to see which one is actually faster. In this case, bothering to res and keep Marl alive was actually much faster because she does a decent amount of damage with her ice spells on Ozila, which sped this up considerably by a factor of about a minute and a half, I want to say. That's a huge gain in time when it comes to tassing. Yeah, I know, Baronessa. Poor Chrono. I like to think that Chrono's actually narcoleptic instead of anything else. The other reason, though, by the way, the other reason this was necessary for this strategy, the original strategy is Isla burns all her mana on Ozila while the other two are dead, and then has to ether up and then deal with him. In this case, Isla is basically more like a healing battery for Marl, and Marl is actually the primary damage dealer instead, because Marl actually does more damage to Ozila. However, Isla will do more damage to the Black Toronto. That's one of the reasons this fight is so screwy. Ozila actually has very unique stats. See you around, Mugwump. Ozila basically has a fairly large physical defense and fairly low magical defense. And you'll notice, okay, some of you probably didn't even know this can happen. The Black Toronto can actually enter its second phase even if Ozila is still alive. Usually that doesn't happen, because usually Ozila just dies so quickly, but Marl's the only one actually doing any damage to her right now. But this is actually great, because this means while Marl is damaging Ozila, Isla can start doing some damage on the Toronto here. It's okay, Pro. I'm sure things will turn out just fine for Chrono. Besides, Chrono's a narcoleptic. He's not actually dead. And Samurai gets my reference to FF6, too. You know what's funny about that Shadow is, if not... I'm just going to go ahead and say this, because most people have probably guessed this already. If not for getting Magus in the party, this run would actually be fundamentally impossible. Now, I know what you're thinking, because I've mentioned before how I do a different strategy than most what most level 1 runs do, or did, and that is, I don't get the Life 3 trick. I don't actually do the Life 3 trick thing. And so, some people would say, well, if you did the Life 3 trick and did the 90% of the game strategy, then maybe you'd be able to do the game without Magus, you know, joining the party. That is actually still not true, because without the Life 3 trick, you actually will run out of resources before you can actually defeat Lavos, because you'll be doing so little damage, and it will take so long. You need Magus to beat this game in a low-level play run like this. Go figure, right? I'd comment on the appropriateness, but anyways. So now we're back to our standard setup here. Oh, poor Glass Joe getting a pity kill on Chrono. I bet Glass Joe just like stumbled into him and Chrono was like, ugh! And that's how that happened. Die, Ozilla. This is kind of a long fight, too. We're going to speed this one up a little bit as well. Because I've kind of already talked about all the significant parts of this fight. It's okay, Samurai. I'll beat it with my mind in 4 times speed. November 18th, Salamander. That's true, Raskar. Especially since we destroy the... Oh, there we go. Especially since we destroy the Epoch. So, there's no time travel, so the only one left around is Luca, Marl, and Chrono. And Chrono will be like, yes, and then I defeated the Black Toronto completely by myself. So yeah, now we just kind of let Marl die. Oh, sorry, Samurai, sorry. Too much. So this is funny, because I actually did several different strategies for this, but it turns out that Isla's basic attack actually had overall, over time, more damage than using her special attacks. And there's 2 reasons why. 1, it's faster, and that's always relevant. But 2, and more importantly, her basic attacks have a chance to crit, and the crits, as they weave in, actually do more damage, again, over time, than doing her special attacks. Oh, God. And see, she's fine. I'm not even healing. So, favorite stream moment. I assume you mean one of my streams, Final Cloud? I don't know, when I beat Valvolus without cheating on FF4DS at low level, that was pretty awesome. I didn't think I was going to pull that off. I would also be remiss if I did not mention both the Swamp moment, which has become infamous, and the Ride to Hell Retribution thing, which was warping my brain while I was streaming it. I also really like... It's my health, Samurai. I could really tell you the whole details, but suffice it to say that I've had this problem for years and probably will always have it. Anyways, during the 6 run, I got to reveal 2 things I never had before during the marathon. Both of them were about Kefka, and I was actually really, really excited to actually share something I hadn't before. So, Now, the funny thing is, this fight probably looks really boring. And it kind of is, I'll admit it. But this is another example of doing frame-perfect inputting. Remember I mentioned earlier that whole, Hey, Lorian. I mentioned that strategy I invented for the Magus fight, for the Phase 2 of the Magus fight. I'm actually doing that here to get more Ilef attacks in. This is not actually... Excuse me, this is not actually, how do I put this? This is, it's not actually required, but I started doing it from this point on just in case it would be required, but also, more importantly, because of the fact that it speeds things up, because you get more attacks in, so shrug. By the way, for those of you who do not know, I will be streaming Dragon Age and Dragon Age 2 in the weeks prior to Dragon Age Inquisition coming out. Just thought I'd mention that. I'm still kind of torn as to what I'm going to do for Dragon Age Origins because, well, to be honest with you guys, I didn't really think that there was anything worth streaming about it. I know that sounds weird, but if you guys have paid attention, I have never, in my entire streaming career, done just a Let's Play. I've actually made a very strong rule for myself to never just do a Let's Play. I always do something, some kind of variant, some kind of gimmick. It's, you know, a blind run, or it's a lore run, or it's a speed run, or it's a backseat run, or it's a silly run. You know, something. I'm always doing something rather than just, you know, playing the game. I've been debating what to do for Dragon Age Origins, though, because when I think about Origins, I can't really think about all that much lore for it. I mean, there is, but it's all there. It's all really obvious. I don't feel like it'd be like me lore running. I don't know, Mystic Quest. I guess that's being disingenuous. But my point is, I don't know, like, if it's worth doing a lore run. I don't know if I have enough worth sharing. That's what I really mean. I don't know if I have enough worth sharing to do a lore run of Dragon Age Origins, so I'm really kind of undecided on what I'm going to do for that. I know what I'm going to do for Dragon Age 2. Whoops. And then for those of you who are not aware, by the way, if for some reason there's someone out there who's not aware of this, I plan on doing a live blind run of Dragon Age Inquisition. I don't know exactly when it goes live, but I've already purchased it. And when it goes live, I will be playing it, you know, live as it comes out, giving you guys my impressions and whatnot, and we'll see what you think of it. Yeah, let's speed this up a little bit. There we go. So, we've defeated the Black Toronto. And now it's time to doom the entire world and complete the time loop, so to speak. Although I guess, in all honesty, we have actually basically already done that. A no Canada dry run, no can do, Olivia. Can't do it. It would take so many donations to do that. By the way, this is another reason I like Chrono Trigger. It would have been easy to do this scene with dramatic music, or foreboding music, or sad music, or depressing music, but instead we have this quiet, peaceful tune playing as Lavos skyrockets through space and comes to impact the Earth and ruin and destroy it. It's such a perfect musical choice. The sound design overall in this game is phenomenal. Aw, that makes me sad, Samurai. But oh well. Maybe Salamander. I mean, you know me, I'm usually not a binary yay or nay kind of a guy. But I'll do my best. Andros won't have his way with me. So, we are about to reach a unusual section of the game, also known as several people's favorite section of the game, because it involves going to antiquity and having the best music in the game. Hell yes. Lord knows I know at least one other person, including myself, who, when we get to this game, you know, we kind of bulldoze up to this point, and then we just stop, talk to all the NPCs, enjoy the sights, put the controller down for a bit, and just enjoy the moment. I'm curious how many of you guys are like that. I talked about this during the marathon, too. But with the Toronto fight over with, we are now going to be prepping for our next big fight, Giga Gaia. Now, for those of you who know the Giga Gaia fight, I bet several people are actually very curious how the hell I defeat Giga Gaia. It's gonna be interesting, I'll tell you what. That's right, Baronessa. I know nothing about Inquisitions. I've gone out of my way to avoid spoilers, so we will see just how it is live. First reactions and all that fun stuff. This is also interesting, too, because I had to decide how much of this area I end up doing. Ugh. No comment, final. But the thing is, almost all of the Kingdom of Zeal is actually fully optional, and you don't have to do, like, any of it. But there's some pretty good loot here, so it's kind of... I've really had to do some serious... math prep work, basically, to determine which things I was going to get, when, why, and how. It's also worth noting that you could do a lot of things your second playthrough, because, for example, your first time through, you could get to this guy, learn the scratching point, right, from the new, but then ignore it until the next time you come through, which is later, much later, actually, after the Giga Gaia thing, and then, at that point in time, get the item for having done it. And, of course, we do have to save the plant. Very important. Yeah, I know, Samurai. As you'll notice, though, I decided it was actually quicker and more useful to get it now, basically to help out with the next few fights, and, most importantly, the Giga Gaia fight. Ugh, the frickin' Giga Gaia fight. Ugh. How many people had trouble with Giga Gaia legitimately first time you played this game? I'm gonna raise my hand, because I sure as hell did. Oh my god. We also got a couple other items here, though, as you can see. Lavos lacks the ability to ally with anyone. By the way, how many people knew there was a speed tab hidden under the graphic there? Which is the main reason I just have to come back. Hey, Giacomo. Hey, Spirit. Join me, Spirit. Join me in streaming this. You missed me playing Ride to Hell, man. What the heck? And hey, everyone, by the way. So... Excellent. That's great, because my throat's killing me. This area is another careful examination of what you have to actually do in order to advance the plot. And it's not actually the thing you'd imagine. I will grow my hair back if a certain thing happens in real life. No, I cannot sample, but if it makes you feel any better, I haven't told anyone in real life either. I was gonna say something. Oh, you don't know how bad coughing hurts until you have lesions on your throat. Ooh. I'm gonna have to gargle more alcohol here in a moment. Ugh. Olivia, you must take over for me. So, okay, here we go. Hardest fight in the game. Actually, I mentioned earlier that there's no super optional in the game. The Golem and the Golem boss are both kind of designed to be a unique form of optional boss. Because the Golem, if you're not doing a New Game Plus, is actually insanely hard. Like, really. Notice how fast he's attacking? His speed is actually maxed. In other words, he has 15, or 16, excuse me, speed rating, which is insane. So yeah, he just destroys you. Unless you're on New Game Plus, in which case you just destroy him, because all of his attacks are designed to be magic-type damage, other than the Iron Ball. The funny thing about that is that, as I mentioned earlier, the higher level you are, the higher your magic defense is. It's pretty much 1-to-1. And so, as you're, when you come back through on a New Game Plus, he's much easier purely for the fact that he doesn't destroy you anymore. His attacks do much, much, much less damage because you're a higher level. Again, they used that specifically in a lot of places in this game to make certain things easier than they otherwise would be. What's funny you mentioned that shopkeeper. We'll talk about that a bit when we get to the Golem twins, who were actually really, really easy once I figured out how to completely control them. It was actually kind of sad. We'll talk about that when we get there, though. So, yeah, we just got... well, let's just say that this is the part of the game that I've been waiting for a long time. The whole time I was doing this TAS, I was prepping for basically this moment. And I'll explain why in a bit here. Oh my god. So, a quick question. What would you call the opposite of a magnum opus? Like your worst failure? What's a good term to describe that? Like your most embarrassing pile o' crap? Yeah, I'll actually freely admit I didn't realize the Prophet was Magus. Spoiler alert. Until, like the moment when he was interacting with Shala and Alphador. That's what actually gave it away for me. Fubar? A Magnum Crapus? Epic fail? Magnum Dopus? I'm probably extremizing it a little bit too much. By the way, this is another little thing I did. I actually land at the pixel, the closest pixel I can to Mystic Mountains there, and I made sure I went up just to that exact pixel before I went over. Tiny little thing. I've actually been doing that this whole time. Lots of little pixel efficiencies to make it look as cool as possible without you even noticing, unless I point it out. But yeah, so I don't know. I'll figure up a title. I need something to title it with. You know what? We'll just call it a lamentation. I think that works. So this is awesome though, because we finally have the Shala's pendant powered up by the Mammon machine. So everything, it's actually funny, I knew exactly what I wanted to do with it, but figuring out the best order to do it in was actually something that took me some time. Now this is actually really funny. You can either get something that casts safe, or a really nice weapon. I mention this is funny because it's a weapon for Chrono, who's level 1, and again, is officially just a stone of shame that I'm dragging around with me. So, Yeah, I think my choice here is really obvious. By the way, I like lemon TAS. I think that's what I'll call it. Lemon Tastion, maybe. So we go and get this. This is always what I do anyways in general when I first get the Shawless Pen, is go around and get tons of loot. Although I am not getting all of it right now. I'm only getting some of the stuff that I feel is required pretty much mostly for the Mount Woe and for the Ocean Palace. Because the Ocean Palace is going to be kind of rough. There's a lot of fights you cannot skip in the Ocean Palace. Someone earlier was talking about how the Toronto Lair, you know, he didn't understand why people call the Toronto Lair a fake-out dungeon, and I kind of get his reasoning. But there's no denying the Ocean Palace definitely has a very strong feeling of being a final dungeon, given the way it works. By the way, in case you were wondering, yep, those guys are still there, and yes, I still have to walk to bypass them. Every time. Excuse me. Now, I actually did some timing tests to see if running or taking the bike was faster. And, well, did you know you could run from these fights? Yeah, pretty much, Salamander. Come on, Chrono, let's go save the world. And he's back there. He's still alive, of course. It's just, you know, kind of doing his thing. I like how everyone has 1 HP right now, by the way. There's no reason to heal them, in case you're wondering why they're like that. This is a little bit of just prep work here. Ah! True enough, Mega Mike. I shouldn't actually call him the Stone of Shame. It's more the idea of he's my hard mode activator. Yeah, he's heroic mode, or what do you want to call it? Like back in Old War, for those of you who know what I'm talking about. Actually, Sample, I hate to tell you this, but that was actually a flat-out lie. And for the reason I've already kind of given away. Actually, no, Chemic, because the very first thing we do is go and res him, because, again, the hard mode requirement is Chrono basically always has to be in the party. So... And there it is, the best item in this entire run. The wallet. The wallet, for those of you not aware, converts all exp gained into gold. And, I shouldn't have to explain why that's so useful for a low-level run. Because, yeah. Thanks, but, it's funny, I always figure my age is pretty obvious considering how many health problems I have. You know, most people who are younger don't have the kind of problems I do. Let's see, I think we've got 2 more stops before we're done here. Give or take. Yeah, we're gonna go get this thing. 27, wow. Yeah, I wish I was 27. Holy crap. I was a lot healthier when I was 27. By the way, dodging those bugs is actually more annoying than you'd think. As weird as that sounds. Worth it to go all the way here just for that power tab, but I get everything anyways. The gold earring alone makes that trip very worth it. And by worth it, I mean, well, let's just say that there's a couple bosses I actually couldn't defeat if I didn't get the gold earring. Super, you guys already help with that. All the donations I get, and I do mean all of them, pretty much go to, unless they're specifically said, you know, this donation is to buy game A. All of the donations go pretty much straight to my medical bills and help get that stuff paid off. For which I thank you, by the way, very much so. Switch up a little bit here. Get a quick heal. Salamander, originally it was for the same reason I didn't give away any personal information, including my name. But now it's kind of become a thing, so I'm just kind of maintaining it now. That's really all it comes down to. So yeah, it's time to do the sewers. But it's okay, because we have the wallet. So Chrono doesn't have to die! He might still die, because I'm not going to bother keeping him alive. But, you know. So yeah, for this section I just put the Berserker on Isla and Frog and kind of let them do their thing, because they can attack faster than I can by about 2 frames. Sorry, I'm not interested in marrying ugly women. Not really my thing. Ugly woman, maybe, but not woman. Yeah, I don't either, Sample, honestly. So how many of you guys got caught by this your first time through? And I'll be honest, it wasn't anything except for that damn save point at the end. First time through, I'm like, oh, this is obvious, I'll just avoid all this stuff. And then I saw the save point, and I was like, oh, cool, a save point. Ding! Enemies. No, Leela, we already addressed that. Man, that hurts. Alright, this is it. The hardest fight in the game. After the Aussie fight, of course, which is much harder. Yeah, by the way, I'm secretly 14, guys. I've been meaning to tell you. So this is funny. Crawley basically only has one attack. It's designed to really get you when you first come here. Actually, a lot of enemies have that exact same attack. It doesn't have a name that I'm aware of. It probably does in the code, but it's just removes all of your HP except for one attack. The funny thing is, it is specifically designed to change your health value to 1. The damage it shows is purely cosmetic. What I mean by that, though, is if you are at 1 health, it will do no damage, because, yeah, the end, basically. But I mention that because a lot of other games that have things like that, Demi is a great example, or anything of that nature, they won't stop at 1, they'll keep doing damage. That's true in Chrono Trigger as well, though. The Iron Ball attack... Oh. The Iron Ball attack that the golems do, and Dalton does, will actually do 0 damage if you are at 1 health. So, I just mentioned it because it's unique. Most games, especially the FF series, don't do that. They will actually round up that damage rather than round down. Yeah, by the way, most of my viewers are actually pretty young, which I find very strange. Not that I mean that as an insult, but I just would not think younger people have an interest in listening to some older guy yammer for way too much time about, you know, analyses and video games and geek culture in general. You And I would not, off the top of my head, assume that that's something that gentlemen and women of your age would actually be interested in. But shrug. And yeah, I am actually pretty sure I am the oldest of my various viewers. I could be wrong about that, though. So we name it the Epoch, because we're going quickly. Ugh. I wasn't implying you were dumb, Shadow. But let's just say that I've been assuming there's a reason that PewDiePie is the most popular and you know, has the most viewers person on YouTube. And let's just leave my statement at that. So you're probably wondering what the hell I'm doing here. Anyone guess what I'm out here for specifically? Again, keep in mind, I'm basically prepping for the for the Undersea Palace, because, yeah. The Undersea Palace is probably the hardest dungeon in the game, honestly. Thankfully, I have the wallet for it, so that's great. I don't have to worry about killing off party members, or else it'd be much worse. But yeah, getting that Aeon suit was incredibly helpful for that, and that's basically the only thing I came there for. And by basically, I mean literally. A couple other things we need to pick up, though. But we need the powered-up versions because we need absorption, not defense, so... I guess that is true, Kamek. That's also one of the reasons I've never really tried to, I don't know. I'd say I don't try to broaden my audience, but that's actually wrong. I do actually try to broaden my audience a bit. But I never try to dumb down my content, I guess is really the way to put that. Yeah, you were, by the way, Mraid is actually correct. All of you have officially joined in, signed up to become part of the Lich King's army as a result of being here, so, you know, there's that. What you're probably... I think I know what you're talking about, Kimmick. I try to make a point to talk to all my viewers and respond to you guys, especially when I'm streaming. And I also have been making a pretty strong effort to respond to comments on my videos, and you're probably referring to that. If I was as big as, say, I don't know, I'm trying to think of someone who's much bigger than I am, but not huge. Boogie2988. Then I probably wouldn't actually have a chance to respond to everyone like I do right now. I'd still try, but, you know. So yeah, power up all those objects. It's funny, you're probably looking at this kind of weird. I mapped out this whole route of movement for quite a while in advance for a speedrun I was actually going to do, and I ended up using it for the TAS rather than anything else. Oh no, I defeated them! But it's okay, because I get tech points and gold. Love that wallet. The only downside of the wallet is it means one person basically sacrifices their accessory slot in order to keep it on. So in a couple places I will actually remove the wallet because I'm not going to be getting exp anyways due to certain circumstances. But for the most part, it's going to be on our characters from this point till the end of the game. Oh no, Boogie's pretty good about it. I'm just saying I would have a harder time doing it if I was not like that. So we need to give Frog magic. Like, right now. There we go. Well, I'll tell you what, Pro. I will assist you by completely killing Ulfric Stormcloak. Brutally and horribly. And yes, you can, Shadow, by the way. Be an astrophysicist. There's always use for that. It kind of depends, Salamander, but because you're willing, like I mentioned, the more willing you are, the more power can be given to you. It's not automatic, but it means I can give you more. Or, you know, not I, you know what I mean? You could be given more by the Lich King or whatever. FF15? I don't know. I mean, people keep asking me about FF15. I don't know what else to say about it. The story looks really boring, and the gameplay looks acceptable. I don't actually have much else to share with this. It's, fascinating the way it's presenting itself, and I imagine you're talking about the fact that for literally over 18 months we had exactly 0 news about FF15, and then out of absolutely nowhere, we've been getting news like every few days about 15. So you could be asking me, you know, do I think the direction is the fact that you know, they're actually starting to make the game now, as opposed to before when they kind of weren't. So, you know, shrug. And by the way, I'd just like to go on record and say that I don't fully blame Nomura for the problems with FF15. Not fully. Yeah, it looks good. It looks nice. It looks shiny on me. 10 out of 10! It looks pretty! But the point that I'm reaching here is that Nomura, for all his flaws, is someone who really throws his all into something he actually knows. And I'm pretty sure that the people in charge of Square Enix have squirrels for brains, and have no idea what the hell is wrong with themselves, because they should have never had Nomura working on FF15. They should have always had someone else working on it. I think Toshida's working on it now. I could be wrong with the name there. But the point is, Nomura was happy to be taken off the project, to go work on something he actually wanted to, as opposed to, you know, this thing that he was saddled to because squirrels for brains. So whatever, you know. Damn it, Nick the Looney! Anyways, we'll see. I don't have any high hopes for FF15, and if it doesn't come out on a console I own, then I don't actually care. You know? FF15 might be a good game, but if it's a PS4 exclusive, then I just don't give a damn. Because I don't have a PS4, you know? Anyways. There it is. No, Black Salamander, the answer to your question is actually both. The Sunwell reviving him is part of why he was basically the most powerful Lich ever, but the fact that he was 100%, well, like 90% willing, was part of the reason why it was capable to imbue him with so much power. It depends on how well they sell, Samurai. That's literally what's happening right now. And they've said this outright, too. Depending on how well the PC stuff sells with FF... I'll talk about that in a moment. They're going to determine... Oh, gee, that's great, Pro! But anyways, depending on how well the PC games sell of the FFs they put on so far, will determine whether or not they do anything else on the PC. Now, that being said, one of the things they've gone out of their way to say specifically is that they're determined whether or not they do future games on the PC by how well FF13 sells on the PC. And I don't think I should have to explain to you guys why that's kind of a train wreck waiting to happen. We'll see, though. It'd be nice if the PC ended up helping revive Square Enix as a company that actually matters. Forgive my cynicism showing through here. Yeah, I know, Paladin, but whatever. At least it's the DS version instead of any of the other six versions. Hey, Sonic. You mean the DS one, Mega Mike? Also known as the best version of FF4 ever? Which should answer you. I don't know, Super. See, the thing about that is, the Square Enix themselves have gone on record as saying that if they ever do a remake of any of those games, they're going to do it with the engine and graphic styles of FF13, which not only I actually would not like, but would be incredibly stupid from a development perspective, given the insane and ludicrous amount of time and money investment that would be for a remake. However, I would prefer a 3D remake in the style of Final Fantasy IV DS, or using the graphics engine at most of Dissidia or FF10 or FF12, which all basically have the same base engine underneath them. But that's just my opinion on it. Told you, Lilu. I really should go back and make a note saying I'm lying about my age. Because back then, nobody knew who the hell my channel was, and I was trying to specifically dissuade a certain person who I knew was watching my videos from learning how old I was. So, you know. So yeah, in case you're wondering, this alt section was probably pretty boring to watch, and I apologize, but it was actually really fun to map out, because all of that was extremely efficient, getting all those items and ending up in such a way so that I end up at the epoch, right at the spot I need to go. You know, it was all planned out and mapped well in advance. Now we go get to fight this damn place. Ugh. Most people I know who play this game normally think that this is pretty much the moment in time which the game gets serious. You have the Mountain of Woe, and then the Giga Guy. Well, first you have the Beast Cave, and then the Mud Imp. Then you have the Mountain of Woe, and then Giga Guy, and then you have the Black Omen and the bosses in there, and it's just... Come. Shrug, Omni. I've seen that too. Hell, I've gotten that too. FF7 is not my favorite. So this is a funny fight, because these guys get stronger and stronger the more you attack them, but they also have to be in range of you to hit you. So, it doesn't actually matter, because they're just going to kill Chrono. And who cares about Chrono? I actually had to specifically set up Chrono to be the one who was closest for that fight, so that he would be the one who was killed, because it doesn't matter. Enjoy your death, Chrono. You notice I'm not even healing him. There is no reason to heal him. Basically from this point onward. There's a few exceptions, but yeah. Wait, I've got it, guys. Let's do a remake of FF10, but let's actually not change anything. What do you guys think? Mega Mike, it's funny you asked that. Because the reason that the answer is probably no is the FF7 and FF8 ports were already done. They did those back in the early 2000s, and they were kind of poorly received ports, which is why they pulled out of the PC thing. This is kind of funny. Menu manipulation. This is going to be a long fight, so if you this is another good time for some Q&A stuff here. This was another hard but long endurance fight. Anyways, Square Enix actually dipped their toes into the... Look at that! First thing they do is they kill Chrono. First thing! Oh, late 90s, my bad. Whatever, they all blend to get to me somewhere along the line. But anyways, the original FF ports of 7 and 8 to the PC were pretty bad. Not terrible, just not good. And didn't sell well at all. They did not sell well at all. And that's significant because that was the last time they were like, well, let's see how the PC market is. And so they made two mediocre ports. The PC, they didn't sell well, and they decided, oh, clearly the PC market is not for us. Now, I mention that because that's kind of stupid on their part. They were basically artificially influencing the results of their own experiment, you know? Trying to make it seem like it was worse than it actually was. I mention that because what they're doing right now is they've ported several of their games to the PC, but they're not doing the best job they could have, and now they're saying, well, we'll see if the PC market is worth getting into based on those how they sell. And again, FF13. Hang on, I just got some. I need to pull this up here. Thank you, Pro. And I will definitely do that. Not sure when, but probably soon, in all honesty. I need to figure out some way to get word out to my viewers and figure out which one of my viewers actually have Smash on the 3DS, and then figure out how to group with them. Yes, I have played Rogue Galaxy. Incredibly cliched, really hokey, ridiculous plot, but I had more game with that fun than I like to call Rogue Galaxy one of those games that's more fun than it has any right to be, you know? You know what, Black Salamander? Go for it. Make sure he's dead. Make sure he's dead. Ooh. Yeah. Okay, Shuryu has it. I know Pro does. Yes, chatter, what is happening is Chrono is dying. Goodbye, Chrono. Let's go ahead and skip through this. This is another endurance fight, so this is just going to take a while here. The good news is we no longer have to plan for characters dying, so we no longer have to wait artificially in fights like we did early on. Endurance fight. This is another rough one, too. Couldn't fall asleep. I don't know if you're paying attention, but he's basically hitting me. Every attack he does against me is either doing a sixth of my health and damage, or half my health and damage. And he's also in his counterattack phrase. So... Oh, shoot, sorry, I went too far. Anyways, so yeah, now this is gonna be great, because we're actually gonna be able to get some tech points for basically the first time in the game. I like some of the FF10 HD music, but honestly, the only one I really like better, Omni, is the one that Uematsu himself did. Will do, Pro. I actually don't think I got that one, Lava. But you're welcome, and yeah, it's kind of cool, isn't it, the way they constructed it. Very well-constructed game, which is interesting considering its reputation. Lump Lord I have, but I have not done those on the stream. I did those back when it came out, and so they're on the list of things I'd like to speedrun, but first I want to solidify my Mega Man X time a little bit better, and my Super Metroid time before I start actually hitting those. And I want to get a good Chimera run time down. Actually, to be a little bit blunt, considering that up to basically after a certain point in this game, one character will be carrying the entire rest of the game, this probably should be called Magus Trigger. Just be blunt. So Giacomo, no, I have not heard about that. Would you care to elaborate? Oh, and by the way, as I've said before, even though I am annoyed with the FF10 Hardly Different remake, or port, or whatever you want to call that, let us be absolutely clear, it's still a good thing that it came out. It's still a net positive. My only complaint with it is it's not actually a remake. They just took the international version and touched up the music. It's a port, a good port, but still a port. I would have liked it better if they had actually done a remake of that, or done a proper remake of FF5, or done a proper remake of FF6, or done a proper remake of FF7, or done a proper remake of FF8, or done a proper remake of FF9! But I digress. Ah. That's why it irritates me so much. Of all the things they could have done, they chose 10 to do that with. I mean, really? But then again, it's not like they don't do that with other ones. I mean, for God's sakes. No, I do not actually have a P.O. box. I basically can't afford one. If the show ever gets to the point where I'm doing well enough that I can afford one, I do actually plan on getting one, yes. But we'll see. Hang on, what are you counting, Shadow? Just out of curiosity. Ah. Not enough, Mega. Don't you get it? It's like, okay, the attitude is here, fine, you can have the whole... It's the same thing with the Final Mix thing. I'm still happy we're getting Kingdom Hearts Final Mix, finally. But that doesn't mean I'm not also annoyed that it took us forever to finally get the final mixes over here because, you know, oh, well, I guess the non-Japanese people can finally have the, you know, the final mix version. It's the same exact goddamn thing, and it pisses me off. So yeah, I still like it. I am still a net positive by it, but it still irritates me, you know? Anyways, moving on. I need to not be upset because my throat hurts like crazy. So we're gonna switch up our gear a little bit here. Yeah, Baronessa. Honestly, I wouldn't trust Square Enix to do a proper remake of FF6 at this point. But I would trust some of the other companies that have done the good proper remakes to do it. You know, like the guys who did FF4 comes to mind. Or the Level 5 would be another great team to do that with. Oh, don't even joke about that Final Cloud. So, can anyone guess how I'm going to defeat the Giga Gaia with, you know, a level 1, a level 12, and I think she's a level 16 right now? Any guesses? By the way, pretty much, obviously getting these tech points is very useful, but I'm getting these tech points on these characters specifically because these characters need the abilities that they're going to be getting for the next few sections, including the Gigabyte and most of the Omen. Or not the Omen, the Black Ocean. Or the Ocean Palace. Bleh. Oh, hi, Chatter. I'm sorry, I probably missed you showing up. I'm really doing it in a bad way right now. Mega Mike, I actually talk about that during my FF Marathon run. Basically, Square pulled the plug on the projects. The company that did the FF3 and the FF4 DS remakes was already doing some of the prep work and design work for the FF5 and 6 and 7 remakes. And then the plug was pulled by Square Enix and they never materialized. No, I don't know why. No, I didn't, Giacomo, I'm sorry. Other than you mentioning that they're... Oh! You're talking about Kingdom Hearts X. Is that goddamn web game that is crap and is apparently going to be made into canon somehow? Because if it is, yeah, I actually know what you're talking about. By the way, just to prop something up here, Level 5 is coming out with a game that is called My Fantasy Life or something like that. And it's a game that, if you like The Sims combined with Secret of Mana or Legend of Zelda, then it sounds like an awesome game, and I'm actually really looking forward to it. It is actually coming out in the States, thank God. And its music is done by Nobuo Uematsu, so just throwing that on your radar. Yeah, okay, it is. I know what you're talking about, Giacomo, and I spit on it. Because I have looked into it. I don't actually think I'll be doing Max Payne Ruminations anytime soon, Chatter. Not that I'm opposed to them, but I'd have to buy them and then play them, and I've got so many other things on my list that it's not likely right now. The Elder one? Really? You know what? I don't want to hear anymore. I don't want to know about Dragon Age Inquisition. I want to be as blind going into that as I can. Ocean, actually, to be totally blunt, no, I don't. I think it will just be for cutscenes, which actually is even worse, because it... Let's be honest, one of the things we all didn't like, well, most people, myself included, did not like about FF10 and FF12 and FF13, is the fact that they got rid of the airship explorative mechanic of the games and got rid of the overworld. I imagine FF15 will use the car in the exact same fashion. Okay, we're going to the next zone, and here's a cutscene while we're going to the next zone. No, thank you. God, this hurts. Alright. About ready for Giga Guy here. Wanted to max out how many Rebels we got. For those of you not aware, the Rebels basically don't respawn. So, if you fight one and then it manages to run, you've just wasted that 100 tech points. So... yeah. It's one of the reasons why I had to do a lot of input manipulation to make sure that I actually succeeded in hitting these guys. For those of you not aware, these guys make it so all you can do is make basic melee attacks, and it has a huge evasion rate. However, now the thing that's cool is and I do a little bit of this, I mentioned earlier that table that determines when you can crit, right? Excuse me. So if you get a crit bypasses the hit calculation, because it calculates if you do a crit, aka it checks the crit table, before it checks the calculation and formula to say, do I actually hit this target? So a crit will bypass a miss, and even against an enemy like this, that's usually how I defeat the Rebels when I'm playing this normally, is cranking my crit chance to hell and back, and doing stuff like that, which defeats it. Lilu, let's see, we've got Giga Gaia, Ocean Palace. We're going to do a little bit of prep work for the Lavos fight, and then we're basically going to go do the Lavos fight. We do almost none of the optional stuff after getting the Epoch, so we're actually pretty close to the end here. In fact, I can actually show you how close we are. See? We are approximately 45,000, no, excuse me, 450,000 frames away from being at the end of this run. So this is it, Giga Gaia. This is the hardest fight in the game. I'm kidding, of course. There's kind of a trick to this fight. And that trick is to cheese him out to the point where there's actually no strategy left. So, Frog has the Flame Vest, which absorbs fire damage. Isla has the Dark Mail, which absorbs shadow damage. You'll notice I'm not even bothering killing the hands. Honestly, I'm not even sure I have anything else left to talk about this fight. Because it's pretty obvious. And that heal is not worth the time wasted killing that arm in order to get rid of it. So, you know, heal up Frog over there. And then heal up Isla. Now we still have to use a couple of healing items because it's not perfect the way it evens out. This attack would have actually killed Isla if not for the fact that I had tossed that potion onto her. And no, there's nothing wrong with that. Oh, I'm gonna have to gargle more alcohol soon. My goodness. So yeah, I think you've seen all there is to see about this fight. Let's go ahead and zip through this a bit. I just point this out because this is a strategy you can actually use even if you're not doing a low-level run. Maybe Chatter? I don't know, I have no plans to at the moment. Honestly, you can do this fight solo with Frog, because the fire damage will always do more damage than the shadow damage, and so... And I'm kind of demonstrating this, the fire damage will always heal more than the shadow damage does, so... he'll always be fine. Never has to heal again. You notice I actually stopped doing it. The reason I did this is because of the fact that I did some calculations for this fight, and determined that it was actually faster to just let Isla die. I do apologize for the long boss fights. Like I mentioned earlier, pretty much all the boss fights from Hecarim onwards are pretty long, just because of how incredibly low level I am. By the way, Giga Guy is another character who actually has no AI, basically. He literally has a 100% predictable string of attacks he uses. No random chance, no nothing. He'll always do the same attacks in the exact same order over and over. In some cases, you could argue that's one of the reasons why Giga Guy is so difficult, because most of his attacks are AoEs, and he can heal himself, and he can regenerate those arms pretty damn quickly. So, yeah. It's one of the reasons why Giga Gaia is a monster that's given so many people so many issues upon playing this game, especially for the first time. Myself included, by the way, before you think I'm bashing anyone. TAS, in this context, Chatter, TAS stands for Tool-Assisted Superplay. There we go. I know, Salamander, I just feel like apologizing, because the point is for something to be, enjoyable or interesting and whatnot. And I feel like I am a failure in that, to be totally honest with you. I don't know, Baronessa. The TAS videos and Speed Demos Archives both have pretty historically rejected my stuff, and I guess that's really all there is to be said about that. But thank you, Baronessa. That does mean something. There we go. Okay. So, now we're going to do what is, in my opinion, the hardest dungeon in the entire game, by far, at least as a low-level run. I'm not sure if this really qualifies as the hardest dungeon in the game normally, because that'd probably be the Black Omen, in all honesty, but the Undersea Palace was a nightmare to do at low level. Every single action I take in there, I felt like I was just crawling my way through an ocean of barbed wire doing the Undersea Palace. If I didn't have the wallet, I'm pretty sure it would actually have been flat out impossible for me to actually do, while still maintaining, all my requirements of low-level run, etc. So, yeah, I am kind of curious, though, if anybody else out there, other than myself, ever had issues playing through the Ocean Palace the first time they were playing it. And again, it's, I admit I myself also had issues there. First we have to fight Dalton, though. Now, Dalton is basically the Gollum twins prototype. For those of you not aware, of the four 5? Of the 5 boss fights who all basically have the same type of strategy to them, only 2 of them are real fights. That would be the Golem Twins and the Arrow Dalton Imperial. I mean, you know, the second time you fight Dalton. The first time you fight Dalton, it's a tutorial fight to get used to the twins, but the Golem itself is a supposed to lose fight, and the Golem boss is a we're doing a fight to have fun fight. So, yeah. Now, the Golem Twins are interesting because I actually discovered a... Well, I don't want to spoil too much, but let's just say I discovered something about Golem Twins that made it a lot more manageable when I finally got there. And that's all I'm going to give away. There we go. Yeah, the damn elevator sections. Keep in mind, I'm low level. Those elevator sections were insane to push through. And yes, I have Regal. Yeah, we'll talk about that more in a moment here. So this is our second time through. Now, we already did everything the previous time through, so there's not really any need for anything other than to go straight to Dalton. So we're just going to go right to him here. And enjoy the awesome music for basically the last time. My thoughts are that I will probably buy it on sale sometime in the future when I have money. Those are my thoughts. I got nothing. You know what? Actually, I'll be totally blunt. My actual thoughts are, I wish I made more money so I could buy that. I could buy games like that and blind run stream them on the show. That was my actual thoughts on the game. Ugh. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to gargle more. I think I'll gargle more alcohol, like right now, in preparatory for the Ocean Palace. So enjoy the Dalton boss fight here, really quick. God, that burns. Holy crap. So, this is another example of one thing that most people don't actually know about the attack system of this game, and that was, by the way, that was another basically perfect fight. Every attack in this game does one of 5 types of damage: physical, shadow, lightning, water, or fire, right? I mention this because even multi-element attacks specifically do some kind of one of those types of damage, and so figuring out what type of damage it does is kind of integral to figuring out certain types of things. For example, what Dalton will actually do when counterattacking. So, there's a few other things that are the way the dual techs work. Let's just say that it doesn't really function the way you'd probably think, and the way the triple techs work are even more interesting. For example, and this actually shouldn't be surprising if you pay attention to the lore, the delta attack stuff actually does shadow type damage. So you know. So here we are, Ocean Palace with one of my favorite songs of all time. Love this place. We'll be running from a lot of fights. You can run from a lot of the encounters in here, thankfully. But we absolutely need a fairly large amount of the loot in this place in order to be able to survive not only this place, but a couple of things that are coming up. Most notably the Golem Twins. This, by the way, is not the party we will be fighting the Golem Twins with, if you're curious. But we need to get that armor. You'll notice we're basically only really getting armor. We're also doing some weird routes around here because you can actually dodge a fairly large chunk of the enemies here if you know exactly what you're doing. Actually, I can raid. My health problem with regard to the lesions basically has to do with an extremely weakened immune system. My immune system is so bad that actually several of my family members thought I actually had AIDS for a while. I do not. But yeah, I do have some kind of autoimmune problems. And so anytime anything happens with my throat, it won't heal, and it will stay not healed for a fairly long period of time, which is what the lesions actually are. It's really just a hole in my throat, which is why it hurts so goddamn much. Yeah, by the way, that demon hit is also flat required for this section. It actually can be either, Regal. I usually pronounce him Golem, but Golem is correct as well. There's no, you know, it's like, it's actually like, I believe nuclear is a good example of that, because believe it or not, in the actual dictionary, nuclear is correct, just as nuclear is. Actually, yeah, Giacomo, there were... Oh, by the way, hang on real quick. You can actually run from most of these fights. I bet you didn't know that either. And getting through this without encountering those is something I actually had never been able to do live. And getting through those guys without encountering them, again, never able to do that live, so it was actually really fun to go through without, you know, actually encountering any of them. Anyways, salvageability about Chrono Cross. There are some good elements of Chrono Cross, don't mistake. Most of my complaints about the game have to do with the fact that it's a sequel, or it shouldn't have been a sequel to Chrono Trigger. I feel like both games were lessened by the connection, which is one of the reasons why I usually think of Chrono Trigger as a separate game, especially since Chrono Trigger actually makes more sense in terms of its lore and its story and its setting if you divorce Chrono Cross from it. I don't know, is the honest answer, Bandit. So... But anyways, so moving on. Let's so you'll notice we've just kind of been blazing through here, but all of that is not the hard part. We need to switch up some of our gear to make this possible. Because yeah, you'll notice we just gave a gold earring to Isla. Notice what her health is now. See up there? Or up there, excuse me. That health is pretty much flat required for Isla to actually be able to live through a lot of the sections that are about to be happening. Oh, That sucks, Shakamo. I am sorry. I sympathize. Honestly, I'm gonna go with Chrono Cross in that case, Shadow. To be totally blunt. After Years was bad, but most of its bad was in terms of game design and story and fanfickiness. But Chrono Cross actually lessens my enjoyment of Chrono Trigger by its existence until I divorced them, as opposed to After Years, which doesn't actually detract from FF4. Bye, Chrono. So, redeeming qualities of the FF13 beat series. There are some genuinely good moments. Zaz was an interesting character. They did some stuff pretty well done. The music's actually quite good. It's pretty, which as we know always means a 10 out of 10. Right? I guess that's it. So let's talk about these freaking elevator fights, and one interesting thing about this. Some of you may not be aware, but the Bargists there, or the Djinns, I forget which, but the guy who's up there right now, they have a shield that is on them until they get hit by anything. That shield makes it so that that first hit does no damage. The fascinating thing about that, though, and I tried to use this a few times, I don't know how well I succeeded, but if you hit them for any amount of damage... yeah, Chrono's just like, wake me when they're dead. The interesting thing about that shield, though, is the fact that it doesn't matter how much you hit them for. You can hit them for one with your ludicrously irrelevant character, like Chrono, and Shazam. Yeah, by the way, another reason that Chrono is actually still... oh yeah, the mythos. Good thing, Samurai. I forgot. That was something I actually liked about the series. And the fact that all the things that claim to be gods aren't. I always found that interesting. The other interesting thing about Chrono and dual text and triple text is until you actually pick apart the formulas that determine what the damage is coming from in the dual text and triple text, you wouldn't really think about it naturally. For example, that's Falcon hit I just did between Isla and Chrono pretty much uses like 80% of that damage comes from Isla, not Chrono. So even though Chrono's a level 1 worthless nothing who's sleeping during half our fights, he could still contribute by allowing her to do an attack that does more damage relative than it would because it's using so much of her attack power in the process. Make sense? You mean Buna Vezabla? Shut up. And yeah, exactly like Hearthstone's Divine Shield. That's exactly what you meant. Yes, that is correct, Lumplord. Originally they were going to work on a sequel to Chrono Trigger, and then they kind of shelved that, and then they wanted to do just their own thing completely separate, and then the Squirrels for Brains come in and said, hey, let's merge them together, because we have Squirrels for Brains! I believe that's a direct quote. And then we got Chrono Cross as a result. Universabla. It's actually easier for me to remember that name than whatever the hell it is. Of course I can, Zeiss. In fact, actually, if you think about it, the way I TAS, which is not game-breaking, right? You know, describe that when I first started. I don't use scripts. I don't use Lua scripting. I don't use memory reading. I don't beat the game in 3 minutes by glitching it to the end, right? I do glitchless, challenge strategy runs, right? So if you think about it, my TASs are just showing how awesome these characters really are. And honestly, I think the best example of that is probably the Mario Kaizo World run TAS that I've done, or the Zelda Link to the Past TAS I did, where Link not only got through the whole game barely using his sword ever, but never got hit or took a serious point of damage ever the entire game. So if you think about it in lore, all that is just showing off how ridiculously awesome Link really was. It's actually very similar to a gameplay story integration element that was done in Assassin's Creed 1, and only in Assassin's Creed 1, where instead of a health bar, you actually had a sync bar, because Altair never got hit, if you follow. Now, let's see if I pull this off. I don't remember if I actually pulled the trick off. No, I didn't. There is a way to dodge this fight. It's not actually necessary. because you can do your own thing with it. But yeah, it's actually really hard to pull off. But you can run away from these fights, so it's okay. Oh, god damn it. Excuse my language. So, Ocean asks, have I ever done... well, I've actually done several lore runs of PC games, Ocean, but those ones specifically, I haven't really considered it. I will be doing a lore run of Dragon Age Origins pretty soon. In a few weeks here, actually. So... Ah! Seymour with Wesker's voice. I do, Lava. In fact, I think Orphan is one of the ugliest last bosses ever. So, okay. You guys ready for the Golem Twins? We need to get Isla dealt with here, and we really need that red vest, or red mail, on Luca. We also need the speed belt for Luca, otherwise she's just too slow for this to actually work. So, Golem Twins. How many of you guys were stalled at the Golem Twins for a long time the first time you played this game? I freely admit it. In fact, I'm not even alone in this. I actually had a friend of mine who played Chrono Trigger, when it came out with me, and he got to this point into the game and literally just could not beat these two guys. Was stuck here for so long. Here's the trick. They're weak to sleep. Really. So you sleep them both, and then you kill one of them. Now, here's the thing. You always make sure they use fire. Her only purpose is making sure that he's always going to be fired so that the red mail can absorb this stuff, and so because the fire attack is one of the easiest to deal with. I admit I did not know these guys were vulnerable to sleep until I did this TAS. Notice I waited there until he does the fire attack, which kills Chrono. Yeah, isn't that ridiculous? That's why I wanted to share that. I was just like, what, really? Really? That's... Wow! You can just sleep those bastards. Now, we go ahead and get that magic tab, because we're going to need that for later. If you've been paying attention, and I sure hope you have, I have not used any of my tabs so far. Not even a single one. I bet you can guess why. By the way, in case you're also, just to also point out something I was doing for the sake of showmanship to show off, I actually went out of my way to burn all of Chrono's mana on doing Volt Bite, and then I allowed Chrono to die. And, then went back to just killing him normally. Yep, pretty much, Samurai. Every single one of those tabs is going on to Magus. All of them. Power tabs, magic tabs, speed tabs. He is getting boosted with all of the tabs I picked up in the entire game. He needs them. God, he needs them. I actually find myself wondering if it would be possible to beat Lavos without those tabs. I'm not sure it would. So yeah, I'm sorry. I wanted to show that off. There's nothing else to this fight. Once you sleep the one, this fight becomes really much easier. Now we just do the same thing on the other one. I gotta be honest, I probably could have done this with both of them alive. It would have been a pain and have been much longer because I would have had to spend time healing as well. But as is, sleeping them was just much, much simpler and easier. And of course, I wanted to show off the fact that you can frickin' sleep the golems. Yeah, exactly, Hercules. One-shotting that, but I did that during my FF9 marathon, if I remember correctly. Elixir! Bzzz. Which I didn't know until I had spedrun that game. Yeah, by the way, they both have fire-absorbing armor on, because you get the two, so the ruby vest, or the ruby... Yeah, yep. Ruby vest and the ruby mail, so... Chrono's like, oh, did I beat the Golem Twins? Okay, I beat the Golem Twins. See you around, Ocean. Uh-oh, we are 1 frame, 1 pixel off. That is not acceptable. There we go. Now we're good. And now, the actual hardest fight in the game. I want you guys to really pay attention. Because this is actually... by the way, we unequipped Chrono because he's basically completely worthless now. Chrono, you're completely worthless. I'm just being honest with you, man. This... I want you guys to pay attention because when you fight this guy, when you fight Lavos here, this is actually the super optional fight in Chrono Trigger. Genuinely. This Lavos fight, Lavos is much harder than he ever is otherwise. He has much higher stats, much higher damage on his attacks, and he uses attacks... He has actually a completely different attack pattern than he would otherwise. He is the super this version of Lavos is the super optional, right? Now the thing is, the attack he does, Destruction Rains from the Heavens, will do an amount of damage that is directly proportionate to your level versus your magic defense. What I mean by that is if you're at level 99 with max... it's been done, Shadow. With max magic defense, this attack can still destroy you. Won't kill you, but what you're about to see is the literal maximum amount of damage this attack can do. Watch how much it does to Chrono. I'll even slow it down for you. Okay, we'll slow it down. Watch the amount of damage this does to Chrono. BAM! And that is how much that attack can do if you're level 1 with no magic defense. For those of you who are not aware of Chrono Trigger, like Shadow there, your max HP in this game is capped at 3 digits, just like your MP is capped at 2. So any damage that does 4 digits is automatically gonna frickin' kill ya. I know that sounds weird, but I just really wanted to show that off because I'm pretty sure that is actually the most damage that it is possible for anything in the game that is not you to do. The player can do quad 9 under certain circumstances, mostly with Isla, and a couple other things. But that is the most damage that it is possible for any non-player to do in this game, is what Lavos just did to Chrono. So Chrono's like, I got this! Ah! He is just extinguished. Annihilated by that. Ah. Ah. It is possible to beat this Lavos on a New Game Plus. I'm not actually positive it is possible, like mathematically possible, to beat him on a first time through, unless you level. Which, of course, it is. It's okay, guys. Chrono's got this. Now, the funny thing is, Chrono is about to defeat Lavos. Alright, it's time, Chrono. You've died all these times. Everything you've done, Chrono, has all been for this moment. It's time for Chrono to finally stand up and do something other than die! Chrono? Chrono, no, don't. No, don't die, Chrono. Okay, you disintegrated instead of dying. I guess that's better? And thus Chrono fulfills his destiny. In all joking aside, this is probably my favorite scene in the entire game. This whole series of events. So Chrono was so tired of constantly dying that he made sure he wouldn't die again by disintegrating. Oh my god. Hey, he did his job, Luplord. He did his one job. Okay. So now we got tons of cutscenes. This is a great time for Q&A if anybody has any questions. But we're about to do a section that I actually like doing, even on replays. I like to call it the, nowadays I like to call it the Metal Gear Solid section of Chrono Trigger. It was actually a lot of fun to do, tasing, though, because I could get really precise, and I already knew how to dodge, like, every enemy on the Blackbird, so... It makes sense, Zeiss, doesn't it? Chrono's like, there's only one thing I can do. So we're not actually at Magus Trigger yet, but we're about to be. We got one dungeon and one boss. Technically, two bosses. You're welcome, Yoga. I'm glad you liked it. Ooh, a blue-haired Chrono. Let's just call him Ryu and do something else with him. And Chrono's epic sacrifice has ensured that the tidal wave wipes out half the world. Nothing official, Noel. I've read quite a few pretty good, actually, fanfics that kept going after Chrono Trigger. One of my favorites was actually focused entirely on the story of Shala, and how she kept going rather than being absorbed into the Time Devourer. And spent most of the story seeking after Janus, and could never find him because Magus had hid himself so well, magically and otherwise, that she actually never realized he was him. And so, yeah. I have no memory or knowledge of that, Shadow. And I do have one daughter, Super. We call her the Empress of all... I mean, gotta get that wallet, and Frog's kind of useless for this section, so gotta buy up a whole bunch of stuff. That's actually pretty much the last time we'll be going to a vendor in the entire game. Activision, I don't have much thoughts on nowadays. I still think they make dumb decisions, but of course they do. And it's also really hard not to point to Activision when Blizzard Activision does some dumb stuff from a business perspective and say, why are you doing this? Because Blizzard didn't really do dumb business stuff prior to Activision getting involved. Yeah, I'm sorry, Bandit. What do you want from me? So yeah, if you've been paying attention... Hey, Next Level Games. If you've been paying attention, one of the things that has enabled us to do what we have for so much of this game is the concept of an X-Sponge, who is our tank, right? As soon as we got Luca, she became the tank, because Marl and Chrono were both ridiculously low level. And then as soon as we got Robo, he took over. And then as soon as we got... As soon as we got Isla, as soon as we got Frog, each time we gain a new character, they become our new tank and our new X-Sponge, based on the way this works. But it's been quite a long time since we got a new character. Basically, Isla was actually the last one. And yeah, basically Omni. They are better, but they still make some retarded decisions. So, Metal Gear Solid Chrono Trigger. I actually really do like this section. However, I will freely admit the first time I played this game, I was so lost. So lost when I was doing this. I'm not even sure why. I actually have a really good navigational sense and really good sense for directions. I was so completely turned around in this frickin' area. And I think it's the fact that I didn't realize the connection between the air ducts up here and the ship down below. Because, you know, you'd go a whole area down in the top area, but then you'd only be like one screen down and below. And so it was just like, Oh my god, spoilers, Schmeidolf! So yeah, we are going to be fighting a couple fights here, because we have to. Because Isla is awesome. I almost always bring Isla to this section. These guys have no health. For those of you not aware, this section is deliberately... I'm kind of getting into Lorerunner territory here, but whatever. This section is deliberately made much, much easier than pretty much the last, like, several hours of gameplay have been. And it's because of the fact that they wanted a game... By the way, you can dodge most of these enemies by simply not moving as they go through you. I didn't know that until I did this task. They wanted to have a situation where, after the incredible emotional impact of the previous few scenes, culminating in the end of the Black Omen and the destruction of half the planet, and the incredible difficulty of the Black Omen, or I keep calling it the Black Omen, incredible difficulty of the Ocean Palace, and the the Golem Twins fight and all that fun stuff. They wanted a section where the player literally had a chance, in terms of gameplay, not just in terms of lore, to take a breath, which is also why this whole section is very tongue-in-cheek and contains arguably some of the most jokes per minute in the entire game. This whole section actually has quite a bit of humor to it. Most notably, Dalton actually flat-out breaks the fourth wall for the first and last times here in this section that we're about to go through. And yes, they are lava. And Shadow, yes, you can rename Frog. You can actually rename all the characters. It's just much quicker for the task purposes to speed through it. And of course, for a task, I wanted to just have them have their innate names, you know. So there's actually two bosses of this section. One of them is kind of an optional boss, because you don't have to defeat him normally. It's actually a lot harder to do unless you're on a New Game Plus, because basically he has no... he will do nothing to hurt you at all. However, if you don't beat him in time, he just runs. And so, if you actually want to get that optional boss and defeat him, you know, just for bragging rights or whatever, it's a flat-out DPS race, and he actually has quite a lot of health, especially for this point in the game. I think, actually, other than the various Lavos pieces, only Yakra the 23rd has more health than he does. I could be off on that, but it's up there. From a tasking perspective, this was actually interesting to do, because I was trying to be really precise with my maneuvering. And I did really have to go and get my items and gold back. I pretty much had to. Actually, maybe I didn't get my gold back. I don't remember off the top of my head. But either way, I did have to get my items back, absolutely, because I need all those tabs for Magus. And, you know, here we go. Oh, we got this whole thing here. Uh-oh, damn it, Raid! So yeah, here's the optional boss I mentioned. And, Super, it's funny you mentioned that. I've actually written 2 novellas or novels in my life. One of them is kind of coming out as a, audiobook thing for patrons, for my patrons for Patreon. So yeah, the absolute fastest way to do this fight is to sit here and do absolutely nothing. Everything you do will slow down his process of fleeing. So, we just sit there and do absolutely nothing. And then Dalton complains about the music. Actually, what you do, Zeiss, is you defeat Lavos' shell, and then you use the portal inside Lavos to go out, and then you could do the Black Omen again. In fact, most people who are trying for 100% runs list that as a requirement to get all of the items and multiple copies of the items that you get basically in the Black Omen. The thing is, you have to do it the right way. You have to do 1000 BC, or 1000 AD, excuse me, then 600 AD, then 12,000 BC. You can't do it the other way around, because if you do it in 12,000 BC, it goes away from all the future areas. Now, this is actually a pretty easy fight. It's funny because I don't know why, but I always remember this fight as being pretty rough. And so when I got to this part, I was like, okay, you know, I'm gonna have to figure out how to deal with this guy. And then I actually looked at his script, and I realized that he's actually pathetically easy. I mean, this guy is really, really easy when you're actually manipulating his AI. He'll counterattack just about everything with that halving attack. And then he'll do, like, his attack, and that's basically it. He also has almost no health at all, especially for this point in the game, in which enemies having, you know, like 5 to 10,000 health is kind of normal. This guy has like 3,000, which for record is less than Magus had, you know, hours and hours and hours ago. Yoga, my best advice for dealing with writer's block is to write very small chunks at a time, and then go back and, you know, piece those pieces together, and then, you know, go ahead and edit your own stuff if you don't feel particularly happy with it. Otherwise, no, I actually suffer from writer's block pretty badly. And he's dead. Like I said, super easy and super quick. I don't know why I used to dread that fight. And of course, we have to break the fourth wall again by telling the players to hit the Y button. Of course, the Y button shoots the lasers. I find myself wondering why it is that we never get to use the lasers again. When I started thinking about it, there's not really much of an opportunity to use the lasers on anything up to this point. Yeah, I do, Mraid. For one thing, my headcanon for Chrono Trigger does not include Chrono Cross. But yeah, I do have my own storyline ideas for Chrono Trigger and which path happened, basically. They're very boring, super, and they're terribly written. So, we did it! But now, guys, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time to stop playing Chrono Trigger, honestly. I mean, this is a great game. It's the second best game ever made, in my opinion. It's my second favorite game of all time, all genres, all everything. However, I think it's time we put down Chrono Trigger and started playing a much, much better game, which we're going to call Magus Trigger. For those of you not aware, you can actually fight him here. He's rough, but way easier relatively than his previous time. His AI script is completely different, too. If it's in the style of Toriyama, I would not be Zeiss. I don't actually like Toriyama's art style, personally. That's just a preference. Nothing against it. This is coming from someone who loves Dragon Quest, too, so make of that what you will. Cutscenes. So, like I said, we're basically approaching endgame here. Very, very close to it, actually. Everything we do from this point on was something that I determined to be absolutely required in order to beat Lavos. And I mean that pretty sincerely. I actually had the idea of originally going straight from Ozzy's Fort, which is absolutely required, by the way. You have to do Ozzy's Fort in order to beat Lavos with just Magus. But I was originally going to go just to Ozzy's Fort and then go to beat Lavos. And then I did some math, and I did some prep work, and I did some of my billions and billions of hours of prep work, and decided, no, that's not actually possible. So I started looking into it, and I mentioned a while ago that I have I have a second error in this TAS, and it's coming up because I actually enter a menu and then leave it, and then re-enter a menu because I accidentally put my save state after going into the menu rather than before. And that's the second error. And I know that sounds like a minor thing, but it's the other error I made in this TAS. And it was done because what I actually had done is from that point in time, I went and was like, "Hwah!" and went straight from, pretty much straight from that moment, for where that save state was, where I had to go back to, max trigger, and had to go and try to defeat Lavos, and couldn't, and then reverted all the way back, lost days upon days of work in going back to this. And, yeah. So anyways, I just thought I'd share that. By the way, I'd just like to go on record, I really like Nomura's art style. His design style is a little more hit or miss, but I very much enjoy his flat art style. Always have. Anyways, there's a video that was released as a teaser for Kingdom Hearts 2.5, which is just Nomura drawing Sora live, sped up a bit, while some music from Kingdom Hearts 2 is playing. I highly recommend it. He does some great work. He's an awesome, awesome artist. Anyways, Black Omen. Now, Zeiss asked hours ago, are we going to be doing the Black Omen? The answer is yes, but, well, you'll see. You will see. First, we need to go do Ozzy's Fort. That is absolutely the first thing we must do. No possible way around it. Have to do it right now. So, this is funny. You're probably looking at me weird. Does anybody out there know why we have to do Ozzy's Fort first? Does anybody understand the strategy behind this? Before I explain it, I'm just curious. In case you're not aware, the first fight against Flea and the first fight against Slash are pathetically easy. These guys have like, I don't know, 1,000, 2,000 HP, something like that. I don't even have to try on these fights. Gear is correct, but there's a very specific reason for it. I'll go ahead and give the specific reasons, and then I'll mention the big one. The best gear in the game for Magus is in this fortress, in a hidden area, actually. By the way, hi, Flea. Flea the girl. His armor has very high magic defense, which is required. His helmet has, or maybe it's his helmet has high magic defense, and his armor has status immunity. But either way, you get status immunity, and you get very high magic defense. If you've been paying attention this whole run, magic defense is absolutely required for the Lavos fight, and especially has been required for like this whole game, because so much of the damage in the game it calculates what it does to you based on your magic defense. But he also gets one other thing. One last lovely little item, which is the real reason we're here. Oh, I'll be gaming past that, super. I'd do the voice, but I literally can't right now, Samurai. I'm sorry. It is hard to deny the lulz of Ozzy's Fort. That is correct, the Doomsicle. Does anyone know why the Doomsicle is the only reason that this run is possible? With the way I'm doing it, I gotta stress that. Let's go ahead and explain that. This is a good time as any. I haven't talked in a while. Most low-level runs and level 1 chrono runs involve a triple tech, and I can't even remember the name of it. It's a triple tech between Chrono, Frog, and Robo. And what it does is you do it, and it puts Life 3 status on all your characters. For those of you who don't know what I mean by that, Life 3 means anytime you die, you have a status effect that automatically reses you after you die. And so that the way you're supposed to defeat Lavos then is you basically have a very specific pattern of do the triple attack to get everyone Life 3, attack, 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 attack. Don't even bother healing, because you'll be one-shot by everything. Attack, 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 attack. Everyone dies. And then gets back up, triple attack to Life 3, attack, 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 die. And that's the strategy, right? But that strategy involves doing a lot of optional stuff, including the entirety of the sunken desert and that whole forest section, which was not only incredibly lengthy but debatably possible with the way I was doing things. So my strategy is completely different. My strategy is Magus has the best gear that exists, and depending on the circumstance, usually I give him the silver earring, which basically pumps his health up as high as it's going to get. And the Doomsicle, which does double damage if one of your party members is dead, or triple damage if both of your party members are dead. And that is pretty much my strategy in a nutshell. But it wasn't that easy. Now we have Magus's, awesome gear of awesome. It's time to go ahead and get Chrono back, because remember, one of the requirements I had was I had to have Chrono in the party for every part that it was possible. I could have gone straight to get Chrono back, but to put it bluntly, I could not survive Death Mountain, or Mount Death, or whatever the hell it is, without Magus having that gear. It was required in order to get through that place, and the multiple bosses in there, to have that gear. So I make one pit stop, get the Doomsicle, get the gear. Now we're gonna go get Chrono back, so our dead puppy, our death pup, our stone of dying, can rejoin the party as quickly as possible. But yeah, in case you're wondering why a Magus who is like level 34, I want to say, is what he joins the party at, is doing 4-digit damage. That's how. Excuse me. There are a few other things I wanted to do though. Super quick. Just to get ready for this. You probably are wondering what the hell I'm doing here. And that's a fair thing to wonder. What the hell am I doing, guys? Yeah, sure, Super. Go for it. Audio glitch. So there's no enemies here now, because, we already dealt with all that. Except that one's still there, because we never encountered it. Every enemy we actually dodged is still there. The enemies we didn't are not. So you notice the bats are still there too, so we have to keep doing all of these, weird old strategies again in order to get through here. But then we get that item, the wall ring. Now the dash ring's nice. It's basically an upgrade to the speed belt. But the wall ring is pretty much flat required, because the wall ring gives you shell status, which boosts your magic defense. I think you probably already understand why that was a required item for me to go out of my way to get. Which one was Peace Walker? Because there's been two. There's been two portable Metal Gear Solids, and I've seen and played both of them. And I just don't really feel like there's anything to ruminate on in either, to be totally honest. I mean, it's putting the pieces together in Big Boss's story, which is great, and basically a whole separate arc of the series. So it's like it's Metal Gear Big Boss instead of Metal Gear Solid, I don't know, Zeiss. I don't think it's going to help him. This is the other reason we wanted to go ahead and take this route. It was very efficient to go ahead and just go straight to the fair rather than go ahead and fly there, because we can get the wall ring and then immediately go to Gato and get those silver points we need. For those of you curious, we actually require silver points to get the Chrono Doll. You are totally imagining things, Crispin, by which I mean we'll see which kind of run I do. I haven't decided yet. But I do intend to do a Pokemon stream in December, as of now, actually. So, I actually usually get this thing... thank you, Bandit. You actually remember. I actually usually do this pretty well, and at least get, several ones in. When I did it on the marathon, I screwed it up on, like, my third one. But for the TAS, I was debating if I wanted to go ahead and do it quicker, which involves screwing up on purpose and just spending the money. Not like I need money at this point anyways, right? But I wasn't sure if I would need money later because I was still uncertain about my layout for the Lavos fight. So I decided I'd go ahead and just do this perfectly. And just kind of see, just for the hell of it, just to have a perfect imitation thing going on. By the way, that's Magus's laugh animation. He just does this. Very indicative, I think. That's his shock animation, is just looking down somberly. Excuse me. Honestly, this was actually so easy at a TAS level, of course it was, that not only did I not actually screw up, but it was over quicker than I thought it was. Because I usually remember that as taking forever. And by the way, for those of you who don't know, if you do that perfectly, it's actually free to get the Chrono Doll. You're welcome, Falspoise. I'm glad you're liking them. It's funny you mentioned that, Super. In a stream I did not too long ago, I was just playing music from the Zero playlist. I was even giving people little infos about why the songs were there and what their titles were and stuff. Monikers, not titles, rather. So, now it's time to go ahead and get back to the Epoch, now that we have the ability to bring Chrono back. So, we're not quite there yet, but I'm curious, how many of you guys had trouble with Death Mountain, or Mountain of Death, whatever it is, when you were first playing this game? And again, I'll raise my hands. Oh, hang on, it's finally time to burn all of our tabs on Magus, and I stress, all of them. Which pushes his speed to maximum. And, yeah, makes him awesome. I give him the wall ring, by the way. G-Man, I don't own Shadows of Mordor, so... and I can't do a lore run on a game I haven't played, or indeed have only played once. I'm not sure there's much to lore run about a Tolkien game anyways. Rumination I'd be considering, but, I don't own it, so... I don't blame you, Evil Knights. There's a reason that song's on my Zero playlist. Oh, it's Death Peak. That's what I keep calling it. Death Mountain. What is Tab Soil? Oh, I get it. Bandit. Got a couple cutscenes here going on. By the way, fun fact, someone on my comments for Metal Gear Solid 2 Rumination was questioning why, for the gameplay footage I recorded for the end, for the credits at the end, I was using melee attacks, you know, not using my sword, in other words, against Solidus. Would you believe I was doing it? Because that's the speedrun strategy for beating him quickly. So we're just gonna chill here, get up this place. I'll be honest, it took me forever to figure out how to go up here, but in my defense, that's because I kept trying to come up here before this point in time. So, you know, when I finally got the trees in place, I was like, oh, okay, I get it. So we're going to get a couple of things done here. Just for a little bit of heads up, and I think I mentioned this on the marathon as well, the actual best X per time leveling right in the entire game is that fight I just dodged right there. Because you can just go left, right, fight him, left, right, fight him, over and over and over and over and over. Yeah. So, this is it. Now, notice Magus has 650 HP. That is without the silver earring. That's just how much HP he has. But because he has the wall ring... see, the wall ring is interesting because it doesn't actually cast shell like other things do. It just plain reduces the amount of damage he takes. Which is really useful. Because, well, okay, to be more accurate, what the wall ring does specifically is it actually raises his magic defense. So it's actually kind of useless if you're high level because your magic defense is already capped. But if you're ridiculously low level, those 10 points of magic defense are incredibly useful, which is why he has it on. And of course, he's immune to status effects because he's got his best gear on. Hey, Craig, what is up? We're getting towards the end game here. We've started playing Magus Trigger here. Yeah. Notice how little damage he's taking. The only hits that really hit him hard were the stinger hits. So, bamf! First spawn dead. And yeah, you notice how we just kind of bulldozed that. I don't know if you saw how much damage he was doing. But with just Frog dead, he was doing over 670 per swing, which is quite a bit for being ridiculously low level. And I gotta keep adding that, you know, because he's level 34 or whatever level he is. Dodging tons of enemies. There's very few required fights in Death Peak, which is also kind of nice. Some of them are kind of tricky to dodge. Like that one. I had to do some really weird finagling to dodge that one. And we're going to do a couple of things here. We're using both of their turns to heal him, because the Lava Spawn's first attack is always this, which will now kill Frog and Isla, which means Magus can now own face. Notice he's now doing 1,000 damage per swing. And that wasn't a crit. A crit does 2,000 damage. This is why I said it jokingly, but yeah, there's a pretty good reason that I call this Magus Trigger from this point on. You see how quickly he destroyed that boss? And again, low level. It is not possible for Magus to be lower level than this because he never gains even a single point of exp in the entire game. I like participating in them more than I like watching them, but I think it's a great thing that it's become a thing, Super. Within reason. Now push the cell and climb the shell. I'm sorry, Craig. I'm gonna do another little thing after this, because people want to see it. 37, is that it? Normally, at about this point in time, I'm in the 50s of levels. Give or take. You notice I'm not even healing. I don't actually have to, because they can't kill me before I kill them. And yeah, by the way, just in case I didn't mention earlier, they will always join you at a certain minimum level, so it is actually not possible to get Magus lower level than 37 or whatever he is. But from this point on, I shouldn't even say anything. From the moment we got the wallet... See you around, Cheddar. From the moment we got the wallet, we were never gaining another point of exp in the entire game. Alright, guys. Let's see if we can get Chrono to do something other than die. You think we can do it, guys? Those who fear the night and stand against the darkness. That's probably the only reason I like bringing Frog to this place, by the way. And that is the only reason I did bring him in the TAS, is because he has that cool quote there. I know you're supposed to bring Luca or Marl, but if you bring Frog, he has that cool quote as he prays for the thing to work. Alright, come on, Chrono. I've taught you well in the past 6 hours. You know what's funny about this? It just occurred to me. Shush, Baronessa. In the distant past, of course. What's funny about this is we have made this Chrono clone. It's a perfect physical replica of Chrono. And the only thing it will ever do is die, because its entire purpose is to be swapped for Chrono and then die in his place. So now we have to really prepare for pushing for the Lavos fight. Like I mentioned earlier, my original intent was immediately after this scene to go after Lavos, and that actually failed completely because I couldn't. I was incapable. I was incapable of defeating Lavos at this point in time. Yes, it is, Craig. You have to do some specific stuff for all three of them, but you can actually make a playthrough where all three of them are not in your party when you complete the game. Chrono's back. And we're back! Chrono Trigger! Yeah, we're back to Chrono Trigger! Yeah, he's level 37, you're right. Alright. Let's do this, guys. Time to win the game. We have a couple of errands to do, though, like I mentioned. There's actually some implication that Beckler is also someone who was from 12,000 BC, and therefore had knowledge of time travel and the pathways of reality more than he should, basically. There we go. One last speed tab for Magus, so his speed is now star star. And there's the mistake. I told you guys I'd mention it. That is the second mistake right there. I had to go into the menu twice, because that moment when I pulled out of the menu was when I went to go fight Lavos again, and then failed. And so then I reloaded it, and now we're going to do a little more prep work by going to the Omen. I'm sure at least some of you have been wanting to see this, right? Black Omen at level 1. This was insane. I don't even have words at this point. My throat hurts, and I've talked about most of the strategies I used already. This whole section was nuts. By the way, first thing Chrono does... Ugh. He's so tuckered out. He's so tuckered out from his one attack. And then Isla's like, oh, good idea. Ugh. And Isla's down too. And Magus is just like, what? Is something hitting me? Because I've got him set up defensively right now. He's going to be pretty much a full-on tank right up until the later thing. Oh, Pandemonium's harder, but Omen is no slouch. So I had to actually invent brand new strategies to fight the bosses I fight in here at this level. And when I say invent, remember how I mentioned how I used sleep back in the Gollum Twins? Because, oh my god, it actually worked. Yeah, we'll see what we do here. By the way, Scythe, we'll see is my answer to that. Gotta get some healing going for Magus, because he's the one that matters. You know, Craig, that may explain a few things. So, Magus is immune to status effects. That's a requirement. He would be anyways. It is possible to actually have slightly better gear on him by giving him the safe helm instead of the Raven helm. But then he loses the status immunity. Or maybe it's the Nova armor instead of the armor. But whatever it is, there's a way to make him status immune. Or rather, lose his status immunity by giving him better armor. But that would be incredibly foolish to do. Because he's basically going to be soloing the rest of the game. And by basically, I mean literally. Do it, Mraid! We need more cute in the Lich King's army. And he's dead. I mean, he's not literally dead, but that's the hard part. Once you get rid of the bottom, the top is easy. I'm not sure a level run is actually possible on the DS, to be honest with you. I'm not going to say it isn't, but the absence of save states alone would make that ridiculously hard. A little more inventory manipulation there. Nah, I don't feel like fighting these guys. Oh god, they saw us! Run! Join me, Baronessa, in a horribly odd... Actually, you don't have to be undead to join my army, if you think about it. I have plenty of use for living people. So, I hate these guys, because these guys suck when you're here normally. Like, a lot, actually. But I do need them. Nova armor. And I'm out. I'll be using the one I make, Mraid, unless I use the shell, castle, whatever the hell it's called thing, which I might not. Let's see. Chrono's at level 1. Marl should be level 6. Luca should be level 8. Robo should be level 10. Frog is level 12. Isla, I don't remember what level she is. Magus is level 37. Actually, I think you do, Shadow, just because there's so much to study that you're going to need the time to do it, so you want to be undead so you live through it. And we're going to go and get another speed tab there. Yeah, we need that Nova armor. And we also want those speed tabs that we're going to get from these guys. Well, you can become... well, a Forsaken is just an undead. There's no real difference there. That's a good question, Samurai. What's funny, actually, wait, you have to use the keep? You gotta be kidding me! I actually specifically crafted my DA1 and DA2, saves for the purpose of... whatever. Apparently, I will be using the keep anyways. I'll do it on the stream, just so you guys know what my setup is. Stupid thing. Anyways, one of the things that's interesting about your comment there, Samurai, is Chrono Trigger is one of the very few games that actually bothers to explain why a character that you beat, who is incredibly difficult, then joins you and becomes weak. Probably the most horrible example of that, in my opinion, would be Breath of Fire 3, when Gar finally joins you. We must always have more innkeepers in the army. They'd better add every decision brain, or I'm gonna be a little bit pissed. Anyways. Salamander, you would probably be an obsidian statue. There we go. I have actually not decided yet, Mass, to be totally honest. I'm leaning towards mage, though. That wouldn't even begin to surprise me if they did that, samurai. By the way, I had to wait so that I would do more damage. In case you're wondering what the hell I was doing just there. Nah, it's all good, Scottish. I pretty much know all I want to know about the keep. The fact that it exists speaks to how little advanced prep time they had in making 1 and 2, which is a bad thing, but, you know, whatever. This is a TAS, SM-chan, but I guess yes is the answer. Probably yes, Super. Well, Craig, I think that was Craig who said that because it just scrolled off the screen. You are very welcome, and I'm glad you got to enjoy it properly. I'm assuming you got the DS version because the DS version is awesome. So, hell yes. By the way, in terms of lore, I personally prefer the human noble background to Origins. But I can't be a mage and be a noble, and I prefer mage gameplay to the point where I actually dislike playing as a melee in Dragon Age Origins because of the way the combat system works. So I am far more likely and inclined towards playing a mage. I do too, Bowman, and my Mario Brothers 3 one. Oh, hey, someone actually knows about Breath of Fire 3. And yeah, Gar kind of made a stupid frickin' decision there, didn't he? But, that being said, my point was Gar was this stupidly hard boss fight, and then he joins you and he is pathetic. And it's just... wow, you know? Irritating as crap. A lot of RPGs have that problem, though. Chrono Trigger is one of the very few that actually has an in-lore explanation for why a super powerful character joins you and isn't. And for those of you curious, it's the scene where Lavos drains most of Magus' power, so he is at only a fraction of his actual power when he joins you. Hey, another person knew Breath of Fire 3. Awesome. I know so few people have actually played that game. I actually don't have the first issue anymore, sadly, Bowman. The Super Mario Bros. 2 one, and I'm very sad about that. I loved that issue. I got it when it came out, and it pretty much made me fall in love with that thing. And there's a reason why that is one of only 2 magazines I have ever had a subscription to, was Nintendo Power. The other one was Popular Science, if you're curious. Or not Popular Science, I think it was Popular Science. Oh, it doesn't matter. That is true, Salamander. I hadn't thought about that. Let's be honest, I actually like all of the Origins except for Elf Commoner. It's the only one I don't like. Actually, I kind of don't like mage origin that much for story and playstyle either, but, you know. By the way, in case you're wondering, the reason I have Marl in addition to Chrono is because she dies quicker and easier. So, yeah. SM Chan, this is a 7-hour run for me, but that's using my specific challenge requirements. And yeah, by the way, I went all the way here just to get that Mega Elixir, that gold, and one last thing. But anyways, we'll talk about it in a moment. Magic Seal's pretty nice, too. Yeah, you can dodge that fight, by the way, if you do that there. Get an Elixir, the Vigil Hat, another Nova Armor, Haste Helm. The Haste Helm was the difference. And by the way, I just bought 99 full tonics. In case you're wondering what I just did. So... wow. No, they are not super. Earthbound music... well, I'll talk about it when the video about Earthbound goes live, but suffice it to say no. What? She does, Bandit. There is actually another reason, though, which we'll get to in a moment here. See, we switch him to the Haste Helm and the Nova Armor. Believe it or not, that is pretty much the primary... Yes, Crow, that is correct. That is pretty much the primary reason I just did the entire Omen, was to get the Haste Helm and the Nova Armor. That is the reason I just went through the Omen. And you might be like, well, why didn't you get any of the other Haste Helms in the game? That was the quickest and the easiest Haste Helm to get. So in case you're paying attention, I just did pretty much the entire Omen, it's actually more like 3/4 of the Omen, purely to get one item. Now, all the other items were useful, and again, I needed 99 full tonics, but yeah. So it's time to go fight Lavos. We're moving on the last boss here. And it's okay, because Marl's with us, so she'll die quick and easy. And Chrono's with us, and his entire purpose in life is dying. And Magus will be soloing Lavos. I say that kind of flippantly, but as I've been emphasizing more than a few times, this was not easy. So we completely bypassed the first fight, which is the main reason we did this route. Yeah, go for it, Shadow. We got a couple seconds before we start talking again. Now you notice I'm walking here. That was a deliberate choice on my part to emphasize the scene, and so you could actually get the full impact of the increased sound of the breathing as we approach the core of Lavos. Again, entertainment is a higher priority in this run than speed. And this is one of my favorite songs of all time. Yeah! Okay, this fight was insane. You never appreciate how ridiculously hard this fight is until you have to fight it at level 37 by yourself. First attack always guarantees. Bam! Marl and Chrono take 2,912 damage. They're gone. Now here's the thing. Even the arms, and in this first phase of the Lavos fight, actually hurts like hell. You see how much damage he's doing to Magus every attack? Again, last time I was here, I tried a strategy where I had the silver earring on, right? So the silver earring pushed me to 999 HP, but it wasn't enough. He would just flat kill me sometimes. So then I tried a strategy where I had the wall ring on to increase my defenses. But then I couldn't kill him quickly enough and he would outrace me. So that's why I had to do that whole Omen section. That whole thing was all because the previous 2 attempts I did on this freaking fight were impossible. And I needed that haste helm so I would always be auto-hasted. And so I could do these frame-perfect inputs. Now, remember, again, I told you that that technique I developed back during the Magus fight. And I mentioned that because it's actually kind of ironic that Magus himself is the one using that strategy, because of the fact that I have to get every attack in that I can. Lavos does so much damage. You see how hard he's hitting me? How many people even knew that this phase existed, by the way? If you don't kill the arms quickly enough, he starts doing other stuff in addition to his arms attacking you. This is just ridiculous. But this is not the hardest fight in the game. I'd say this fight, the fight against the Machine Lavos, is the 3rd hardest fight in the game. So how many people have even seen this attack? He only does this if both arms are still up and you haven't killed them by a certain period of time. And this is why I needed 99 full tonics, by the way. And then he does his other attack pattern. God, die! Frickin' arm! Notice, I'm hitting him for about 1,000 a swing. It's not like I'm doing low damage. It's just, this guy has a stupid high amount of health in everything. Because, you know, Lavos, last boss. And there's the, I don't know what to call this, falling rain of explosive death attack. And you have no idea, I mean, this probably looks kind of simple, but every single time my turn came up, not only was I doing the trick in order to input as fast as is computerly possible, in order to try and get the damage out that I needed to actually beat this bastard, but on top of that, I also Wondershot. I remember that, Evil Knights. I was there too. I was watching that. Anyways, I was one of the people who donated to get the 1 million mark. In addition to doing that super quick strategy in order to squeeze more attacks in, which by the way works a lot better when you have haste and max speed, because of the improvement in frame rates, or the frames you got. But anyways, moving along. In addition to that, every single time I get an action, I have to determine what the next 3 actions are going to be, and then determine what my action is based on that. So you may be wondering sometimes why I'll go ahead and heal myself even though I'm only down 150 health. It's because the next 3 actions that Lavos gets in will kill me before I get another action in. And that right there was the first time I gave up on this TAS. Did you see what happened? He hit me with his Confuse attack. That is a 50% chance to confuse you, and it successfully confused me, and I couldn't get around it. I was confused, and my run was over, and I was ready to give up. By some sheer miracle, when I went back several steps to redo the input for what I had done for the previous few actions I'd done leading up to that, when he hits me with Chaos, he immediately hit me with that Frost attack, which actually did damage and knocked me out of Chaos. In other words, to be totally blunt, I got lucky. Otherwise, I was actually ready to put down the run because I spent so much time, and there he is, does it again, Chaos attack. I spent so much time trying to figure out a way around that Chaos status effect. And here he does it again. But then he hits me with a Shadow Slay, and making sure my health is prepped for those Chaos attacks, so I have enough health to survive him hitting me to knock me out of Chaos, is insane. And I want to stress, I had to do it this way, because if I didn't have the haste, I wouldn't be able to kill him quickly enough. But I had to with the haste on, I lose my status immunity. I mentioned that earlier. That's one of the reasons why this was such an incredibly, ridiculously, amazingly difficult game. Evil Knights, I talked about that much earlier. Chrono Trigger has a 100% predictable RNG seed. In other words, his 5th attack will always be the same thing, basically. So, yeah. The thing that was killing me before was he would do that other attack and it either wouldn't hit me or it wouldn't knock me out of chaos. So, yeah. But, holy crap. Yeah, pretty much, Samurai. This is the one time the RNG was on my side. But this is still not the hardest fight in the game. This isn't even harder than the Magus fight. No. I think you know the hardest fight in the game. So, I have a story to tell you guys. I'm gonna go and start telling it now. Because I've been hinting at this entire time. When I first sat down to do this, I was like, yeah, I can do it. And then I did a practice run, and then I did the math, and I did all the prep work, all the stuff I talked to you guys about before I ever actually started recording. All the things I did before I hit record. I had determined, based on the math, and based on the way the game was being done, that the way I wanted to do the run was actually impossible. I had determined that there was no way in hell that I could actually beat the actual last boss, which is the one right after this one. And I mean this sincerely. Even beating this guy was insanely difficult, and there we go. But defeating the actual final form of Lavos, I determined to be impossible. Because I didn't know something. I'll talk about what it is in a moment. And the reason why is because he would use an attack called Grand Stone, which is the attack he uses in 65 million BC. And when he uses that attack, he one-shots me because it does more damage than I have the ability to live through. So, my original intent with this TAS was I was going to get to this fight, and I was going to put up a good fight against the final Lavos, and then I was going to die. That was going to be the TAS. The end of the TAS was going to be Magus fighting Lavos, dying and failing to defeat him, and then, and then the future refused to change. Now, based on the way I'm telling this, you can obviously guess that I did actually manage to defeat Lavos. And I'm going to explain how in a moment. This is the hardest fight in the game, and this is the hardest fight I've ever fought in anything ever. I'm not even kidding about that. First and foremost, let me explain this fight in terms of formula and construct for you guys that don't know this. I'm going to just use it from our perspective, okay? The left... Yeah, by the way, you see how he just took 4,900 damage? Anyways, that left core over there heals the central core. Left core also has the least HP. That has to go down. The middle core is the one that does all the damage. The middle core is the one that actually does everything to you. Taking it down is priority 1. The right core has to be taken down to win. Killing the right core is what the actual Lavos is, and therefore will win the game. Here's the thing. Yeah, 4,900. Yeah, no kidding. So, he does that attack. That's completely meaningless. That doesn't do anything to me. So, whenever he's in 1000 AD, I'm completely fine. You'll notice I can start ignoring his middle core and start attacking the right core here. God, this hurts. Now he does this attack. Now this attack is also meaningless. All it does is reduce my health by half. No problem. I can survive that just fine. Because it's only a halving of damage. So 1 full tonic and I'm back up to full. No problem. We just need to get... Now, remember, this right core has a stupid amount of health. It has more health than anything else in the game does. So we have to get that heal off because he's about to use the first attack that actually matters. I don't think your fight is actually possible, Shadow, so I would imagine the answer to that no. So you notice we use a barrier there. You notice that? You remember I got another barrier. I went out of my way to get one other barrier in the Black Omen for the sole and specific purposes of surviving that attack. Notice it still does 476 damage to me with shell up. The only way I could live through that attack was with barrier. but I faced the exact same general type of problem that I had the last time. That I had with the Magus fight. It became a DPS race. Anytime he does barrier in the future, he's just gonna kill me. Or anytime he does the super attack in the future and I don't have barrier, I'm just gonna die. But then I had... And I swear to God, I didn't do this on purpose. This just happened this way. I was just trying everything. I was doing mathematical probabilities. In other words, I wasn't actually mathing it out, though. I was actually doing it. I was determining every action I had to use a different attack on Lavos every time I encountered him. So you notice I did a whole bunch of attacks just on the Lavos' central core there, right? Now he's going to go ahead and do the 12,000 AD attack here. This is going to hurt a little bit, but it's fine. This is not a big deal. Now we're going to attack the middle again. This is what made this possible, right here. I'm not even joking. Bam! Now, if you don't understand, we killed the central core, and it had to happen like this. We killed the central core when, and I do mean when, we hit this time warp. If you do that, he skips his action for that time warp. But only if you do it before he has a chance for his ATB bar to fill while in that time warp. You have to get it in immediately. Otherwise, he will just... He'll res himself eventually. He'll still be in this time warp, and then he'll use the attack on it. The reason this is so important, and the reason like this is why this fight went from impossible to possible, was because when he hits me with Grand Stone, he kills me, and there is literally nothing I can do about that. And now, so the first time, and forgive me for sounding excited, but I remember when I discovered that by accident, and then I was just like, oh my god! I might actually be able to defeat Lavos, because I could see in my head the strategy and where it would go. So I actually went all the way back to the beginning of this Lavos fight, and everything you're watching here was me redoing the layer of attacks and staggering it, so I would be able to kill him at that exact moment when we warped here, so that I would be able to skip that Grand Dream. And of course, I'm staggering the crits, too. The idea of staggering it so that every time a crit comes up on that table that I keep mentioning, I have the ability to actually hit the guy in a place where it's actually required. In other words, I never waste any crits. No crits actually are wasted in this entire fight. All of them are used strategically and tactically in order to kill the exact same thing, the exact thing I need to at the time I need to. And you'll notice we're already starting to attack the middle guy again, because after that total accidental thing, like I said, I went back to board. I started redoing my entire strategy for this entire fight. And so I was like, yeah, this will be great, and I did it, and I just started, skipped the Grand Stone, and started wailing on the right core, and then he went through the whole time thing, got back to 65 billion BC, and killed me. And I was like, crap! And so then I went back, all the way back to when I skipped the first Grand Stone, and started completely redoing everything you're watching right now. Started redoing everything about the battle from that point until now, in order to make it so I can survive and defeat the second Grand Stone, which is why I've started attacking the middle again. Notice we still have barrier up, so we managed to survive that. If he gets another one of those attacks off, we are basically dead. And I have to waste so many of my turns and so much of my time dealing with the ads of this fight. It's just one of the reasons why this which was so difficult. Because, again, the only thing it matters if you kill in order to win is the right thing. But if you don't kill that left one, your damage is negated. And if you don't kill the middle one, you get killed. And notice I'm just going full tilt onto the middle now, trying to bring him down to the point where it's like, come on, come on, come on. And I need him at that exact right health so I can kill him at the exact right moment so that we can skip the next Grand Stone. Oh my god, now we're spending some time attacking the right here because we don't want the middle to die here. In fact, this is actually going to completely screw me up, and did screw me up the first time because I didn't realize how this works. See, he will not time warp until he can do his attack in the time, unless it's skipped. In order to do his attack in 12,000 BC, he has to do this attack, which requires all of his people to be up. And his ATB was literally just sitting there at full, waiting for him to finally go ahead and just and destroy everything. So we kill it right there. Now you notice that was a little early, but it's okay, because it actually works out, and you'll see how in a moment here. But I had to wait. I had to wait, and I had to stagger that properly. And now we just are trying to shove as much damage into the actual, the real Lavos as much as we can while we're sitting here. And we're sitting here dying. Notice we no longer have barrier, by the way. If he gets back to the future, if he gets back to 2300 AD, we are dead. We don't have any more barriers. They don't exist. And so we're just pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing. We got this! Ugh! And then he revived the center. And this was the third time I gave up on the Lavos fight. Because he revived the center and I was like, it's over. I can't deal with this quickly enough. I can't push through enough damage in that period I have there in order to kill it in time. And there was only one thing I could do to actually push through this properly. Now, I hope you're paying attention because you notice he skipped 65 million BC. One of the times I went back and rewrote everything, I discovered that if you kill Lavos, the reason I killed Lavos at the time in which I did was what it does. Excuse me, what it does is it actually makes it so that he skips the next time hop he would do. So instead of skipping just the attack, I completely skipped the entirety of 65 million BC that time around. So I was kind of cheating in the narrative because that was not actually the first time I saw that fight. I was doing this thing. I swear at least 100 of the re-records were in this. And now, did you see that? Did you see that? We had, at best, 2 more attacks before Lavos would have one-shot me. 2! Because we had gotten back to 2300 AD, I didn't have any more barriers, and he was going to kill me no matter what I did. And with the super haste and super framed attack, the only way I could have pulled that off was get through there and just kill that bastard. I spent 3 weeks on this fight. That is not an exaggeration. But I did it. I beat Chrono Trigger with Chrono at level freaking 1. And it was worth it. It was so worth it. I cannot begin to explain how exultant I was when I did it. When I freaking did it. Oh, God, when I actually saw that, I got, because I want to stress that, because again, we got to 2300 AD, and I knew I was about to die, and I knew there was nothing I could do about it, and I knew I'd have to go all the way back to before I started the fight. I'd have to go back to before I actually entered Lavos in order to completely redo my entire strategy for the entire thing after 3 weeks of work on that goddamn fight. And I hit 2300 AD, and I'm just like, okay, you know what, screw it. Use the trick, get the 3-frame thing, kill the right thing, and it actually died. I exploded at actually pulling that off. I exploded when I finally pulled that off. And you know what, hang on, I need to get some, I actually meant to get this. I will be right back. Will not be long. So, for any of you who've been following me for any length of time, you know I love Canada Dries, right? And you also probably know that I can't get them anymore. The local grocery store doesn't actually... it doesn't actually sell them anymore. So I have a very limited supply left. But I've been saving this Canada Dry. I've been saving this one to drink in toast to having pulled off what I genuinely thought was impossible more than once. So, Here is to Chrono Trigger, one of the greatest games of all time. And how freaking awesome it was that I actually pulled it off. I hate to talk about myself in a positive fashion, but I can't believe I did that! Ah! Level 1! I even had Marl, so it was basically my lowest level guys possible. No, I know, I had Magus there too, but still, come on, give me something. Ah! I still love those images you did, Bowman. I still have the one where with the cat is like, give me a Canada Dry. So yeah, I this is why I talk about. This is why I say, you know, I'm actually just this whole thing I was recording live. This is not. I'm not doing this frame by frame. I was just so happy to have pulled this off that I was just walking around like, yeah, I can't believe I actually did it. Yeah, talk to this guy. You know. I was so happy. For those of you who are not aware, the song that is about to play has significant and tremendous significance to me. It is significant and tremendous importance, excuse me, to me. It is something. It's not this song. It's the song. It's the actual ending song. It's a song that I have used more than once in my life to help me keep going, to help me recover from when I was getting surgery. Not for my kidney stones, for when I was run over by a car. You know, that song has actually helped me to maintain a sense of coherence and sanity and self more than once in my life. And I never actually thought that, I never actually thought, nice, Evil Knights, that I could have a song that was already tremendously important to me and tremendously impacting to me and one of my favorite songs of all time, and then actually have more significance be added to it. But after a year and a half, actually 3 years of real time, after 3 years, off and on, spent working on this TAS and this thing, when I heard that ending song right at the end, I was bawling like a freaking child. And I am not ashamed to admit it. I was so overwhelmed to have actually pulled that off. Oh my god. I can't even explain it in words. Everything about Chrono Trigger just was hitting me like a tidal wave. Like tidal wave after tidal wave. Of emotion and power and significance. The fact that Luca and Robo will never see each other again. The fact that Frog will have to be accepted for who he is in his time. For the fact that Magus will probably never be reunited with his sister. For the fact that in the present they managed to make something of themselves and actually create a new future, you know. All of that just nailed me. And it was so worth it. Someone early on, I spent the first hour of this task talking about all the technical and complicated and incredibly convoluted engineering aspects that went into tassing a game, especially one like this. And, you know, several people said more than once, why do you TAS then? That sounds like something a masochist would do. That sounds like something that, you know, you would only do if, you know, if you're insane. That sounds tedious. That sounds boring. Well, obviously I enjoy tassing. I've been doing it for years. But all I gotta say is that feeling of tremendous satisfaction and triumph, and having pulled this off, there's your answer. That's why I TAS. For the same reason that after all the years and work and effort that went into making the Sistine Chapel, when it was done, they looked up and they said, we made that. This song, by the way. Right here. This song. I usually don't talk about my depression or the issues I have. When I was working on the final thing, those 3 works, it's actually like a month, but you know, that last 3 weeks I was working on that Lavos fight, I was depressed to the point of suicidal. And I found that the best way to cope with that was to delve into my work, which in this case was the TAS, was this whole thing. Something I cared about, something I loved. And when I defeated it, when I actually pulled it off, I could only think of it in one way. I accomplished the impossible. And that fact, the fact that I actually pulled off the impossible, is what helped me to keep going. Because I did it. I did something that I shouldn't have been able to. God, I am just crying like an idiot here. Life is what we make of it, after all. Ted Woolsey. Oh my god. And thank you, everyone. Thank you for sharing this with me, sharing in this with me. Thank you for watching for my 7 hours of boredom. Thank you for enduring and being here with me. I appreciate it a lot. You'll notice I haven't actually terminated the TAS yet. I couldn't bring myself to. As I was sitting there in my room, finishing this up, I wanted to end it properly. I wanted to end it properly. Right here. Movie end. Here is to all the Chrono Triggers. All the little things that make life worth living.